what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight.
Lacking free.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Yeah.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cinta murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Hunt! Yeah! Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is so much
one who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Voila! Let's have a fun spring outing.
Not, it could have been a free kill towards a Team Secret, but I'm pretty sure he knew what he was doing. He was ready to maybe somehow just flash away because he still had the flash in hand earlier on. But nevertheless, Team Secret, this round, at least from the first 7 minutes that we see, it's all about objectives for them.
All right, I like it how Jeje actually knew what he was doing because I did not know what he was doing. Every time I see a Loon go aggressive with those infinite masses, it usually puts him in a terrible position where he usually gets picked off. But Jeje, understanding where he needs to be, he had the rest of the team to help support him. He was in a fine spot. He was going to be okay, even though they were down a member, which really did worry me on that team fight.
Yeah, and he was also aware with the fact that the CCs are out. They're on cooldown. So he's not worried about like, okay, if I fly in, I'll get caught. And Team Secret, they also know that, okay, we don't have any more CCs. Let's just refocus back onto the objectives. And again, objectives secured by Team Secret. Getting the buff, now getting the bottom tower.
Yeah, and look, DTE were trying to kind of counterplay this one by taking the top T1. They haven't even taken this down because they realize the bottom T3 is technically under siege. Juan going in for this. The force field suppression, though, he's going to try to trade. The Umbrella Outburst pushing him away. The Infinite Vastus, does he go aggressive again? No, he's going to look to reverse that one. Again, playing with our hearts. But GG trying to back off. They take the bottom T3, the snap up with that burst ram. The Unending Sorrow keeping him alive, and it looks like they're going to be happy with what they gotten, which is of course that bottom T3.
Yeah, Chichi, playing with our hearts. I definitely know how that feels like. It's been a while though. But do keep an eye on to Zunzun. He's trying something sneaky. He's trying to do that split push. But because Team Secret, they took down the bottom tower and they were so aggressive, that forces Zunzun to just come back and win back the jungle for themselves. If not, they won't have the space to farm.
Look, I don't think that Zunzun, if he was in the bottom and he was able to fight 5 versus 5, I don't think the results would have been different. I think that you have to take what Team Secret are giving you, especially since Team Secret have this lead. I mean, yes, it's about 2.2, but you got to take that space. I think Zunzun made the right play in the long term. I mean, didn't seem like it, but it's definitely going to help them long term, especially with that push in the top.
Oh, now with the fact that Team Secret got the Tyrant, I'm pretty sure they're going to engage. They're looking for the opportunity, but how is not the target that they want? By Team Secret is able to just continue to take over the jungle of DTE, wear them down of resources, it will be job done. Now, I'm looking at how DTE is going to come back here, right? The split push is a great idea, but who do you send as a split push? Okay, you can send out a CM, you can send out Sun Tzu. I think those are great options, but the moment you deploy them on the split push, then you put yourself in a 4v5 situation. And looking at how Team Secret is so in control of the current situation and playing it so aggressively, ideally you want everyone to defend and try to win back your space first.
Yeah, but look, Team Secret, their lineup is like a death ball. It's very difficult, especially with this net worth advantage that they have. It's going to be tough, to crack. Zunzun needs to kind of split push. He's probably the guy. You were talking about CM as well. He's going to be in the top lane. They need to just kind of create or like alleviate some of the pressure wherever they can. And it looks like it's going to be the bottom and the top lanes to kind of fix them out. But again, that opens things up for Team Secret to take this Tyrant, the first Shadow Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, and look at how Team Secret right now is just distracting DTE. They sent Schwan up there. DTE Gaming kind of gave him a little bit more attention, and by the time they know it, the Tyrant's taken by Team Secret again. So DTE, the best way again is to try to find space of split push. So perhaps something for CM to consider. But when he does that, everybody from DTE Gaming will need to buy him enough time for him to push all the way.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? I mean, you just need to slow the game down. But DTE, again, with this somewhat early game lineup, this is where you're at the tipping point where you're like, how effective are you going to be? Has Jeje gotten enough farm? I mean, he's got 7.5. He's actually losing in the farm lane matchup to 8.3 of Sun in terms of that net worth. So again, all of the early peaks that you had, now you're in a bad spot. You have to just kind of, all 5 men are just looking to defend this top T3, which is not going to be an easy hold.
Yeah, I've been observing on how much damage the Flaming Palm can deal to anyone from Team Secret. So it's difficult with the fact that Team Secret, they have a Zhangfei, they can provide the Leaping Savior, provide shields to whoever or as in a group. So whenever you throw the Flaming Palm, yeah, it damages, but it's not significant. It doesn't help that the fact that DT Gaming is still lacking in terms of farm.
Yeah, not only farm, but Jeje is actually 2 levels behind. He just hit level 13. I mean, Sun is right, been outclassing him. They're going to take this free Overlord, which is, again, even more pressure for Team Secret to kind of push. The Vanguards will make it life difficult to get out of your base. DTE right now really trying to hold on, but this is a tough one.
Yeah, it's all in defense right now for DTE. They can't do the split push until they've cleared out all their lanes. So right now, Team Secret, they are in the driver's seat. If Team Secret oversteps, then maybe DTE can take advantage of it just because of the amount of CCs that they have. But Team Secret, so far, they're not making any big mistakes yet.
Yeah, Umbrella Outburst is going to look to just more zone more than anything else. The Infinite Vasa is going to be used in return, but BB gets on the duel of the death. Gushing going ham, but he does not able to get any kills. They're going to back off. Team Secret are going to be happy with that top T3. They've done the damage, and now it looks like they're going to fall back, regroup, and look to push another lane, which is going to be the mid one.
Decent defense there by DTE, I must say. But for Team Secret, objective secured again. They got the top tower, that's done. If they get the middle tower, well, I wouldn't say that's it because we have seen a lot of comebacks here in the MKL, so anything can happen. But what I must say, DT Gaming, besides that defense, they're still keeping pace in terms of the net worth. Now, they only have a 3k gold difference between the two of them, so that's pretty decent. What they need to rack up right now is in terms of leveling, and you pointed it out right. JJ is right now 2 levels behind Son, so that's something they need to figure out. Now that the fact that Team Secret, they have alleviated a little bit of that pressure, they are falling back, they're probably thinking about the next Tyrant. This is the time that DTE Gaming tries to win back a little bit of the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take whatever you can, but Juan was the forward front, like scout. He was just all the way up there, and he was like, if anyone from DTE were to step out of the base, they're going to walk into Juan, and he's tanky enough to survive basically whatever DTE are going to throw at them, and DTE do not want to take the risk of getting caught outside of their base. So they've been playing scared. The burst ram even forward, Hao is going to just kind of zone more than anything else, but they wave clear, they look to just defend at least for now.
And that's the beauty of having a Yuhuan in your team, right? Like, your zoning is actually pretty good. Like your Moonful Tempo especially, it's so wide, it's so huge, it's multi-target, and it's spammable. So as long as you can keep the Yuhuan alive, keep BB alive, keep BB, to be spamming the Moonful Tempo, that will kind of slow down Team Secret's tempo.
Yeah, I mean, but slowing it down is one thing, but trying to get that farm, like this net worth lead, the more that they're kind of sticking in their base and not like fighting for whatever scraps they can get with these waves that are crashing in, it makes it very difficult to kind of come back. Juan going in with that Storm Strike, actually catching out Zunzun. They're going to go the duel of death. They found him, and they do not have the damage. He gets to the fountain. No, he gets picked off. Gushing finally found him in the fountain. Hao is going to be killed as well. The Infinite Vastness now is going to be aggressive, but they've taken the base, and Team Secret will take game one.
Very, very aggressive gameplay by Team Secret. And we're not talking about like the first 2 minutes, jungle evasion, no. Team Secret, they made sure that everyone hit their power spike, hit their level 4 at least, and then they start to do stuff. And it was just pretty much a skill by Team Secret, especially from the first Tyrant when they won it against DTE. DTE, they weren't prepared for that first Tyrant just because they don't have the burst damage to deal with it. And Team Secret, obviously, they have enough burst damage. They have okay control, especially with the Unbridled Outburst. The moment they won that one, they never turned back.
Yeah, I mean, that was clean, right? This is like a vintage Team Secret game. They were completely in control. They knew what they do. There was no indecision. They understood how to close this game out. And the fact that they didn't give up a single death on the entire team of Team Secret just speaks volumes about how prepared they were and their execution and just how to control DTE gaming.
Yeah, and JJ didn't have a good time as a farm laner. No kills, no assists at all. So it was a very difficult round for him. In terms of KDA, that is. But if you talk about like in terms of a goal and also itemization, it's actually not bad. But maybe that came a little bit too late. So Team Secret totally didn't give that space to DT Gaming. Although their lineup is set up for like, okay, if it goes the distance, it goes the late game, it goes 20 minutes onwards, we can still be in control. But the fact that Team Secret didn't want to play the late game, probably something that they have discovered along the MKL journey that, guys, we're not very good at late game, so let's try to end this game as quickly as possible, and that's exactly what Team Secret did.
Yeah, and look, again, I go back to the draft on this one. The pay first pick for me, it's just, there's so many teams are good at like able to counter pick it, and he didn't really get anything going. You didn't really feel the true effect of Zunzun's pay. I mean, look at that damage, 37,000, really not too much. Cheche doing what he could with the 81,000, doing that heavy lifting, but they weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to take any of those kills because Team Secret's vision and the way that they initiate was making it very difficult for DTE Gaming to take any sort of fight.
Yeah, I also want to point out why JJ is not able to convert the 81.1k damage dealt into any kills. It's because of the Leaping Savior by Nuno. Like you jump in, you can just shield anyone, you can shield yourself as well, and that kind of cuts like 50% of the potential Flaming Palm output, depending on what items, of course, but in general, it kind of cuts 50% of the output, and that's where JJ finds it very difficult to land like final blows or even getting the kills in. So as much as he tried, like what you say, right, but he's just countered by the Leaping Savior.
Yeah. I mean, look, look, you're saying a lot of positive things. I'm going to pull out some of the negatives in the sense that, hey, he had only 21,000 damage on a team that was winning in like the, lowest in the entire game. I mean, how dare you? How dare you get an A- on an A+ on this group project, right? But no, all jokes aside, no, really showing up. I think that he did a great job defensively. Those Unbridled Outbursts were on point. And this is the gold grab. We're talking about how Team Secret were in full control from that 4-minute mark, right when that when that first Tyrant kind of hit and then it converted into just that tower, that was pretty much all Team Secret at that point. The wheels were starting to get in motion at that point.
Yeah, though, okay, some positives for DTE, right? They took down 3 towers from Team Secret. They had that idea, like, okay, let's try to send out Zun to do the split push. Well, for CM, he didn't really have the opportunity to do much split pushing, but Zun he tried. But then again, Team Secret, they were so aggressive in their push. It's like, oh, you're doing a split push? Fine, you can be up there. Let's see who can push faster. And obviously, we have like 5 players pushing versus like 1 player who's just trying to do the split push. The 5 players would stand a better chance. And that's where Zun is forced to come back to defend together with his team, knowing as well that his other team members still have not hit their power spike. So he does not have that room and space to do that split push. But to check out our MVP for this round, we'd like to congratulate none other than Shi-san as our MVP.
Yeah, I mean, 202, 35% of the damage. He was always up front, and then those Kachusins, kind of like poking and prodding and just like pushing DTE back, where the fact that they were like pushed back, and it was very uncomfortable for them because they were taking a lot of damage. And, you know, that vision that's provided by Shi-san, constantly doing this and being aggressive, made life very difficult for DTE Gaming to kind of find and pick that time where they would initiate.
Yeah, and if you gotta think about it, right, during the early stages of this game, Shi-san was hard-pressed by DTE. Like, he didn't have that space to make that rotation to either lane, either of the side lanes to really help them out. But for some reason, how he defended his ground, he did not give away a single kill. Now, looking at the first Tyrant fight here, just look at this, right? The execution of how was okay. But if we were to look at it, JJ wasn't there to dish out his flaming path. Of course, we can also argue that, but even if it's there, the leaping savior, the shield from No would negate 50% of the damage. Hence, DTE will still not be able to get any kills in that fight. And then the rest was just history from there.
Yeah, and like even in the moments where like Zun would get focused early, he would be picked off. And then, like, look, we're talking about the fact that Zun and Jet were the only 2 guys doing damage, and you take those guys out, and then it's like, how do we fight? Yeah, we have a little bit of control, but we don't have the damage to kind of to tank through or to burn through all of those different tanks that you have. Team Secret, very tanky and a tough lineup to kind of crack in that sense, because again, they just were playing very well, understanding what each of they needed to have done, and not only with their roles, but also with those hero selection.
Yeah, so it was a great matchup. I would say both sides has their pros and cons on how things might have been executed based on how they kind of planned it out. But Team Secret, they came up on top with the playstyle that they have, the level of aggression, and the level of control that they had as well. Now, coming on to the next match here. So this is obviously match point for Team Secret, and it's their chance to seek revenge against DTE since DTE actually won the first league against Team Secret. What kind of heroes are you expecting to show up in this next match?
Okay, well, I'm hoping that Team Secret does not pick Loong because they are really atrocious on the Loong hero. They've not had a great win rate, but something that it just seems like they're a little bit off kilter. They're not able to play the Team Secret that we just saw with that last game, where they were very controlled, understanding what they needed to have done. I mean, when the fact that like nobody died on your team and you play a perfect game, and then you kind of, you know, have other games where you kind of like fumble the lead, you don't really play very well, and you kind of make all these uncharacteristic mistakes. It really hasn't been, you know, Team Secret, the consistency that we want from a top tier team here.
Yeah, so Team Secret themselves, like what you said, right? They are looking for a level of consistency. I'm pretty sure they know that as well. So they might go for like just meta popular picks. So I would expect to see like maybe even like the Arlie being picked up, maybe like a Yixing being picked up, something that's quite improvement and that's safe enough for them to even execute. But we will see what sort of draft will they pick up here in our game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's going to be key for Team Secret right on this one. I mean, it's a best of 3. The longer the games draw out, more teams can kind of hone in on what you like to pick, because you're playing so many more games, right? So Team Secret, it's their job right now to be looking at this as just like, hey, yes, we can experiment, we could potentially have that fun because we have a free 1 game to kind of give away if we wanted to. But I think they need to be smart. They need to be looking at this long term, in that play-ins, that seeding is going to be key here.
Yeah, it's definitely. So this is going to be a rather important win as well for Team Secret and also DTE, that is. Now, it's not the first time that DTE is put in this situation where they need to make a reverse sweep. So they have the experience of doing that, so they know what they're doing here. Starting off with the Dharma pick. So this is, of course, a very popular pick as well. It's been picked 47 times now with a decent win rate of 57% here in the MKL. So that's going to be, that pick is going to give them the option of whether you want to backstab the backline or you still want to do a split push. Now, you did talk about you hope not to see the loam, but Team Secret, they just playing with your heart, man.
Yeah, look, Team Secret, they're 2-6 on the loom, right? They just have not had much success. It's just one of those heroes that we know that loom is definitely top tier, but in the hands of Sun Team Secret, it just has not really been that amazing pick. But again, look, every day is a new day. Let's see what they kind of want to pull into this one, especially in game 2. I think it's going to be key, but again, Sun really needs to step up on the loom.
Right, so maybe to give him a bit more chance of a success is to pick the Dolia later so that he gets the 2 Infinite Vastness in. One maybe to engage, one maybe to disengage. It depends on how they can use it in situations. So looking at Team Secret's picks, as what we kind of expected, they go for tried and true picks, right? The Yixing is out, it's tried and true. Agudo is out as well, it's tried and true. Can tank, you can engage as well. So now that the fact that they have also picked the Yixing in Team Secret's lineup, I won't be surprised if they'll be aiming for the Dolia. And DT Gaming, they have one last ban to go. They have to evaluate whether it's worth for them to ban the Dolia or not. Teams have been letting go of the Dolia, and some of them have been punished. So perhaps DT Gaming want to highly consider to ban the Dolia.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they don't ban it, they can go. Team Secret could go Dolia and the Elaine. It can kind of round out that draft. I think thus far the Agudo has been a nice counter pick to the Ogren. Obviously, it's not a hard counter, but you definitely have that potential. But it's open. They're going to ban the Secure instead. So potentially Team Secret, if they wanted to do it, it makes a lot of sense if they want to go with a Dolia here.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yep, there you go. Dolia, and like what you said, they can still go for it Elaine, which is another power pick. Especially if you have the Dolia, double tap by Sunset is superb. You can easily engage all the way to the back. And speaking about all the way to the back, now DTE, they have to pick their farm laner right now. So it's ideal that if they pick a farm laner that can be self-sustainable. And that's why Team Secret, they ban out the Marco Polo, because you know that the Marco Polo can go in and out of fights. So you just want to put that aside. I'm thinking of if they want to play a little bit more safe, they can still go for the Consort U as well because it's anti-physical, at least give you a bit of protection. But instead, they're going to pick Soyu that will stay really, really far behind.
Yeah. Okay, so the Elaine here is perfect, right? The Shoyu, Lady Jun, Liang, all of these guys very squishy. Yes, the Liang could potentially control the Elaine. I just think he needs to build a little bit of tank so that he can kind of survive the initial onslaught, get that Death at Sunset off and survive. But it really rounds out that draft. I think that this would be a decent Elaine pick here. But again, the only one that's kind of on the squishy or the tankier side from Team Secret is the Agudo. Is that going to be enough to kind of deal with the potential Dharma and the Ogren that are going to be running at you?
Yeah, that's going to be a good point, right? So it depends on whether Team Secret, they just want to take fights or not. But because you have the Dolia, if you don't pick the Elaine together with it, when you have the opportunity, then it might be a bit wasteful. So the Elaine pick here is taken up by Team Secret. So very strong combos here by Team Secret if you think about it. Dolia, Elaine, Dolia, Yixing, Dolia, Long. Now, the only concern, I do agree with you, is maybe on durability on Team Secret's side. So they'll be banking on the Agudo to be that brick for the team.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to find out exactly how DTE Gaming are going to be able to play this. Is Zunzun able to get going with this Ogren? Is he able to outfarm Guxing and to kind of create that space? And again, this is going to be this is match point, right? DTE Gaming down at 0-1 up against Team Secret. This is going to be the first match, game number 2.
Right, and if we were to look at like how they set up themselves as a start, like Team Secret, they sent out Son all alone at the bottom at the very beginning, which is totally understandable. Again, the same concept. You want to get him to level 4 as quickly as possible. Yeah, Dolia can be together with him, which is fine. He should be able to get to level 4 as fast as well if they're up against only a Shoyu, only JJ alone there. So I don't see much problem there for the farming side of Team Secret. But for DTE, since this is a match that they must win, I'm thinking about like how aggressive are they going to be against Team Secret at the very beginning. Now that the fact that they have Hao and BB that can combo together, they need to be able to work out that combo, try to get those side lane pickoffs against Team Secret.
Yeah. It looks like, they want to try to go for the Zunzun going aggressive. He's going to be spotted out, and it looks like Juan will get back to safety with that Moonlight Flash. But look at this pressure. Team Secret already with a 4-man rotation in the bottom lane, and they're going to chip away this bottom T1 already.
Wow, that fast? Okay, it's almost down even. And DTE Gaming, they wanted to make that rotation towards Team Secret at the bottom, but the response from Team Secret, they're like one step ahead. It's like, okay, we know you're going to come from the river, we meet you somewhere in between and push them back.
I mean, it's not even 2 minutes, and look at how aggressive Team Secret are being. But Sun, in a bad spot, he's not level 4. Oh, the nice flash dodging the Ocean Fury, as well as the wild win, and Sun says, not today, my friend.
Oh, okay, that was really slick from Son there. That is mechanical skills at his best, and he's not even at level 4 yet. Yet he is so brave to put himself in that position, knowing that, okay, I can dodge, I can flash, I'm still alright. That is the level of confidence that Son is at right now for Team Secret.
Yeah, and look, BB's going to just stay in the bottom lane, just kind of protect JJ as much as possible, but you're funneling that farm into Zunzun. He is your win condition. Is he able to get all that space? I mean, he's level 5. Guxing has done a good job of just kind of keeping on pace, but again, you got to understand where he's going to be and trying to get this Ogren going.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play a big role here. So, it depends on his scalability as well, right? Like how fast he can get. But I'm also thinking of like, okay, the first Tyrant will be also very important for DTE Gaming in order for their jungler to scale. What are the chances of getting that Tyrant from the hands of Team Secret? So, Team Secret, obviously you have Guxing who's going to be ready with the smite, and then you have the Flaming Palm from Son. So there is a better potential by Team Secret to secure the Tyrant, but it really depends on what sort of control that DTE Gaming has. Do they have a strong group CC? Not really. Their CCs are more single target. As compared to Team Secret, they do have the World is My Bot with Shisun. So I'm looking, if I'm just going to put all the math together, it feels like Team Secret will be stronger at securing objectives.
Yeah, not only stronger at that, but the fact that they've got that net worth lead, taking the bottom T1 even before the 4-minute mark is huge, right? That early game pressure, that rotation that they did, and just ensuring that they chipped it out and gave it to Sun, made it just, there's so much space. And now he has a huge lead in terms of like 500 gold at this stage, which is quite huge for Sun.
Yeah, World is My Bot is deployed about 15 seconds before the first objective. So maybe Team Secret will be looking at, okay, let's buy a little bit more time for everyone to reset their skills. And true enough, okay, they are around there. They want to make sure that they have a comfortable secure of the Tyrant. And here comes Son, Flaming Palm, and that's what we mentioned earlier on. They do have the burst damage. Obviously, Guxing is there together with them. They easily secure the Tyrant from the hands of DT Gaming.
I mean, they did it even without Guxing using his smite, right? And turning that Tyrant into even more pressure. This mid T1 furball going in and going a little bit ham, just trying to slow things down. Oh, but the truth on the back, they find Sun, they get the pick off, and that was perfect from CM. And there's a reason why he's the clutch man.
Oh man, yes, CM, this guy. Keep your eye on him, especially with him on the Dharma. He's able to do backstabs. He's able to just show up whenever you least expect. So that's something that Team Secret will need to be careful of. But nevertheless, when we talk about the draft, Team Secret, they have good protections all around. Whether it's the front, you have like Guxing who can go to the front. You have Shisan who can open up with the World is my board, and then to just take care of the back. You have Nuno there, so just to give a bit of knockup to buy a little bit more time for everyone to like, hey, turn back and see that maybe Son is in trouble. And even Sean as well. Okay, double death at sunset, one to go in, one to turn back. So Team Secret, they do have options around that. So it's really down to timing on how DT Gaming is to be able to bait out as many skills as possible before executing things like backstabbing.
Yeah, I mean, that backstab was perfect. I mean, Sun dying there completely shifted everything, right? He had a net worth lead over like 500 gold over Chiche, and he was doing well, but the fact that he was dead for so long, and, you know, by that play by Clutchman, I mean, this is exactly what they want to do. They want to prioritize Sun as much as possible. And again, while we've kind of seen Sun not have the greatest of games against Loong, I don't know what it is. It just, I mean, his positioning is generally very good with all the other heroes, but it just seems like with Loong, he tends to be a little bit more over-aggressive, getting a little bit out of position, thinking that he has the infinite vastness. But when you're controlled like that truth coming in, I mean, you're pretty much, you don't have any sort of way to get out.
Yeah, I guess that also depends like on the whole macro play, right? Like how you position yourself in a certain situation, and that's very subjective. There's no one way of explaining like, oh, you need to be here, you need to be there, and so on. So it really depends. But in general, if we were to talk about like a Loong's position, obviously you have to always stay clear of like frontal approaches of melee heroes, like even like the Dharma, and you must always be prepared with your infinite vastness to escape when needed. And that's where Nuno will play a big role of making sure he always has his infinite vastness when it comes to team fights.
Yeah. I mean, not only that, but you have to just be ready. Just constantly spam it when anytime you get sort of controlled. Because you are so squishy. If they catch you out like a single time, you're going to die, just like what we saw. And again, you need to stay alive at this stage. It's way more important for a farm laner because, again, his positioning needs to be flawless. He needs to be in the back end very well protected. He needs to be, like, worried of every single potential ambush spot from CM.
Yeah, and let's not forget about, like, if you talk about like control, right? How, with the control itself, if they really want to target down the Sun, they can. Just keep him in check, control him, burst him down, don't allow him to play. But will he be the primary target? Or do you want to set control for maybe like Shisan?
Oh, Sun going in, gets aggressive, the Flaming Palm. The Infinite Vastness is potentially going in, but he gets the pick off with the Dragon, and it looks like they're going to take the mid T1. They're going to continue on forward. Zunzun just trying to hold the fort, hold the line, and he will, with the mid T1 taken out, but he loses his jungle.
Again, objective gameplay by Team Secret. We took out the tower. We see that the blue buff is up at the top. Let's take that blue buff, and let's move on with life. So Team Secret, again, they know their objective, but looks like Team Secret will need to defend this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zunzun was trying to be aggressive, even with a wild win, but Guxing gets the smite, ensure that he gets this one. The Tyrant now going to be the next big target. Not the Shadow variant, but still Team Secret looking to find this, and it's very aggressive on that front. They do take the Tyrants out. Guxing being a little bit even more aggressive, just trying to, again, put this map control on.
Yeah, absolute map control right now by Team Secret at the bottom, but do keep an eye on Mr. Clutchman at the top. He's thinking about something sneaky there, but there's still like one wave or maybe the next wave before he's able to touch the tower, depending on how fast he can clear this one. But he decided to just leave this because the comms is that, okay, Team Secret clear out the bottom jungle, now they're heading towards the top for sure. So he does not have that space to do that split push yet. DT Gaming, again, if they want to split push, they have fight on time.
They have him locked down. Guxing, oh, they find him. That was the perfect play from Hao, waiting in that brush. Thought that Guxing was going to get out of position, got caught out.
Wow, okay, that was very, very quick execution there. The comms was on point for DT Gaming to truly catch one. And that's what Hao needs to do from time to time to get those single pickoffs, so that Team Secret won't have that level of aggression that they would have wanted playing as a 5.
Yeah, and Guxing, I mean, he's actually the tankiest one, but it didn't really seem like that. DTE have a decent amount of damage, and again, he probably should have been doing this from level 4 on. Team Secret, if you're looking at that lineup, kind of squishy. Anyone that gets caught out could just potentially get bursted. They need to be very careful of how they proceed and understanding that Hao could be, again, in any of those brushes.
I'm also wondering when will we see like a big team fight from Team Secret, because their team fight potential is really, really high. I mean, you got double Dead and Sunset, or you can have a double Infinite Fastness. But Team Secret, they're not interested to take like, okay, 5-on-5 team fights. They're just going objective after objective. If they don't get the kills, it's okay. That's why they only have 1 kill right now as compared to ETE.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take the Tyrant here. I think Team Secret are playing it the smart way, right? They don't need to be overly aggressive, understanding that at the end of the day, they just need to just ensure that they take all the big neutrals, stay in the lead, and then once they get that critical mass of those items that they want, then Juan can really start making those plays once he's tanky enough and is able to do the damage, because DTE's lineup, there's a lot of, squishier guys. If he gets on top of them with those Death and Sunsets that you were alluding to earlier, this is a perfect time, but right now is not it. They just need a little bit more before they go in.
Yeah, and speaking about squishy, right? So Gushing is starting to not be as squishy as before, now that they have the Blood Rage on him. Xuan got a Blood Rage as well, so they have 2 players who is able to absorb a decent amount of damage. So that's where DT Gaming, they must be aware of what sort of items that Team Secret has right now in order not to like execute the wrong control onto the wrong hero. But look at the farm lane side. CM is just doing CM things right now, doing that split push, knowing that DT Gaming probably don't stand a good chance if they were to do a 5-on-5 head-on with Team Secret. Doing what CM is doing with that split push is great.
No, look, if you're a viewer and you're watching at home and you're kind of seeing exactly what CM is doing with this split push, it's perfect. If you're losing the game, you need to create space in the outside lanes and put pressure there so that Team Secret have to react to you. They're going to go in with the furball, the board has been set up, BB's going to have to go with his passive. The Conductor of Souls onto Gushing, and now Zunzun's going to be focused. The Death and Sunset looking for the back line, but Zunzun's being targeted. He gets picked off eventually, and Gushing finds it, but the truth going in. Is it too little, too late? Shisa limping away. CM is not able to get any of the kills. They don't have the stun going. Preston gets the pick off onto BB. 3 members down. He's got a double, and it looks like DTE, How, and CM will again just like limp away.
Oh, I love the coordination of Team Secret in that fight. How they engage, disengage, re-engage again. That was brilliant. It all started with Xuan wanting to go all the way to the back line with his Death and Sunset, try to catch Cheche. But then How was there to control him. And Cheche was like, okay, I'm safe right now. Deals 3 damage onto Xuan, forcing Xuan to just turn back all the way. And then the
they got him with the truth. He goes in and instantly deleted. Finds Shisa CM. Oh, with the plays.
Oh man, they are just, now they're both starting to like, okay, if we have opportunity to take fights, we will take it. We can see the level of boiling blood from both sides right now, including DTE. It's like they know what sort of advantage that they have right now. They have decent map control. If only they can continue to get pickups like this, then maybe they can snowball against Team Secret.
Like, look, Team Secret's lineup are squishy. If he's able to find them out and they're left alone, it's going to be very easy for them to do that. Team Secret, again, understanding that, hey, this is a weakness of our lineup. We need to stick together. We need that buddy system. Nobody walks home alone, right? We're going to hold hands. We're going to just kind of ensure that we do stay alive because, again, that's the key for them. They need to just kind of push down towers. And DTE, once Zunzun is getting online and he has a 200 gold lead over Gushing, this is a potential game ender.
Oh, look at how Gushing is just face checking JJ all the way behind, making sure that he does not have a comfortable spot just to deal free damage. But at the back,
oh, they're going in. Oh, they're trying to go in. There was a threat, but it was more of just a farce more than anything else. They're going to be happy with that bottom T3. CM again pushing in the top lane though.
Yeah, he's just doing CM things at this moment, right? Because again, like they cannot take like 5v5 fights. 5v5 fights, Team Secret has a lot more control, and now he is going to take the top tower down, and they will be able to at least equalize 1 lane with Team Secret.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. The way CM is playing right now, the fact that you've opened up the door, now you have a Giants gaping hole in your base. This is a potential. Now Zunzun looking to go for the Tyrant. It's about half-life. The board is going to be set in. They're going to throw in Furball, but no, Zunzun will get the Tyrant. He's got the path of passing, and the Infinite Fast is potentially going aggressive. Yet again, Sun all the way up in front. He gets picked off yet again. How gets the kill on this one, but Secha is going to be killed in return. So the farm laner for farm laner, How is going to be killed as well. And now Zwan looking to go in, but with 2 members surviving from DTE, they're going to limp, but this is a potential game-ending push.
Oh, yes, it will definitely be, but maybe they'll be able to defend.
Focus. Oh, they're going in. CM just trying to knock him up, but CM has to back off. He's solo. He gets back to the fountain. Now Zunzun just barely saving alive, but they don't have the minion wave, and Team Secret have to fall back.
It's not over till Holler sings, ladies and gentlemen. And please don't. But oh man. But you know the weather is kind of hard. I mean, we could use some help. But look at the defense by DTE, right? 2 players, their objective is, okay, let's just clear out the minions. The minions are cleared, we're all good people. Because at the same time, CM, he already cleared off the Clash lane side, and that's what gives them a second lifeline now.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look, DTE being able to hold that one was huge. Understanding that all they need to do is kill the minions, and they would have an opportunity to stay alive in this game. DTE did a great job, Zunzun and CM, that control. And again, CM is an absolute beast on this Dharma. The fact that he was able to kind of go in, do as much damage as he did, but stay alive, that is the most important thing for CM.
Yeah, and I did like what Swan did in that earlier fight as well. Like, he just went all the way to the back line, tried to just shoo away JJ. Zunzun was protecting JJ, but it's not about getting the kills. It's just about zoning them. As long as as he's able to zone them out, it's as good as him getting those kills because he does not allow them to be involved in fights.
Yeah, not able to get in, but look at Team Secret. They're trying to get everyone involved. Look at CM on the potential rear attack. He's looking for that flank. Zunzun is still up in front. The board is going to be set. The T3, How is already getting picked off. Infinite Vastness, Sun looking to go aggressive again. He goes right on the Chicha. He's the target. He wants to get the pick. BB gets picked off. Finally finds him out, but CM makes him pay. Sun is going to be killed, and Zunzun still the raid boss. Finds Xuan, kills him. Sage's Sanctuary. CM still up in front. Xuan gets killed a second time with the Seer State, and Zunzun, how do they deal with this raid boss still up in front, chasing them out? Gushing looking to go for this one. He's at half-life. CM looking to fight. They've got the board set up. He goes Formlessness through this one. Team Secret, 3 members up, and it looks like they're gonna just do a little housekeeping. The crystal is still up.
So this is the thing, right? They need to keep CM in check at this stage of the game because you can expect CM to do CM's things. Come in from behind, comes in with a clutch, and CM, I was just looking at the guy. He's just looking for the easiest target for him to get a quick kill. And he found Son, trying to run away, no infinite fastness, and it became an easy target for CM. And the moment they took out Son, they took out one of the biggest damage dealers. And that's where DTE came in. They could defend their ground. So brilliant defense again by DTE and great move by CM.
Yeah, but look at Sun again on the loom, being aggressive, using the Infinite Vastness to go way further than he needs to be. He needs to be on the back line, just shooting from afar. But if he's all the way up in front and DT, you're like, oh, okay, actually our food is going to come to us as opposed to we go for them, right? And for that hunt. And they find Sun out, they get the pick off, and Team Secret is not able to close the game because he's died a number of times, 4 times already this game.
Oh man, that's not the best of stats. And I'm observing whether Team Secret has learned from their last lesson. This time they did. Look at the mid lane there. That is where Xuan is being CM is being face checked by Xuan.
Oh,
so
it reset.
As long as they get,
it reset.
Resets.
Oh, it's slowing it down.
Maybe?
But this is a little bit more time.
Oh!
Over the wall with the Path of Bouncing Smite. He takes this one out. The top lane is pushing, and DTE are finding ways to get back in this game.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Sun came in with the steal. Okay. Now, this is starting to get worrying for Team Secret. We know their track record of late games. It's not the best. And DTE Gaming, they know how to make comebacks here. I'm just putting it out there, right? That maybe this is the best chance for DTE.
I mean, look, this is, the more time that passes, DTE is definitely going to be favored. Team Secret have no answers for it. Zun, who's 1-1-3. Yes, it's kind of mediocre at that stage, but he's gotten to the point where he's critical mass. He is this raid boss. They've struggled to take any sort of damage or to deal with him. And look at how Zun is just chasing Gushing back. Gushing has no answers.
Oh man, they're starting to be real sweaty now, right? So the next objective is going to be huge for both sides. It's still going to be hard to tell. But then again, Team Secret, what they did well as of now is to keep CM in check. And they must always remember that CM potentially might come in from the back. The Tempest is going to be really important. And look at CM's position again. He might do it again.
He's looking for that flank, and this is the perfect approach to this one, because it looks like everybody's coming from the south. Zun looking to go in, but they find CM, and now CM is like, oh crap, now I have to skirt away. But the Tempest Dragon potentially open. Half-life at this point. Team Secret looking to go in. They can throw in the Furball. The Death at Sunset on the back. He's been controlled. Oh, how with the perfect control. The Infinite Vastness is going to be used aggressively. Shizan has been the first to fall. Sage's Sanctuary going to be used on this one. He goes for the passive. JJ gets picked off. Juan still up in half. He's going to look to go for Hao, who goes golden, but Sun has been killed. Zun just too much, chasing it down. CM and Zun, the championship duo, has done quite well. They've controlled him. They do the damage, but do they have enough to kill Juan? That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary for him. And now Zun on the chase. It looks like Juan will survive, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
Oh man, it's so sweaty. Team Secret, they had no choice. They have to cut off JJ from the fight. But they expended so many resources onto JJ early on. They expended like what, at least 2 or 3 outs just to try to get JJ. And even that, it took them forever for them to take down JJ, allowing the other members of DTE to deal with the backline of Team Secret. So this is the thing. That's one. Second thing in that fight is that CM, yes, it's great that Team Secret face checks CM to know exactly where he is. But they also sent like what, 2 or 3 players to try to chase down CM, and that left their backline kind of bare. So they also have to be aware of their resources expanded if they want to commit onto something.
Yeah. And the Death at Sunset right onto CM. They have the knockup with that Meteor kill, but they don't have the follow-up damage. But look, one thing to take note of is Sun has been using the Infinite Vastness aggressively. He's looking for that to do damage, the AoE damage on the team. I think that is the improper way to use the Loom. I think that you need to just do your damage, focus fire, get the flaming palms off more than anything else with that burst, and then anytime you're potentially jumped on, that's when you use it to get out of jail.
Okay, now DT, they'll be busy defending their base. So maybe Team Secret will start the Tempest. Okay, they will. But DT won't let it go easy.
I mean, Zun is always there. He's got that path of passing if he wants to go for this one. The potential wraparound. It looks like Juan's going to go in for this. He's going to maybe control. They have the damage. And Steer State will get the pick off on a Juan. And Zun is going to be killed as well. They've got 3 members down. Zun with a double. Looking to turn this. And Zun is so low. Needs to be careful. He's going to recall back, but they need to fix the lanes more than anything else right now.
Exactly. Because of that, they don't have the time to go for the Tempest. The Tempest is still open. Oh man, I mean, if only their lanes are clear, but they're still going for it.
I mean, I think you, with a 5-on-3 advantage, a 5-on-2, excuse me, you have that. This is the time. You have a huge power play. Everybody's been pushed back, and it looks like DTE are going to take the Tempest Dragon.
Oh, and they will lock that in. Okay. Now DTE, they just need to manage all their lanes, wait for the Tempest Dragon to be activated, and then they'll start to take the fight against Team Secret. But now we're starting to see that, okay, earlier we talked about like Team Secret, they have better team fight capabilities. But now DT Gaming, they have scaled to the point that, well, we're ready to take fights because we can absorb all those skills from Team Secret, forcing them to expand those skills just to either try to get JJ, or maybe even using it on Suzu, or maybe overly chasing CM.
I mean, look, this is the only opportunity, I would say, for DTE being able to push it out, considering all the T3s have been taken out, right? All the lanes were pushing on them, and DTE haven't even taken the mid T1. It's 24 minutes into the game, and yet DTE have still made, I mean, yes, you've kind of pushed in the top lane, but not taking the mid lane at this point. This is a huge potential difficulty or a huge hurdle for DTE to get over.
Yeah, and Team Secret, they know that, right? Protecting the mid lane as much as possible, control is going to be their main objective. And so far, they're doing so well. Yeah, they should be able to clear. Oh man, but they lost the tower. But it's fine, that's fine. They still have T2 in the middle. But now they have to think of the other lanes as well.
Yeah, and look, Zunzun's still up in front. The Vanguard already easily vanquished at this stage. Zunzun is becoming a problem. He's 4-1-4. Again, no answers. They haven't been able to figure it out because Sun, I mean, he's the damage dealer. He's been killed early in every single team fight, so they're not giving Team Secret much of a chance.
Oh, okay, I'm trying to think of like Team Secret's winning condition right now. They must be able to do with the backline no matter what. JJ cannot get a free pass here. So that means that Team Secret, they need to commit a lot of skills towards the backline. And they must make sure that the burst damage is targeted on the JJ. Deal with him as quickly as possible, then you refocus onto everyone else. But at the same time, they have to always space check CM because CM is still looking for the opportunity at the back.
Yeah, but I mean, it's easier said than done. I mean, JJ's positioning, look at how perfect he is. He's kind of in the back, let Zunzun provide all that vision and that space. I mean, yes, they want to set up the board. They're trying to go, but Team Secret are like actually using this defensively more than anything else. They don't really have much of a chance going in for this. Shishan taking a decent amount. JJ looking for that wild win, not able to get the final snipe in, but Nuono is still up in front with those minions, and it looks like that bottom T3 will hold.
And one more thing about JJ, not only his positioning, he always has Hao with him. So if you send only one player, let's say you send Xuan to the back, Hao will just pop the control on the Xuan and then he can't do much from there. So you need to have at least two players. And that's where I guess to explain your point about Son using the Infinite Bastards to go onto the back line, that's because Team Secret, they need to send at least two because one of them will be controlled, at least the other one is still able to do whatever they need to just disrupt JJ.
Yeah, but I just don't like, I mean, I think Gushing needs, oh, the front, they've got the control on the Sunset, the Blood Rage, turning it around. They have the control on him, Dejuan, but the Death at Sunset used instantly. He gets on back to safety. Team Secrets, it looks like they're gonna just stay alive, but that Tempest Dragon is up. CM was not in the fight though.
Yeah, CM is busy clearing the lanes, and I guess they didn't really plan for that fight. It was Team Secret bringing it out to them. But the good news for DTE is that they still retain all 5 players. As long as they have all 5 players, anything can happen. But now the minions are pushing in.
I mean, this is a potential. No, Zunzun actually does a U-turn. He's just like, oh crap, I gotta actually protect the base. The Tempest Dragon, not a real potential threat, that is, from Team Secret. Yes, they'll try to force it down. I mean, just to kind of start them, but it's more to kind of get DTE out of their base because it looks like all 5 members need to kind of stay alive at this stage.
Oh, they're struggling right now to clear. They need more manpower here, and that's where BB came back. But that also means that Team Secret will have this free for themselves.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take this one. Sun going again, aggressive with that Infinite Bastion. Sun's on a little bit a little low. He's going to use the Blood Rage, but it looks like he's going to just kind of limp away. BB and Hao are both down already.
CM?
They've got the control, and they shut down CM. Sage's Sanctuary on his Zunzun, gets the pick off on his side, but he finally dies. They get the pick, and Team Secret looks like they've done it. It took them forever to do so, but Team Secret with the Tempest Dragon will take game 2.
Man, and it's an ace towards DT Gaming by Team Secret. Whew, that was a sweaty match, Holler. That was insane. It could have gone either way. But what helped Team Secret towards the end is the fact that they got all the towers from DTE, and that sends the super minions in all the lanes, forcing DTE to come back. They realized that, oh, 1 player is not enough. 2 is not enough. They have to send at least 3 players to clear off the lanes, to clear off the minions. If not, it would have been a minion game, and that will allow a freebie to Team Secret to get the Tempest, and everything just snowballed from there towards the end.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty much it. That was a perfect synopsis of just what happened, right? Just being able to break that one down. I mean, finally, like Team Secret, look, there were so many times where at the top of the mountain and they just fell down many times, right? And there were moments where like, oh, are they able to close this game out? I mean, look at Team Secret finally doing it. But look, Gushing 4-1-11, just staying alive. That was the biggest factor. The fact that he was always in the fight of and just kind of providing all that control was actually key for Team Secret here.
Yes, his role was very important to keep JJ alive. Whenever they, from Team Secret, wants to jump onto JJ, like he's always there to provide the control. Sometimes even preemptively he does that. He sees like, okay, somebody's halfway, okay, control comes in. Or maybe Death at Sunset goes away to the back. The moment that Xuan lands, control. So for me, how he actually did a very, very good job of trying to keep JJ as alive as possible. But yeah, it's all really down to like the whole team play and situation base, right? If they still had like their towers intact, like maybe at most give them one lane, then the fight might still continue on. But because they don't have the towers at all, the super minions is just so strong at pushing them back, then it was so hard for DTE.
Yeah, to be honest, I did not expect that at game 2 to be like, okay, the reason why DTE Gaming lost is because they didn't have enough wave clear. They couldn't just deal with the onslaught that was coming at them. I mean, yeah, you've taken out all the T3s, you have super minions crashing in every lane. It's going to be tough. But with this lineup from DTE, I was kind of like, okay, once they get that late game, they should be fine. I mean, JJ is doing this insane amount of damage with 160,000. Junton was that raid boss. BB was all that control, as well as CM making some clutch plays. But in the end, Team Secret understanding that perfect window of opportunity with all the lanes pushing, making it difficult for DTE Gaming to clear and to get out of their base and to contest. Perfectly timed by Team Secret.
Yeah, and I think we can summarize that as Team Secret in this series. They're very objective. They know that, okay, as long as we get all the towers in, we get all the buffs in, we control the jungle, we're cool. We don't really need to force every single fight. Now, of course, there were some sweaty moments here. So if we were to look at the graph here, at some point, DTE managed to defend like twice against Team Secret. And that's where the graph started to go up. And it looked like, hey, maybe DTE can do it. They even got the Tempers for themselves, the first Tempers, in fact. But then again, the lays were just too shoved in for DT to just continue that momentum.
Yeah, look, I mean, going into this one, you're kind of like, oh, net worth is not the end-all be-all, right? I think that, you know, Team Secret understanding that if we stay true to the objectives, find out where those openings are, and then capitalize on them. And yes, it was very sweaty, it was very close, but this is the kind of game that I think Team Secret are going to come out much better on, because they were like, we're able to close it out in a perfect way. But of course, the MVP is going to be Nuo 2-1-12. I mean, it's a little underrated, and you don't always see the celestial melodies that he's, clicking on to all the other teammates. But man, when he was doing it, he was doing a great job and ensuring that the right one was getting it so that they would survive.
Dude, he can change his name from No to Yes right now, because this guy was the heartbeat of them all. And he had like, what, at least 3 different boyfriends to choose. I mean, 3 different other heroes to choose from. To give this Celestial Melody to. So he did the right choices. Sometimes it's Infinite Bastard. Sometimes it's a Death at Sunset. Sometimes it's the World is My Board. But not too much on the World is My Board, because they know that they need to go to the backline. Now, checking out the best moments here, we always see How. He's so in control of protecting JJ. And I'm very sure that we'll see it more in the later highlights as well. But this first highlight just shows that how important he is to protect JJ. But Team Secret, because they have Nuno that's able to refresh outs, that's why they just, okay, sure, you control me, fine. I said I can either send another player, or I can just use another out just to try to chase JJ.
Yeah, he was clutch, definitely. I mean, just ensuring that he just tried to stay alive. And JJ, I mean, like, he had all the farm, he had all the damage, the items, that everything you would want, but it just didn't seem like he had as much of an impact. It was kind of tough because he was focused on Juan and Sun were just going all in, trying to find him and target him down. Because again, the rest of DTE kind of crumbles when you have just Zunzun by himself. And look at this control. This is that team fight. This is that a potential one where they actually get the victory. CM fighting 1 versus 5, impossible for him. And then Team Secret just snowball from there, making things very difficult for DTE to kind of come back after this one.
Yeah, and the rest was history after that. The moment they got that ace at the very, very end of this fight. Of course, if you get an ace by that stage, then, well, you can push it to the end, and that's how Team Secret won. What a interesting game, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1. Whew. And it could have gone either way. We could have gone game 3, but Team Secret at least this time they found a way to close the game.
Yeah, finally. I think that was the biggest thing, right? I think that it's going to be key for Team Secret to really build off of this. This is a huge confidence boost of being able to find that out. But let's go to the interview. I believe we have Team Secret's Nuo on cue.
Yeah, so we're going to speak with Nuno soon, right? So, man, and of course he's the MVP. We're going to get some words from him as well. Yeah, I mean, this is also, in general, I would say, setting the tone for Team Secret to prepare themselves for the play-ins later on. But without further ado, we're going to speak to Nuno, ladies and gentlemen. So let's send it to Nuno. Nuno, here we go.
Congratulations, Nuo, on that victory. Very well done. You were the MVP of that game too. Your Celestial Melodies and your control were very good. Congratulations again. But going into this one, like, what is the atmosphere of the team in Team Secret going into the playoffs now?
Currently is the atmosphere of Team Secret currently is quite good. The vibe is good.
Okay.
All right, great vibes are important, surely, to push the team forward. And coming into this match, right? So we do see that the DTE, they are a strong team as well, and they are a rising threat. But do you see DTE yourself personally? Are they a rising threat, or are they just another step towards the play-ins?
For me, it's no.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so for the play-ins, though, if you could choose between any of those teams from 3rd through 6th place, which team do you want to face in the first round of the play-ins?
I don't mind. I don't mind the opponents. Any team.
Every team. Any team
every
in
team.
particular, you're like, this is an easy one. I want to go for them.
I think no, every team can come to us.
Okay.
Wow. He say, bring it on, my man, bring it on. All right. So would you like to say something to your fans out there who have been supporting Team Secret all the way back then and throughout the course of the MKL?
Please keep supporting Team Secret. Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Nuno, on your MVP, and of course, the series win. We expect big things out of you guys in the play-ins. Good luck in the future. Thank you so much, Nuno.
Well, he doesn't mind. He doesn't matter. Whoever we're going to face later in the play-ins, it doesn't matter. Man, I like the confidence of Team Secret right now, and I think that resonates with what he said at during the first question about the vibe of the team. Like they're feeling the vibes now.
Yeah. No, actually, after that game, I think that mentally you got to be like, oh my gosh, that was taxing, right? Getting into that one and, to going into a 28-minute game, very close. And I'm sure the stress was on, the adrenaline was pumping, everything, right? Was super high in that sense. And then going into this one and be like, hey, who do you want to play next? Is be like, I don't even know where I am right now. Like, what just happened, right? I just got the victory. That's all I care about. So again, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not his frame of mind, but it could potentially be there, considering that was a crazy series.
Yeah, so we got to give a bit of an update to everyone, right, on our current standings. Well, obviously at the top, nothing has changed. So BSE, Nova, number 1, number 2, and then you have AG at number 3. Number 4 currently is O2 Esports. But between Team Secret and DTE Gaming, because Team Secret, they won against DTE Gaming. Now, based on the head-to-head, Team Secret, they are above DTE Gaming now.
Yeah. Look, we were going to say that every single match was going to be important. And getting into that one, now you're not playing AG Global, potentially, at least for now. And then you're going up against O2 Esports. That's what it's looking like, again, just today and after that first match. And we still have plenty of more games to find out where things are going. But it also has ramifications even into the later stages of the playoffs, if you're facing BSE or Nova Esports. So every single rank, super key. And getting that one, again, a huge confidence boost for Team Secret.
Yeah. And things could change because tomorrow both DTE and Team Secret will have games as well. But to speak about games, after this is going to be another big one here. O2 Esports versus AG Global. And O2 Esports, of recent, they have been doing a bit of giant slaying here and there. So let's see what they can come up against AG.
Yeah, look, that one's going to be a crazy one. Again, the ranking for third and fourth still potentially up in the air. I mean, fifth and sixth hasn't gone away. It really is going to come down to these final games to see how the ranking is really going to show up and then where people are going to be. It's going to be key going into this one, because especially since AGG have kind of faltered against some of the bigger teams, but we're going to have to find out. It's going to be the second series of the day. We will be right back.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cintamu nimu. Rakan muda, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Hi, fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! On this
Packing stinks. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba kita menimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High, fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
We are back for the second series today in the MKL Spring Season 2025, ladies and gentlemen. We're still here with you as the storytellers. My name is Circla, together with my buddy here, Caller. And next up, it's going to be O2 versus AG. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Look, I think that this is going to be a key one, right? To kind of set the stage as of where people are going to be in the play-ins. I mean, we already know that Blackshire Esports and Nova Esports are going to be 1 and 2, but where does everyone else fall, right? I think it's going to be key going in because literally anyone could be jumping up over one of the other teams at this stage. It's almost anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about their last matchup when they met is that O2 actually 2-0'd AG Global in their last meeting here. Handsomely, that is. In game one, that time it was pretty fast, like 13 minutes and they're done with the game. So they know how to keep AG in check. But AG themselves, they need to rise back up to the occasion. Considering yesterday when they went up against Nova, let's just say it wasn't their best showing.
Yeah, definitely wasn't their best. I mean, they kind of struggled. I mean, look, when you're going against Nova Esports or Black Shoe Esports, teams will generally struggle because they understand how to dictate the pace of the game and they just control it, right? It makes it tough. But I'm looking more onto the O2 Esports side, the fact that they had to 2-1 Todak. But let's check out the lineup here. This one is also going to be an amazing game because it, again, sets the stage for the play-ins for that third and fourth slot.
Yeah, and O2 represented by K1, Gongling, Care, X1, and White. AG represented by Saber, Yulong, Dowhead, JD, and PHY. And like what you mentioned, right? So O2 they 2-1 Atoda just yesterday. So they're on the high right now. They're riding on momentum. So who knows? Potentially they might bring this momentum towards AG. But let's not forget about AG having the experience playing in international stages. They know how to deal with this sort of pressure.
Yeah, look, it's all about pressure at this stage and just setting yourselves up for success, right? Like getting into that third slot would be a huge momentum boost going into those play-ins and then carrying that on. And you are the top dog, so to speak, of that play-ins, especially in that first round. You got to survive. You want that highest seed to potentially play, quote unquote, the lower seeds, the weaker teams, to give yourself a better chance in these playoffs.
Yeah, and AG, they also need to be aware of like players like Gongling, who has been showing up for his team. And just to put things into perspective as well, Gongling is now one of the highest regular season MVP collectors. So if they want to try to find one person or one player to shut down, it has to be Gongling. And speaking about Gongling, we're going to compare Gongling together with Yulong, the two junglers between these two amazing teams.
Yeah, and look, I want to talk about MVPs because if you're looking at those, I mean, yes, Konglin has 7, Yulong has 4, but it seems like O2, their playstyle has been kind of, funneling all that farm into Konglin, letting the man work. I mean, there's a reason why he's got the highest KDA in this head-to-head, 4.5 to 3. The GPM a little bit low. Yulong, again, AG doing the other thing where they're funneling their farm laner as much as possible, but the Shadow Overlord kills at 9 to 5. Getting those steals has been Konglin's bread and butter, so to speak. The kill participation, a bit of a wash, 71 to 66%, but a slight edge going the way of Konglin.
Yeah, and I do like especially the fact that the Shadow Overlord kills do favor Gongling a lot more as compared to Yulong. In essence, the jungler is to secure the objective. That's going to be his main role. Like, okay, if he's able to get in the kills, if he's able to tank, okay, that is the role that he will play throughout the entire game. But the key role, of course, is to secure objectives. So Shadow Overlord goes to the hands of Gongling. And let's not forget as well, Gongling, multiple MVPs here. The stats definitely do favor him as well. So he will be a very dangerous player for AG to consider how they're going to shut this guy down.
Yeah, I'm really glad you said that, the whole explanation of the role of the jungler, because I feel like I need to clip that and just send it to my jungler in all my ranked games so they know what to do, because they seem like they're headless chickens, just running around, just finding whatever farm they can, stealing my farm at the end of the day and not really taking the big neutrals. I'm sorry if I sound a little upset, because some of my ranked games have not been going well because of those junglers.
Yes, please. I feel you as a fellow support player as well. Like, we're always so dependent on jungle, like the Overlord is open, the Tyrant is there for like the past 50 minutes, like go for it. Yeah, please, people who like to play rank, please, especially the junglers, that's your objective.
Yeah. I mean, look, the jungler is like definitely one of the harder roles, and there's a reason why I'm not a jungler myself. I can't play it, but I feel like they need a little bit of guidance, a little shepherding, so to speak. I could be kind of like that sheepdog, just kind of ensuring that, hey, you're going in the right direction. This is, I'll even cheer you up. I'll even give you some, positive notes of encouragement in the chat. Whatever it takes to kind of ensure that you carry the game, but man, whatever it takes to win the game.
Well, looks like AG, they're going to do whatever it takes to win this game by picking Arlie is their first pick. Definitely a very strong one. I was half surprised that we didn't get to see an Arlie in the previous round, but that's fine. But we're still going to see the Mai, we're going to see Byron. All of these are really power picks. Now, considering that this is the first match, right? I do expect both sides to come in with a comfort, proven picks.
Yeah. Look, I love the fact that AG Global, the Arlie one first pick, and it kind of sets the tone. It actually doesn't kind of show your hand. AG going with a power pick, and we've seen AG Global do this before. The Princess Frost Leon combination is legit. It locks it down. The only concern between these two heroes right now is the fact that they're definitely on the squishier side.
Yeah, but because of their potential of controlling and also bursting a single target, it's great. So that might be a slight problem for slick heroes like the Mai especially. You're able to control, you're able to just burst Mai down. Mai will not be able to be as effective, even if you don't get the kill. If you're able to just run the Mai's health down to maybe 10%, it's already good enough that you force the Mai all the way back to heal before able to re-engage you again.
Yeah. I mean, the potential is definitely there. If they get that, that level 4 is going to be key for the Liang Saber, and just locking it down, and then having, Arlie or Princess Frost there just with that crowd control as well as that damage is going to be key. And setting, again, for those early picks, they want to do that. O2 Esports responding with the Liang Po to potentially break up this combo. And plus you have the Byron. So there's going to be a lot of control and, ways to kind of navigate. But is AG just able to just kind of get that pick off as quickly as possible?
Yes, and if we were to look at AG's draft as of now, they're pretty squishy. So they definitely need something really tanky. So I would expect the jungler to go a tank jungler. The Outgrand is still open. Even the Dune is open as well. So those are not bad picks. But if you want to keep the Dune for a potential Dune plus Dolia combo, you can go for the Outgrand as a priority pick. So perhaps that might be their best choice. But it's nothing wrong with going for the Dune anyway, because you still have a lot of other combos with Dolia in case you're planning that for game number 2. So perhaps that, but I would prioritize the Outgrand if I was AG Global.
Yeah. I mean, definitely Ogren is a potential hero for AG, especially with that lineup. The continuing on with just that lock-in, right? With the Liang. I really like that combination. It could do some serious damage. But it looks like they're going to go with the Mayin, Agudo, a nice little bruiser, very tank-centric lineup, and the control, which is going to be key in keeping everyone else alive on the backlines.
Yeah, so it's going to be important for Agudo to be able to buy the Blood Rage later on, because he will be the key tank for AG Global. O2 going for the Jing. Okay. So very assassin heavy, and I believe this is also their chance to try to control the Liang and Princess Boss combo, because they can only pick one. They can only control one. So maybe they want to control Jing, maybe they want to control Mai. They control either one. If they're both together in a fight, then the other person can be the counter to that combo.
Yeah. I mean, the potential is you have a lot of ways to kind of, pick your poison kind of thing. It might be tough. It's definitely not going to be easy for either of these squads going in. But now that we've known the draft, we know the players that are going to be playing them. Who do you give the edge to, Sir Cloud?
Oh man, based on the draft itself, I do like O2's draft a little bit more. Now, of course, for AG Global, yes, the Liang Princess Force combo is very good, but sometimes it's not scalable and it's very situational. But the fight in the middle, we might see First Blood.
Oh, they're gonna go on this one. They've got the control, and yes, he will give up First Blood, and this is a bit of a disaster for AG to start the game.
Ooh, and the fact that they gave away the First Blood by losing their farm laner, that's definitely not the best situation, but they're not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is just not great. I don't know why he was sticking around. I mean, JD needs to be a little bit safer on this one. Just too much. I mean, there's no point in taking that much risk, especially this early, right?
Yeah, so, plus the fact that you were going up against a tank, which is the Lampo, played by White. So it's not the best situation. You want to get your farm laner up to level 4 first, but sometimes it's maybe that sort of just lapse of situation, and they can always recover. It's only the First Blood, so it's not the end of the world yet. And we can see that AG Global, they're starting to switch things up. They're starting to send JD down to the farm lane, which is great because there was so much attention by O2 at some point in the middle.
Yeah. I think just let, JD go back to the bottom lane. Let him kind of deal with X1. I don't give a huge edge to any of these farm laners, but I think the biggest thing is just creating some space, like taking a little bit of tower pressure early by O2. Putting it on is going to be a bit of an issue for AG because again, you want to be more aggressive more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Gongling there waiting in the bush. He was hoping to be able to land a mirror domain in case any one of them were low, but it's okay. They're not in a rush, and from what we learned throughout the MKL, playing it objectively is very, very important. You don't need to make those tower dives if you don't really need to. So as long as you're able to keep this pace, they have a 1k goal lead against AG Global, that's fine. Keep that one up, and let's see what happens during the first Tyrant fight.
Yeah, and while Konglin was waiting around, he was going for the potential gank. Still a little wasted effort if you didn't get anything out of that, right? It was unsuccessful in that attempt. And Yulong is kind of taking a little bit of a lead in terms of this net worth and trying to, again, when your space is given, you got to take it. And it looks like, Yulong will just happily take whatever farm he can get at this point. But Konglin, again, he is your lifeblood. He's pretty much your carry in that sense. You got to get him that farm, and he needs to be busy and just kind of putting a presence in all the different lanes.
Yeah, so let's see if you'll be able to do more jungle invasions. Just try to put the pressure onto AG Global because both sides are not really doing that, and I can understand because we're getting close into the first Tyrant. But for O2 Esports, okay, if they're able to really suppress JD down here and maybe get another kill, then the Tyrant will be way open for them. Let's speak about the Tyrant.
Oh, they got Care. He has to actually dash away. He does get the safety. K1 not in a great spot, though. He's stuck in the wild growth. He's going to go down. The Tremor Smash onto one, but now White is getting focused. X1 has been picked off as well. 3 members down from O2.
Oh, okay, so this is AG starting to crawl back, and they might get a very early mid tower.
Oh, Care. He wants to go in for this one. Into the enemy team of 5 members, and somehow nobody dies on that one, but they were under tower, which is, again, a very precarious situation.
And Character Blue is flash. Oh, man. O2, they won't give up without a fight. Still, the objective, the first Tyrant, goes to AG Global. But I guess what Care was kind of thinking is that, okay, he really wants to protect his mid tower. That's why he took a little bit of risk there, knowing that he also has that flash. And true enough, he got out to safety, he protected the mid tower, that is fine. It was almost at what cost? I mean, if it worked, it worked. Great move, right? But if it didn't, then it would have been devastating.
Yeah. It's a lot of risk just to protect that mid T1. And don't get me wrong, it is definitely the most important objective on the map. And keeping that alive as much as possible. And there's a reason why Care, was going all in for this one and protecting it. He somehow made it work, but it was a lot of risk.
Absolutely right. I was scared, okay, imagine if he gets controlled underneath the tower, that's it. But top?
Oh, they find him. He's going to be under the tower, though. Carry just kind of dash away. If anything, they're going to put pressure on this top T1. But Konglin is there. They're invading in O2 Esports, finding ways to get back in. And again, being aggressive, taking over the enemy jungle.
All right, they tell themselves that, hey, if we can't get your mid tower, we'll get your top tower first. And now they will have access into the top jungle, which is great for them. But in the middle, AG, they're waiting by the side.
Yeah, they're going to wait for this one. White still up in front. I mean, Yulong is just so tanky. Oh, they've got the control. This is the moment. The level 4, the domain on top, but White is going to be killed. Saber is so low. Kara is getting focused in. He gets picked off. Yulong with a double. They turn this around, but PHY does go down.
Oh, man, the control, the combo onto White. Okay, some people might be like, oh, why do you throw everything onto the tank? But let's remember, this is still at a fairly early stage. So as much as he's a tank, he is not as tanky yet. So if any opportunity arises at this stage for them to control, for them to take down White, put focus onto him, this is the moment to do it. And they did absolutely just that. And that's where AG Global, they have access to take another kill out of O2 Esports.
Yeah, not only that, but also the fact that they're not controlling White, he could potentially Tremor Smash and just break up the combination. So you might as well take your early picks. It's going to be helpful, especially getting the snowball going. I mean, yes, net worth lead is minimal at this stage, but again, you'll take whatever kill you can get at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And plus, they are snowballing right now. They have the confidence, 5-2. Though the net worth is not that much of a difference yet, but because you have that momentum, you have that confidence, well, you're ready to take down anyone. And that's just showing that they have that confidence. But that might change later when it comes to the mid stages, when he already has his items in, he's a little bit more tankier. That's where we'll see if AG Global change their targeting strategy to someone squishier, like maybe Care or Gong Ling.
Yeah, I think best case scenario is finding Kong Lin if they're able to find him out. Not the easiest. He's been very elusive in that regard. But again, AG understanding that, hey, it's not all about the kills at this stage. I mean, yes, they have 5 kills, but that net worth is only like 400 gold. It's not, something that O2 Esports is not able to overcome. They should be okay. They just need to slow the game down. Whereas Kong Lin, on the other hand, is just like, again, taking whatever farm and putting a little bit of pressure in that bottom lane there.
Yeah, and speaking about the bottom, they need to clear that up because in about 35 more seconds, we'll see the next Tyrant up. But Yulong, engage.
Oh, they're trying to go. The Trevor Smash on a 3. Oh, the first ram as well. PHY is down for the count. Mirror Domain kills the other. Saber is down. But now here comes a turnaround. They want to go for this one. Daohan with the control. On to X1. Gets it. He sacrifices his life. 3 members down. 3 members down from O2 as well. It's a 3 for 3.
And again, it is Gong Ling, Mr. MVP by O2 Esports, sealing a couple of kills for themselves. Well, it is a 50-50 trade. I would say it's kind of hard to tell, but I'm just trying to break the difference between the two, right? Okay, so AG Global, they got the channel, so maybe AG slightly won a little bit of that fight because they still retain Yulong, so that's fine, and they still retain JD, 2 of their top heroes that needs the farm in. So they have, it was a small skirmish win for AG Global, but not the most significant yet.
Yeah, not the most significant, but still a slight edge, I would say, for AG, because again, it's kind of opening things up. The fact that JD is still alive is going to be huge. They're taking the Tyrant at this stage, and again, AG, yeah, they might not be winning in terms of some of these towers and with that push, and especially in the top lane, but AG are finding ways to claw back into this game.
Yeah, interesting enough that they hit directly to the Tyrant right after that fight. So probably they know that, okay, O2, they're also busy with we need to clear off the lanes anyway. So for us to gather everyone to challenge for the Tyrant, we can't really do that. So there was a split moment of a window for AG to, if they don't take it that time, they won't be able to get it, or it won't be as easy to get it. And that's where AG, they were on point with that timing.
Yeah, super smart, right? Just understanding that just when things are open. Oh, he gets serious. Kong Lin takes a lot of damage. He's going to be backing off. But look, AG right now looking to just kind of make use of this map control that they've had. And again, Saber has that control if they potentially want to go for a gank. And this is why O2 Esports have to play a little bit more on the scared side.
But O2 Esports, can they afford to play on the scared side again? Because right now we're going to see the next Tyrant. But look at AG. They are in control of the mid lane right now. Even if they want to go for the Tyrant, they want to send 2 or 3 players towards the Tyrant. Like O2, they don't have real access now. But keep your eye at the top as well, the minions there.
Yeah. That was going to be a potential issue. Daohan is going to actually rotate to deal with this, but the Tyrant, reset. A little too scared at that point. I mean, O2 were coming, and the fact that the top lane was pushing, they had vision on Daohan. They knew they had the numbers advantage, O2, and that's why they were looking to take the fight.
Okay, now with the reset, everybody is also resetting at the same time. O2 Esports, they don't have Gong Ling with them yet, but Gong Ling is on his way. So he did a bit of split push there so that the minions will be shoved out, and AG Global, they'll be split.
Oh, the Trevor Smash connecting onto 2. They've got him. They got the pushback. They got PHY. He got picked up yet again, but Care is going to be killed. It's a mid laner for mid laner, and Yulong still up in this one. He's got the shield, just barely surviving. White is getting whittled. He's getting focused down. X1 trying to get the pick off. They trade, but JD Leicesters back. He gets the double on his way out to the afterlife, and it looks like K1 still standing. Yulong is going to back off.
Wow, the moment I heard the flash from White, and then we see the Tremor Smash, it's like, okay, O2 is just going all in. But O2, they lost 3 players in that fight. And that's because of JD getting a double kill. But now Daohan, now he's being sieged down, and Kong Ling, he wants control of the jungle.
Okay, looking to go. They got the control on the Lin. They have the damage, and they burst him down. Finally, Saber, patient as ever in that brush.
And this is something that we talk about, right? So one way to lock down like very mobile heroes like the Jane, like the Mai, is to have that single target lockdown. And what better than the combo of Saber and PHY? At the moment he got caught outside alone, that is clear opportunity for AG to get him, and the Tyrant was still up, so this is a freebie for AG.
Yeah, no way. I mean, especially with Konglin down, right? That was a huge window of opportunity, and AG made him pay. And there's a reason why, again, Liang, 5-3, 62% win rate in the MKL. They've made it work. They've got the control onto White. They get the burst, and he's going to be picked off. K1 looks to be next, and they do get that one as well. So 2 members down. AG finding picks.
And they're finding their momentum as well. So for Konglin and Care even, for them to be activated in a fight, O2 Esports, they have to bait out the control from Saber. They have to wait for that to happen. The moment they see that, okay, happen, okay, then they can go in. But if the control is not used yet, it's a very big risk. If even Konglin were to go in, being ambitious of wanting to try to get the backline, he will be controlled, he will be locked in, and he will be burst down.
Oh, they've got the control yet again. Right whenever it's on cooldown, they get yet another pick. They just don't have the control. They need White to ensure that he has the counter initiation with that Tremor Smash to potentially break it in. White looking to go in now. He's got the burst ram onto JD. The Tremor Smash does actually connect onto him. They have a little bit of control, but JD just eluding all of them. He does get back, but he's being chased. Konglin wants him, even committing the middle main. And JD, oh no, he gets picked off. Konglin with a flashy play catches him out.
Oh. And at the same time, while all of that was happening, there was a chase. Dowhead, he's still there. Oh man, while all that was happening, Dowhead was like, you know what, I will just disrupt your entire backline. And that's why we only see Konglin doing the chase alone, because Dowhead was still there. So AG Global, they know how to just zone, cut off the important heroes of O2 Esports. Yes, Konglin gets his kill, but at what cost?
Yeah, it might have been too much at that point. I mean, there was like what, 3 members down from O2, and being able to take this Overlord is huge. But if we're looking at kills again, 16-10. I mean, it seems like AGG are just kind of making those plays, but O2 have made some good moves. Getting the Vanguards here to essentially push on this one. Getting those towers will be key. But let's check out this replay here.
Yeah, I just want to put our attention to what Dowhead is actually doing. Well, it's at the minimap, he's all the way behind, and he's like, what, pulling 2 players towards him? And then Konglin is just chasing down like a typical assassin. So while that was happening, basically there were 2 fights during that matchup in that replay itself. But both sides eventually put it as a 50-50.
Yeah. Putting it in. Oh, they're going in for this one. He's got the Ruined and Care just going in, and they finally find Saber. They make him pay. Konglin don't get killed as well. So they're trading. Not the greatest. K1 still fighting on this one. Konglin again killed by JD. JD turning it up. He's got the double. Make it a triple, and it looks like he wants to get K1. That's a quadra kill, and now he's on the hunt. He wants next one. Give the man a team ace.
And they want it. Okay, next one, get away with this.
But no, they need to fix the base. I mean, the bottom lane is pushing. They have some housekeeping.
Okay, what are they going to do now? Do they want that? Okay, Dowhead onto X1.
Yeah, they find him X1. He's going to be pulled back, and they do. JD eventually gets it. They get the ace.
Oh, man. He was trying to buy as much time as possible. I can totally understand that, because he saw that, oh, okay, the waves are shoved in. Okay, I just need to buy enough time, but yeah, there's so little space that you can run from at the bottom if you're like already at that one corner. But with that ace, okay, so this is going to be a freebie for AG Global. They're going to get this, but they also have to remember, clearing off the lanes are important. You don't want all your towers struck down. If not, it would be a big issue at the late game.
Yeah, you got to fix the lanes. You got to do some housekeeping in that sense. You got to ensure that, hey, any sort of push, any sort of advance that we have, the lanes are in a proper spot. Konglin has to dash away. He will get to his teammates. He will be fine, but this Crimson Golem doesn't look like it's going to be going the way of O2 here.
Yeah, it will fall to the hands of AG. So right now, AG, they've actually fixed the lane. So they're in an okay position. At the same time, they actually already cleared off the top lane. So the pressure is onto O2 Esports on not to make a mistake. Now, we did see like in the past few fights, there was a off position by Care. When he was off position, Saber was there, caught him with the control, and then he got taken out. So O2 Esports, again, they need to find a way to bait out the control. And the best hero to try to bait out the control is going to be White. So White has to make the engagement, force out the control, and then everyone from O2 jumps in.
Yeah, I mean, that's like
Here
the
we go.
best case scenario. There's that control. They got him onto White. They baited him out. The burst ram, the turnaround. PHY has to go passive. Mirror domain on this one. But Kong Lin is going to be killed. And it looks like Karen's going to be killed as well. White is so low, so much control onto him. They're going to back off. K1 has been picked. White is running for his life with no X1 as well. White trying to stay alive, but Yuling will chase him down to the fountain. And White gets picked off an AG. Just like that. You blink and you just lose the game.
Oh, and game one goes to AG Global, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful execution by AG Global. Now, in that last fight, yes, they used that combo, they used that control onto White. But I guess it's because of the damage output or the power spike that AG Global has garnered over the course of this game, that even though, yes, they use the control, but when everyone else jumps in, they're still able to out-damage their opponent, and that's how they won that fight. So it was pretty much a straightforward face-up fight that they had that eventually brought them the win.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a time where even when you're seeing the Liang, it generally falls off towards like the mid to late, because O2 will generally, I mean, you're going to have a tankier lineup, more damage, and he's just really squishy at the end of the day, right? Not to mention he's wearing glasses, so he's got a very punchable face. But in this one, it's a situation where AG understanding their peaks, right? They just set things up. They had so much control, and JD with 12 kills to his name, not to mention Yulong and Daohen with 6 apiece, just set themselves up. Saber might not have the KDA, but in my eyes, he was the MVP because of the control that he had.
Now I know why I have a lot of enemies. Apparently, I have a punchable face with my glasses.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I wanted to tell you directly, but
well, at least Liang has glorious hair, which I can't relate anymore. But yeah, I do agree though. Like, he is based on gameplay itself. He knows when to use his control, and he targets his control very well, especially from the early to mid stages of the game. Now, looking at some of these other stats as well, if we were to zoom in onto Saber himself, not the most sexiest of stats, not the highest damage, that obviously won't be the highest damage taken, but because of all those moves that he makes, he allowed his teammates to be successful.
Yeah. I mean, just setting it up. Like, AG's lineup, everyone knew what they had to, like, what they needed to do. And they played it very well of just setting themselves up. But again, every time we see AG win, I kind of feel like this Princess Frost Liang combination is just at the forefront. They're really experts at this combination because they just set things up. And throughout the entire game, they made life miserable for O2 Esports. Nobody wants to get caught out, but everybody was up in front. Somebody has to be that front liner. It was either White, Care, Kong Lin. All of these guys were just getting controlled, and AGG just with those nice pickoffs.
Yeah, I wonder what things would have changed if O2 went for like a tank jungler instead. But of course, that would mean that their damage output potential will be slightly lower, but at least you're able to take out all those CCs. But well, now we'll never know since the game is as it is. So great job to EG Global. But we also have to give it to like Yulong, who also did a good work tanking out fights and also engaging by himself. And when it comes to like the graph, topsy-turvy graph, I would say. Well, O2, they did have moments where they win pickoffs, and they were good at doing pickoffs. It's just that for AG Global, their pickoffs were even better with the fact that sometimes we see single or individual players being caught out by AG Global.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this one, and just back to the draft. You were talking about the Jing, and yeah, I mean, it's assassin style. It didn't really have too much impact, and I'm kind of thinking like going back to how AGG going into that second phase, because they had shown the Jing of like they were banning out like the Menki, which would have been ideal for O2 Esports, because again, if you have that control, you're able to just survive, right? O2 Esports were not lacking in damage. It was more on the fact of the control, and the MVP on this one, JD, it's got to be, right? 12-3 and 8. Or it could have been maybe Saber with his control, but, looks like production are a farm main, and they don't really care about support lives.
Support lives matter, people. But yeah, I mean, objectively, yeah, KDA 12 is sexy. So you got to give it to the guy as well. 12-3-8, and he does owe a lot to his support players that gave him the control and also opened up the space for him to be able to do the damage from behind. So still shout out to all support players out there. Now checking out the best moments here from this match. At the early stage, it looks like a 50-50, but Saber was absolutely in control with, well, literally his control.
No, I mean, his nice little pickoffs. And then you had like the secondary initiations, like Dao Han going in, getting a little serious, could do a little bit of control. And this kind of just creates more space and havoc, especially with that initial pickoff. Like, look at White, getting focused in. That's 5 versus 4. Now you have a huge advantage. O2 cannot fight this one. And then now whoever just happens to be there, which happened to be K1, he gets picked off. Every single highlight right now has been Saber with the initial control, setting it up, set themselves up, and AG just like cleaning house at that point.
Yeah, I like that you bring up that point, right? Because if you have control, if you have like all the CCs in the world, but you don't have enough burst damage, then it becomes a problem. But the fact that this is a combo that we have seen time and time again, the Princess Frost and also the Liang, you have control, you have instant burst damage. That's how they were able to keep things in check. So that is the balance that they found here. Well, of course, this combo is not like a unusual combo because we've seen that multiple times here in the MKL. But in this case, it works for AG. They know how to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, look, not only the Princess Frost as the winter is here, but you also have the Agudo with the Wild Growth. And like you create these giant the zones of just like nobody should be fighting in this one, right? And O2 Esports got caught out because they're like, okay, we have to get onto the Saber Liang. We have to figure out ways to kind of get onto JD. And then they were using those zones to kind of create this like minefields where it was so difficult for O2 to take any sort of fight.
Yeah, so now that game one won by AG, obviously it is match point towards AG and a potential revenge onto O2 because in case you guys are not up to speed, the last time these two teams met, O2 won 2-0 against AG. And I remember there was a bit of a banter between those two teams in the content before that. So this is where AG, they want that revenge. Now coming on to the next game, like what are some of the heroes that you would like to see in game 2?
I mean, look, I like the potential play of O2 Konglin, letting the man kind of play on his more, probably one of his favorite heroes, right? Jing, the Luna style, like the assassin style. I think that's where you want him to be on. And to kind of set things himself up, and that might also might be why they weren't going for like a tanky style jungler in that first game. But you gotta let the man fly. You gotta let the man play to his strengths, which is again the high flying assassin, and let the man work.
Yeah, let the man work. But I would like to see the men, the farm laners, work, and this is gonna be controversial. I'd like to see a Ho Yi pick, but let it be a win. Because Ho Yi right now, 7 times picked in the MKL, 0% win rate. I know on paper there are ways to play the Ho Yi to victory, but I would like to see it done in the MKL. Let's see if that wish is granted for either of us as we head on to the draft for game number 2.
I feel like any team that listens to you, Cloud, picks the Ho Yi, they lose, and it's because like you like curse them because Ho Yi, just the amount of success that he's had in the MKL has been very lacking, right? I feel like the hero has its place, but in some of these games, it seems to be like a little underwhelming. He just like the Burning Sun arrow, like do you want to be far, do you want to be close, and like the stun is like less, that kind of stuff, right? So you have to balance these things out. You really need a draft around it, like the composition, and I think in a best of 3 right now, you want to keep things open more than anything else.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I'm still not seeing my Lubu roam. I'm still waiting for that. All right. Okay. So we've been seeing a lot of Luna bans today. So this is the first time we're going to see the Luna. It has similar attributes with the Jing. It's an assassin. It's quick. It goes in and out of fights. And it's not the first time that we see AG Global losing the Luna, and they do have good success with it. And they also have a good high ground clearer, which is the Nua as well. So they're also thinking of like, if we are being pushed to the back, like at least we have something for us to push back the wave. So I do like the Nua pick here by AG. And of course they have the Zhang that's going to give a lot of protection. I mean, it is the most picked hero so far in the MKL, and well, it's a solid reason for it.
Yeah, it's solid roamer. Definitely very strong. Okay, so AG, look, the Luna pick, I like it and I don't like it, right? I like it because we get to see Yulong on his more, his very stylish hero, and that's something that he wants to play on this Luna. But I don't like it how they picked it first. Again, it was more of the fact that like O2 Esports probably might have been able to pick it themselves, or target bandit them going into AG, understanding that Yulong wants to play it. So it's again showing your hand. AG Global are like, this is the jungler that we're gonna go for. Is O2 Esports, is the Musashi enough to counter pick it? I think with the Dharma Truth potentially there, this could be kind of scary if you're an AGG fan.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at the lone pick by O2 Esports, right? So now that the Yixing's been banned out, they could go for the Dolia. Dolia, of course, with the Long is a traditional combo. They can pick that, and once they have picked that, then they can, once they pick that, then I guess that it could be kind of nice as well, because you can engage, you can disengage, and you can especially get away from the Luna in case the Luna tries to target the Long with the double infinite bastards. But instead, they're going to go for the Yuhuan. Now, O2 picking the Yuhuan, this is a flex pick here. So you don't know if this is going to be a mid Yuhuan or a roam Yuhuan. So that will keep AG Global scratching their head.
Yeah. But in the same way, I mean, look, I like that Yuan pick. I think it really is going to throw a little bit of a mind game into AG, and they're going to go stock standard with the D-Ranche Charlotte to kind of round out that draft. I like it how AGG, like they've kind of created a somewhat balanced lineup, and it definitely, everybody's there to really support the Luna here, and that's going to be the key on this one. But O2 Esports going with a Cayenne as the last pick, that's your roam. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think when AG was picking their last two picks, I was kind of processing the Yuhuan pick, and to me it's like, okay, this is definitely going to be a Yuhuan mid, because if they put Yuhuan in the roam, then they will lack durability. So it's going to go to the mid, and that's where they need to pick a durable roam pick. The Chayan is good because it's not only durable himself, but is also able to sustain the team in team fights. So I'm looking at the point that, okay, what if they've been sieged out, especially with the Unbridled Outburst? At least Chayan is able to negate all those stats and to avoid like the stuns or the knockbacks from a group CC like Zhang Fei.
Yeah, I mean, the sustain is going to be unreal, right? I think that's the biggest thing from the O2 side. The Yuan as well as White on Cayenne. That healing could just be really, tough to deal with. And it's going to really help them kind of get going when these long sustaining fights happen. So now on the other side, if you're looking at AGG, they need to be aggressive. They need to be able to burst this down, get those venomous staffs to kind of just deal with this potential healing machine that O2 have built.
Wow. Just check it out. At the bottom, very, very early, Saber's been pushed back. Okay, not only Saber, even at the top down head. Okay, now that with the jump pad in this version, right, it won't give the biggest of impact, but still, it's starting to tell us the early laning phase story that O2 Esports, they know how to be in control of both the clash lane and also the farm lane.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an edge for O2, right? I think X1 just being able to kind of zone him away and making life a little bit difficult for JD and Saber, even to get this farm. They've done a great job of freezing the lane right outside of the tower so that it ensures that, JD and Saber, capitalize on that. But again, they're taking a little bit of damage, right? I think O2 Esports understanding what they need to do in that bottom lane to give themselves an edge.
Yeah, I'm looking at how will Chayan fare out later in team fight. By the middle.
Death, he goes right onto the tower. A little too far. K1 is now joining a little too late. They didn't seem to be right on the same page.
So the fact that K1, he joined a little too late, like what you mentioned, so they kind of left the top lane open for Daohen to continue to farm without any disruption. By the middle.
Oh, they got the control. PHY is down for the count. That's a pretty tough situation for AG. Again, Nua, this is a pick that I will always say that it's great if you're winning, but falling behind, it's just a struggle.
Yeah, so to get the pick off against Nua first blood, okay, that's cool, right? That gives you a bit of momentum at the bottom. X1.
X1 taking a decent amount, but JD doesn't want to dive the tower, smartly so, with that leaping savior. Again, AG just trying to force them back. O2 right now with a slight edge. But again, this Firehawk will be a potential switch of the Flaming Palm, but no, we're going to get a replay, and nobody cares about the Firehawk.
All right, this was a first blood replay here. I mean, for PHY, he was caught out, and the Nua does not have the most mobility. So if you get caught out there with 3 people around, like 2 of them waiting in the push, it's an easy, straightforward pick up there by O2 Esports.
Yeah, and they'll take that one, right? I mean, it's just 1 kill at this point, but O2 getting, whatever sort of edge you can get, especially early, potentially slowing down Yulong is going to be key. I think that this, again, the jungle matchup going into this one, we knew it was going to be huge going in, and it's pretty much, is the team going to win or not? It's based on this role here.
Yeah, and okay, in the middle, looks like rotation's happening. Gongling shows up.
Oh, Shikongwen gets that half-life. He gets slammed on, but the Annihilation and Yulong will chase him down. They are not scared. Yulong going aggressive, but now K1 looking for the return. There's going to join, trying to push him away, but AG just backing off.
Yeah, the moment K1 wanted to approach, he was pushed back by PHY, so they were alert of that potential rotation. And that's the indication there by AG Global. You know that Daohan is connected with his teammates in the middle in terms of comms when he gives the call that, hey, K1 is missing. He might be coming through the river. And true enough, they were ready for it. The moment he shows up, push him back, and he can't really engage from there.
Yeah, no real chance. But now this is the 4-minute mark. This is going to be huge for them, right? O2 just looking to just kind of create space. Yulong is dope. Like, he's going to start the Tyrant. He's not scared. Care is there. And instantly, Yulong just taking that down. He's got some serious damage at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, we know the potential of Yulong with the Luna, right? So, gotta always be careful of this guy. That's one of his best heroes, if you kind of think about it. So, you do not allow him to scale. Now, that also means that O2, they have to find a way to stop Yulong, but they're not really making those moves yet against Yulong, at least at this stage. Hopefully, they have something planned out later on. But if they were to do something at this stage, that means they have to make big jungle invasions, and that could involve Kongling going in together with White as well to sustain him in case he gets involved with a 2v2 team fight. But that means that X1 needs to be given that space to farm by himself. So there's a bit of a trade-off risk there if they try to do that. I would rather that White stays with X1.
Oh, Care. Oh, just instantly deleted. Care not even able to get the unending sorrow off. He's going to be killed here, and Yulong with just too much damage. And they've got the pushback. Kongling, though, now has to go back. He's going to get in. He's going to turn this around with a duel of death, but he's not under the tower. Oh, the truth pushing him out. He doesn't hit off the backboard, but they find PHY. Instead, that's a consolation prize.
Oh, and K1 came in after the unbridled outburst. Good timing there by K1 to at least get the trade back. And again, it's PHY. So PHY, same situation, doesn't have the mobility. That's why he was easily caught by K1.
Yeah, I mean, look at when you see Nua, you've got that that visor. It's like, I think it's just like to cover her eyes and she's not gonna see anything, because did not catch that one out. O2 just completely blindsiding her and just taking that kill. PHY needs to be careful. O2 too, not the greatest of starts, but again, he needs to ensure that he just stays alive to cycle those spells and have that control.
Now K1 is going to be the target at the top. They sent 3 players there, but I guess they want to secure the Overlord at the same time. But in the middle, they risk that their tower might be down. But here comes Yulong.
Oh, maybe going in. No, Yulong's going to play this one safe. He doesn't need to do anything risky. He's definitely like starting to style right now. He's got 5.1 highest in the game, and he's just making some good moves across the map. And it's got to be kind of scary for O2, knowing that the Luna, Yulong, is getting so much farm across the map.
Yeah, they thought that, okay, now that we have access into the jungle side of AG Global, O2, they can keep Yulong in check. But, you know, Yulong is actually doing split pushing at the bottom while farming at the same time, so he is still scaling. He will be scary by the time we hit the 10-minute mark if this continues.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is that Yulong is still able to secure those blue buffs, right? A Luna without a blue buff, so difficult to farm, really tough to get going. And Yulong understanding that, hey, as long as I've got the blue buff, I'm consistently just able to move across the map, and I have so much presence because I have no mana issues. I'm able to continue on. And look at K1, just trying to just contest Yulong, making his life so a little bit more difficult than it should be.
Okay, to stop Yulong, you need a CC by Daohan.
He's still dead. They're going to go for this one. The flash has already been committed on this one, but he's trying to go in. He actually turns around. Daohan is like, okay, I'm going to die, but the Annihilation is on point. Kongling has been killed. Yulong finds him, and K1 goes down as well. Yulong with a double. Emergence, they're going to go in for forward on this one, but Care backs off.
Oof. What a chase that was. But the chase, unfortunately, the win was still given to AG. With their rotation towards the top to save their teammate, they trade 2 kills to 1. That was great work by AG. Again, the communications of AG is showing here in this round. Okay, and I also wanted to point out the fact that how are you going to stop the Luna? You need good CC, you need to control. And if you don't have that, it's going to be super hard. Look at this, Yulong easily takes away the buff because you don't have enough CC for him.
Yeah, no control, no way, real way. I mean, it's so tough to kind of draw a beat on this one. And look, AGG, their lineup, they first picked this Luna. Right, there are zero excuses for O2 to not have enough crowd control and to deal with this Luna first pick.
Yeah, that's true enough, right? But unfortunately, this is the case now. Okay, the best CC is Care. But then again, number one, it takes a while to load. Number two, it's probably not long enough. So they will find it difficult to control Yulong if they don't deal with him early in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And look at Yulong all the way, fighting 1 versus 3, not scared. The Unending Sorrow has been committed. Yulong has been surviving, again, with that leaping Saber from Saber. He's been on point, but now look at that pressure and that presence that's being felt by Yulong just pouncing on you.
And that's a win for Yulong, right? You get to bait out the Unending Sorrow, and now without that O2 Esports, they won't be able to engage for now. So instead, they try to go for map control, unless they can find a good opportunity. But both sides, they're gathering in the mid. We might see a fight after this.
Yeah, Care going in for this one. Looking to turn this around. The Unending Sorrow used yet again. He's going to be backing off, almost used defensively at times. But they've been pushed back. AG doing a good job of exerting pressure, but not overcommitting, forcing out ults.
Yeah, the moment Care did not hit his stuns, then the rest of them is like, okay, we cannot continue on the fight. So Care has to be able to land a stun, then they continue on with the team fight. That has to be like the basic requirement of it. So now he's trying it again, but still not able to land it.
Yeah, but that stun is so like, it's not fully... Oh, the pullback! He's gonna go in, a dual death, they find him, but he dashes away, somehow surviving, but Daohen might not be as lucky. They're gonna go in for this one, and under the tower, it looks like AG all will survive. But again, just the control. If they had one little lockdown, one little dude with glasses, with a punchable face, they might have a chance by O2 to lock some of these heroes down.
Dude, I'm taking off my glasses now, contact lenses for me after this. I'm worried.
Oh my god, and the Tyrant! Oh, X1 taking this one down. Saber was there with that unbridled outburst, but we weren't able to get this one out, and through it all, it looks like X1 taking that Shadow Tyrant.
The last thing I want to be punched is someone who learns Jiu-Jitsu. So
actually, Jiu-Jitsu guys don't punch. We don't know how to punch, and this is why we just roll around with each other in pajamas.
Now I feel a little bit safer, but at the top...
Oh, deal with death with that truth. Daohen picks off, and that was a great find. O2 need more of that. Again, altar down, but this is going to turn into a potential top T2.
Oh, but now fight continues.
Yulong goes in for this one. That Azur looks like that's going to be taken by Kong Lin. They're trying to limit Yulong's farm as much as possible. Take away those blue buffs.
Yeah, so O2, they're starting to realize this is that, okay, we cannot control Yulong at the late game if we don't have enough CC. But at the top, Yulong...
Oh, they've got him. They've got the control, but K1 just, not enough to do with Yulong at this point. He's just dancing around, has the shield. It's tough to tango with him.
Yeah, not enough damage output there, not enough burst damage, but that's okay. As long as you're able to like keep Yulong in check, don't let him continue to scale out of hand, they'll be fine. And that's exactly what O2 Esports is doing right now that they have access into the jungle after taking the mid tower.
Yeah, and O2 here exerting it, right? Putting pressure in. Now Yulong is space to farm has been a lot tighter. He's going to have a harder time trying to get going on this point. I mean, yes, he has a slight edge over Kong Lin, but if they're able to kind of push him back, emergence is potentially going on in the bottom lane, more for vision. But X1 with that flaming palm onto Yulong, he's going to be backing off, scarred.
Yeah, so he backs off again. So again, O2, they don't need to necessarily get the kill. At this point, they get the kill, it's a bonus, but for Kong Lin,
no, maybe not as lucky. It's 1 versus 2. He's trying to fight this. Saber's going to join. It's 1 versus 3, and Kong Lin already been killed. White now showing up. Care has to just try to stay alive with that Unending Sorrow, but he's being chased by Yulong. Oh, the 3-man stun. They get it, and White is going to be killed. The infinite fastness is going to be used on the back. K1 is going to be trying to fight this one out. He goes down as well, but 3 members down, trading with JD.
Wow, that stun was a big one there. That start was a big one, allowing ENG Global to just win that fight. But they also committed a lot of resources earlier on. But man, I must say right now, it's still a 50-50, even though like sometimes we see ENG, they win fights, O2, they win fights, they have control. But we're still at the stage where it could go anywhere. And I'm also looking at Yulong. He still has not yet to be killed at all. His KDA is like 402 at this moment. As long as he's able to keep this pace, AG, they can still be effective at the late game. Now, looking at O2 late game's potential, it's a tough one, but because AG, they have Saber versus a White, I think there's going to be a big differentiator when it comes to late game team fights. White is probably going to fall off a bit when it comes to sustaining the team during the late game, especially when AG Global, they all hit their power spike.
Yeah. I think the Cayenne, I mean, especially as the last pick, you're kind of thinking is like, could they have picked a better roamer? Yeah, probably, right? I think that you're seeing that it's a little underwhelming. It hasn't really had that much impact. And that control that you're looking for to deal with this really high-flying AGG lineup, it's been tough. They don't have that lockdown. They haven't been able to control it. And if they had just one more person with a little bit, that extra CC, it could make all the difference right now because AGG are winning off the fact that they're able to get away.
No, but this fight,
go in. Saber thinking about going in this one.
Behind?
No, he's gonna back up. But the truth!
Yo!
About PHY is down. They've got the knockup onto X1. They end up killing him. K1, that is the duel of death. They want to at least get PHY, JD, both of them are down. Infinite fastness, but Yulong continuing to fight. He might have to run away, but this opens things up. Saber's gonna limp away, and it looks like the Tyrant is gonna be going the O2 way, but the top lane is pushing. Something to take note of here.
Yeah, they have to clear this one fast, and X1 is on his way. But this is where K1 did an amazing job. Backstabbing AG Global. AG Global, they didn't fact check or they didn't face check K1. They didn't know where he was. So it was an easy backstab by K1. The moment K1 jumped in, everyone else from O2 Esports jumped in, and that's how they won that fight. Because now, by that time, AG Global, they kind of messed up with the fact that, do we want to focus on K1? Do we want to focus on the incoming other members of O2? It just messed things up for AG Global. So great move there by K1.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like finding that right target, but whatever target you choose, everybody needs to be on the same page. Everybody needs to go in together. I mean, Yulong right now is going to make life difficult for X1. He goes over the wall. Yulong taking some tower.
Oh no!
Oh, the leaping Saber is not enough, and he's trying to fight 1 versus 5. He goes down. Saber not there to keep him alive, and with that Ferrari form, yes, he's running, but he's going to be chased. Kong Lin not letting this man go, and he will continue on. They're going to let him finally go at the end.
Probably a bit of an overextension there. Very ambitious by Yulong. But now probably the team is going to pay the price for it. The bottom tower will be taken by O2 for sure. But Yulong will be back. Still not the end of the world for AG Global, but they have to keep the discipline in check.
I mean, that was the first time he died. I mean, Yulong thought he was a god, and he finally fell. He drew blood, and now he's kind of thinking he's going to respawn. He's going to come back stronger. But man, that was a bit of a mistake. That was very ambitious. It was an overextension, and he was completely out of position. Cannot happen again. Oh, they get him with the truth. They get the little knock-off with that duel of death. They have the combination, but they don't have the damage to kill Saber. He's going to be fine. And now K1 and Care still up in front. Somehow Saber still alive.
Yes, somehow. Last tick of health. It took them just like one basic attack and Saber would be down. But Saber's so lucky there. So they keep themselves in check now. But for AG Global, they have to wave manage the bottom lane especially. But at the same time, they also need to be aware that the Overlord is up, O2 is surely going for it, and it's a freebie for O2. Now they're in control again by the back.
Yeah, K1's still out there. He's going to just try to duel of death. They've saved it up, and he has the shield. He does dash away. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be committed just to push them back, but now O2, yes, the disengage has happened. Alts have been committed.
Oh, K1 almost baited AG Global to follow him. But the moment they realized that, hey, they took down the Overlord. They're surely somewhere in the middle. They're not too far from where K1 is at. They back off. Lucky enough for AG, they realized that quickly. If not, they could have been punished for it.
Yeah, but now they have to cower in their base. O2 on the siege. They're doing some damage with that flaming palm. They have it, the duel of death, just focusing it down right onto JD. He's chunking him down, but JD gets to the fountain. Now the blood rage into Kong Lin. Can he survive? He tries to extreme speed away, but the infinite vastness is going to be used aggressively. He wants to go on to JD, Sage's Sanctuary. Dao Han is going to be killed, and they're going to continue. K1 going in for this one. Yulong still in this one. JD is down, 2 members down. O2 continuing on, make that 3 with Yulong down, and it looks like O2 have gotten this with that duel of death. The Umbrella Outburst is going to go on. They've got the Sage's Sanctuary onto this, but through it all, they will take it. The Team Ace and O2 Esports strike back.
O2 Esports wins game number 1. Man, at some point I was kind of worried, like, okay, how are they going to keep Yulong in check? How are they going to keep the Luna in check? Because they don't have the right CCs. And their answer is, well, we just don't allow him to farm. We invade the jungle. Cool. At some point, Yulong says that, okay, I don't have my jungle to farm. You guys have taken the mid tower. Yes, that is a key tower to protect. They took that one down. That's why they have access to the jungle. You took control of my jungle farm. I will farm at the side. Cool. But because of the constant engagement by their opponents, right, by O2, that's where it forces Yulong to come back to play with his team a bit more as compared to him able to farm elsewhere.
Yeah, and look, I think it goes back to the fact that you picked the Luna first. I want to see the stats as of when teams pick their jungler first. What is the success ratio? Because right now in the MKL, teams are so good at counter picking. Understanding the Musashi 4-3-5, you have X1. I mean, Leung is going to do his own thing, but K1 was there as well with the Dharma Truce. You had that control. You had ways to deal with it, and it's a tough situation because again, AG just you have to play a perfect positioning game. Not the easiest game for them.
Yeah, and nobody really face checked K1, if you kind of think about it. Like, he had a lot of opportunities to backstab. And looking at some of these other numbers here, yes, Yulong able to deal a lot of damage. And he got 4 kills for himself. That's cool, right? But there were also certain moments like towards the end where he got a bit ambitious, especially in the middle, where he tried to run down the members of O2 Esports, but he got punished instead. And it was also during when the second tier mid tower was still active. So he puts himself in a very dangerous position, a bit over ambitious. And that became a window for AG to just scale from there even further. But for O2, right, if we were to look at some of the moves, especially for K1, damage there 102.3k, and for O2, I would say that K1 played a significant role, especially with his backstab. But I also want to justify the Cheyenne here, right? So if they were to be playing this very aggressive approach to not let go of AG Global, not let them breathe, so that's where the Cheyenne plays a big role. I mean, you have multiple heals with the Cheyenne that sustains the team. So they don't really need to go back to reset. They can always be in the front door of AG Global because he's always there to just re-heal the team and allow the team to just, sustain in front. Yeah, and that's where they keep things in pace.
Yeah, I mean, look at this gold graph. I mean, just the fact that how it just shifted in favor for O2 Esports. There were certain moments where AG definitely had that opportunity. There were moments where they were able to kind of just get the slight lead, but O2 Esports, just the way that they were able to kind of bounce back, finding Yulong. A couple of those picks. Remember that one time Yulong just kind of went in 1 versus 5 and thought he was going to be fine, and then that was kind of like a tipping point. You cannot make mistakes like that when you're playing a quote-unquote perfect game, because you have to have that one, or else you'll literally just stumble like this gold graph.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like I had a lot of questions with that move, but hopefully that he'll be able to realize that, and in the next round he'll be playing a little bit more closer with his team and making the right decisions. But our MVP this time is K1 from O2 Esports with a KDA of 636. And what he has done very, very well throughout this series, or throughout this game, that is his backstabbing. He knows when to enter. And that is actually a basic requirement for if you were to play these sort of heroes in the clash lane. And nobody from AG Global actually kept him in check.
Yeah. I mean, he was just like his flash truths were on point, right? Just the control and the right timing, because you needed somebody to just have a little bit of CC, and that was kind of where we're like, hey, do they have enough to deal with Yulong to kind of control him to just have that focus? But it was just enough, right? And I was kind of questioning this draft by O2 because again, the Cayenne, I was like, yeah, you got sustain, yeah, you have that earworm, but are you able to consistently get that lockdown on the very fast members of AG? And if we're checking out the highlights, again, very back and forth. There were moments where you're like, hey, okay, AG getting caught out here. This combination with the Truth and the Duel of Death by Konglin and K1 has been awesome. And they've been setting it up. And there's a reason why this team won, because of this combination. They had that control and being able to lock down, again, JD and at times Yulong. That was the moment where they won.
Yeah, especially the one in the middle, this one. Yeah, so Yulong overextended. They were like 4 O2 players across that wall. Maybe he didn't get the vision, but I would say that there needs to be a certain level of game sense, and I'm pretty sure that he would have reflected on it to be like, yeah, I should have just jumped over the wall because I don't have information of exactly how many people are there, just to see like, oh, you jump on the wall, you open the door, and there's like 4 people there, immediately got punished for it, and then it just snowballs all the way for O2 to wrap this game up. So great work by O2 Esports. Now that they've evened up the score, both teams on match point.
Yeah, and this is. I mean, we knew this series was going to be very competitive. It was going to go close, getting into that third game. No surprises there, but being able to bounce back like that, and it comes back to the draft, how they draft, how they counter draft, and what they're looking to execute on. They had enough control, and it was so close that it really came back to that last team fight. Once O2 were able to just find that, you draw that bead, and to kind of win that one out, and that kind of just equalized everything in the end.
Yeah, so that is game number 2 done here. So some lessons learned, of course, in preparation for game number 3 that will be the decider match between these two teams. So we also get to see the Cheyenne pick. Now that makes me curious, like what's the Cheyenne pick so far stats? So Cheyenne so far has been picked 4 times in the MKL with a 50% win rate. So I guess it's a very situational kind of pick if in this kind of draft, but I don't expect to see the Cheyenne in the final draft here.
Yeah. Again, for me, the Cheyenne was just really underwhelming. I think that you could have picked any other roamer to kind of, to have a better chance. Again, but these are, again, lessons learned, and hindsight is 2020, especially after we've seen the fact. But we just didn't really see the execution that we wanted, and to see exactly how this Cayenne really kind of helped mold that team. But, if you pull out the win, that's all that really matters at the end of the day. So I think that they'll be happy with it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about winning the game, right? So coming into the draft for game number 3, okay, we see some of the power picks being banned out. So the Arlie, the Loam banned out, the Pace banned out as well. So some of the other interesting heroes that are still available for AG, maybe like a Mai, one of the regular early picks that they can consider. If not, then it could be maybe the Diadia. The Diadia is open as well, but they're gonna go for the President straight up. All right.
Yeah, I have no issues with this. Again, stop picking your junglers first. I think that I sound like a broken record, and I'm sorry for that. But again, if you pick your farm laner or your roamer, you have so much flexibility in what you can do. But O2 Esports are like, no, we're going to pick our jungler first, as they go with the Oghren and the Lady Jeanne. And the Lady Jeanne just really complements well. It's also a bit of a counter pick to Oghren. So these two play well together.
Yeah, so now AG, since they're big Lady Sun, they have to, protect the President. So they need a strong frontliner here. Okay, I mean, I'll be interested if they go for a Ming, frankly speaking. But by picking up the Mozer first, and then you pick up the Jing. So the Mozer can play mid, although I'm not a fan of it, but it can play mid. So there's a likelihood, based on that this Mozer could be a support Mozer. And with the Jing being picked up, they need more durability for sure. So if they were to pick a Clash lane that is durable, then that Clash lane will need to maybe play a different style of playing together with the team rather than trying to find the backline kind of play style.
Yeah. And look at this. I love the fact that the way that they're banning right now. O2 Esports understanding that, hey, AGG, with this Liu Bang, they have a lot of potential, especially with the Jing jump in, with that battlefield command. So really just kind of breaking up that combination, because they do like that one. But going in, also, the Zhang Fei and the Guan Yu, both very good bans by AG. The understanding that the control and the protection of this Jing and the Lady Zhang are going to be key in these team fights.
So I'm thinking O2, if they want to deploy another top CC here for themselves. The Zhang Fei is being banned out, so that's one opportunity gone. I'm thinking of like a good roam CC also
Secure?
to protect the Direnji. Secure is pretty good.
Oh.
Yep, good call. Good call there.
Yeah. No, because I like the secure D-Ren-J combination. You have like the Mulberry Power Imperial Order. You have like a little wombo combo in and of itself. It actually was this little combination we've seen in KME quite a bit. The teams are kind of accustomed to this one. And plus, would you have Lady Jean as well to kind of add into the CC level with that damage? You have a lot of control, right? Which could be very difficult for this Yulong Jing here.
Yeah, so I like that one pick here. So for AG right now, they're going to pick up the Yixing and Byron. So yeah, so Byron is going to be the durable one. But what kind of play style is the Byron going to be, right? Is he going to play like a typical Byron that, okay, we'll try to find a flank and come in? Or is he going to play closer to Lady Sun just because you have to protect the Lady Sun? But I also want to point out that with the Moser pick, Think Inside the Box is going to play a crucial role. Not to engage, but to protect the Lady Sun. Anyone jumps to the back line, Think Inside the Box automatically activated, and hopefully that buys enough time for the Lady Sun to try to deal enough damage to shoo away opponents or get the counter kill.
Yeah. And I mean, look, if we're talking about the O2 side, especially with this Algren, yes, you have the Path of Passing and you can kind of create angles of attack, but the rest of their lineup, they don't really have a whole lot of jump, right? They don't have a lot of speed in terms of getting on top of the AG lineup. So AGG will, generally speaking, with their mobility and that vision, they should be able to take whatever fight they want. If they see the Algren, do they want to go in and to deal with this Kong Lin? I mean, that's pretty much the matchup to watch here.
Well, I guess if they really want to push the backline, right, they can send the Algren Path of Passing all the way back, and then the Charlotte comes in together. Ideally from a different angle, because you don't want two heroes to be caught in the Think Inside the Box. So that could be the setup that they might be thinking of. Of course, it's very situational. And then you have the Sakir that can sustain in front and can take care of the Diren-J. That's why it's a good combo with the Diren-J as well, like what you mentioned earlier. That could be the setup that O2 Esports is looking at, try to flank from multiple angles.
Yeah, I think it's going to be key, right? I think White setting it up with those mulberry powers from different angles is going to be key. And JD being aggressive, fighting 1 versus 2. And in a way, I feel like if JD was a little bit more passive, he might have been able to bait them out because he had reinforcements on the way.
Yeah, they committed like 4 players to the bottom, but not really a full commit, because anyway, Yulong is there to really farm things up. So now I'm also thinking about like, okay, do they have enough control for Yulong? This is the same conversation as we have in game number 2. Like, do you have enough control for the Luna? So the same thing applies. If you don't have enough control, then you need to control his farm, control his dominance in the jungle as early as possible, even up to the mid lane. Don't allow Yulong to farm.
Yeah, but I think that O2's lineup, I mean, with look, the Lady John, Diren-J, Sakir, you have ways, you have options. And I think that going into this one, look, they're not the easiest to hit. And Yulong, it's going to come back to just like how he plays around and how he's able to be very evasive is going to be key. But I think that for this one, they have the arsenal, they have the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, I do agree as well. But yeah, especially like when you mentioned that it's not the easiest to hit. So it's really down to split-second mechanical decisions on when they're going to deploy every skill that they have in order for them to try to control Yulong in a team fight. But if they fail that, then there's a good chance that Yulong can just go rampage in a fight itself.
But in the same side, if we're looking at the AGG side, I mean, Saber with his Cannon Blast, he needs to hit them. Like, when those team fights are happening, he needs to hit multi-man Cannon Blast for that control so that Yulong can just kind of clean house. Yeah, the board will be great and all, but it's more about that CC, and I think that that's going to be kind of like team fight winning, and then Daohen coming in with like that secondary initiation with those storm strikes. That's going to be key too.
Yeah, and the good thing about the Cannon Blast is it's a spammable kind of skill, right? So he has to just find that side angle to try and hit that. Will it be that difficult? It is quite difficult. So it really is down to like O2 realizing their positioning as well. It's like, oh, there will always be a Cannon Blast, guys. Let's not group up like 3 people together with maybe no minions in front of us to protect from the Cannon Blast. Or let's always like kind of think of like splitting out. So in case the Cannon Blast hits, it hits onto maybe one player, and that's still alright. Ideally, if it hits to like Kong Ling, he's able to tank it, and that's still alright. So you want to try to minimize the risk just by positioning itself.
Yeah, that would be key, right? So you can't just be on top of one another, especially when you're looking to push. You got to be kind of spaced out as much as possible, and then ensuring that like you do not go into like really tight alleyways because you might get caught out. But speaking of getting caught out, they have the board, and it looks like First Blood is going to go the way of Daohen getting the pick off on at K1.
Okay, good start here by EG, but then again, O2 Esports, they secured the first Tyrant, so it's a bit of a trade-off between the two. Well, ideally, of course, EG would have liked to secure that, but if they are not ready yet, and they saw another opportunity to get First Blood up there, and that's absolutely fine as well. And we're still very early into the game, so they can still scale up. So they're opening up the space to farm. Cannon Blast onto Whites, no follow-up just because Care is there, so you don't want to be locked in the wrong position.
Yeah, this is the time. And now look at Yulong being aggressive, wants to take things away from, from O2 as much as possible. And taking that buff away, going to be key for them. Yulong smites it out.
Yeah, so they try to be invasive by X1.
X1 taking a lot, and Yulong chasing him down. X1 not able to get away, and they take the bottom T1 as well, and AG making moves across the map.
Yeah, that's huge, right? So the Direnjie, the downside of it is that he's not as mobile. So he needs a decent amount of protection. So the most easy has to be with him, but K1 at top.
Yeah, dude, taking a look. I mean, they're just trading at the top. I don't think that there's going to be too much risk. K1 a little on the lower end, but Care is probably the one that we need to worry about. He flashes away. Yulong doesn't want to continue to chase. Saber looking to fish out the Cannon Blast. He goes for the flash forward just to go for this one, and it looks like Daohen finds him with the Storm Strike, and Care somehow still alive, and Daohen goes down.
I did like the Cannon Blast though from the back. Like the Cannon Blast that caught like at least 2 players from O2 Esports, but the rest of AG Global, they weren't in the position to follow up. So a bit of probably a miscommunication there, but I understand Daohen saw the opportunity and he tried to take it. It was definitely a 50-50 risk there, but unfortunately it just didn't favor him.
Yeah, but you can't take 50-50 risks, like chances at this point, right? You got to play a little bit safe. I don't like it going in. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, and you do get a little bloodthirsty. But Saber, if he hits the Cannon Blast, okay, then it makes sense to go in because you have a bit of a stun, and then that's the opportunity. But seeing is that he missed, and then you went in, very risky play. Yulong going in for this one. Five tries to find Kong Lin. He conductor of those, but he's going to be picked off. They do have the control. Saber gets that kill, and now Yulong on the run. White is going to miss the Mulberry Power, and AG walking away.
Oh, and the fact that they got Kong Lin, that's a good target there. But they're not done yet. K1 now.
Yeah, just dealing with Saber. I don't think that they're going to make too much of this. Daohen getting a little bit damaged, goes under, takes some damage. He's going to be fine, though, because that tower, he's going to keep him up. The enemy's a bit.
Yeah, you got to keep the mid tower alive. That's always the key objective here. If of all towers, mid is always the most important. I'm keeping my eye on to Yulong at the top. He's, again, trying to find space to farm, trying to find space to scale up, just like how he did in the previous round with the Luna. So it's pretty much the same concept as the Luna. But most importantly, he needs to remember when he reaches his power spike, 1v4 is still a big risk. As long as he keeps that in check, he will be fine.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can't be taking fights 1 versus 4 at the like. No matter how strong you think you are, you got to come in there with teammates. So, like, again, this is a team game. You need to be rotating with one another to ensure that you secure those kills. Trying to put, going all in 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 is putting your team in a bad spot.
Cannon Blast connect onto White, but no one else is in the position to secure any kills. And so far, we can see AG Global, they're starting to put a little bit more pressure onto O2's jungle side. But they must take down the mid tower. Now, back onto the bot.
Yeah, the board is going to be set. The Azure Golem will be picked up. White looking to go in for this one. Gets the Mulberry Power onto PHY, who actually takes a decent amount of damage with those sprites. But the Tyrant had been picked off. And all of that was just space created. Now O2 looking to siege this mid T1. Oh, they go in. Dowhead, Storm Strike. He's going to fight this 1 versus 5, but Yulong gets killed. And Dowhead as well. They were not on the same page. Yes, they tried to go all in, but why 2 versus 5?
They were not on the same page. That was well said. It felt like 2 players of AG wanted to engage and 3 of them weren't interested. And because of that split, O2 Esports, they countered back because they were all there together. So, AG, I guess they needed to kind of like pre-plan that before they made their engagement.
Like the timing of that one. Yes, they were grouped up and it was a golden moment, but if you don't have the rest of the team there, you're just going to falter, and that's kind of what happened. This is the board, it's going to be set, but look, O2 walking away without his Azure Golem, they're going to be happy. They're definitely in the driver's seat at this stage.
Okay, look at this replay, right? So Dowhan, he sees an opportunity. He jumps in, okay? And then Yulong comes. But the other 3 members, they were just too far away. It looked like they weren't interested to engage, but yeah, that just happened. The synchronization and the chemistry, that split-second decision-making, that has to be done better by AG.
Yeah, I mean, like if they were diving in as more of like a counter initiation by AG, but O2 were actually retreating. They created even more distance from the rest of AG. So like, yeah, Dowhan with that nice little 2-man Storm Strike and Yulong to kind of follow up, but you just didn't have enough, and then you got picked off for that. Really unnecessary risk at this stage of the game.
Well, it's not over yet, because if we were to look at the goal difference, it's only like what, 500-600, so it's still okay. If AG gets this Tyrant, then they'll be back on track again, but O2 won't make it easy for them.
Yeah, AG right now, they need to stabilize more than anything else. They just need to slow it down. Oh, they're going in for this one. White taking a lot of damage. He almost gets killed with the Ultimate Shell. He does die. PHY finds him out. The Mirror Domain is dancing around Konglin with the Blood Rage. He's going to find him, find Yulong, locks him down. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh, and they're not done yet with Dowhan now.
Yeah, but with his force field suppression, I think Dowhan will be a tanky boy. He should be fine. K1 really can't chew through that armor. But the Tyrant is the big one. Konglin, no smite though. This is a bit of a risk. PHY going for that taking liberties, pulls him away. They will take it with perfect positioning by O2 here.
Yeah, and perfect execution by O2. The fact that they target down Yulong because they know that, okay, the Tyrant is up. If we take out the jungler, we're going to get a freebie. And that's exactly what they did. They don't need to really chase down Dowhan or PHY or anyone else. They got Yulong, job is done. It's all about the objective.
Yeah, it's all about the objective, sticking to it, right? And O2 finding gaps and ways to kind of, you know, take, relinquish this lead, this net worth lead from AG. They've kind of taken over a bit here, putting pressure in, but look in the top lane. Yulong looking to split push.
And he cannot split push any longer. Now he has to join back with his teammates because O2, they are hard pushing the mid and maybe the bottom later because the minions are here.
Yeah, the minions, but the minions have taken the top T2, so a mid T2 for top T2. I think AG will be happy with that. But now O2, on the other hand, they're backing off. Yulong with a potential gank attempt. Oh, he gets spotted out. White actually scares him away, and Yulong, he puts on the battle cry. Oh, buck, buck.
Oh. That's a battle cry?
Yeah, for Yulong.
Oh, okay. I thought that was more. Oh man. If that's his battle cry, I'd like to hear more battle cries from everyone.
Okay, we'll start adding battle cries in as they go in. But Yulong with the scared play. I mean, he knew he got spotted out. There was really no way. He took the risk the last time when he was trying to go in, but now Dowhan waiting in the wings. He hasn't been spotted. White actually spots him out now. The Cannon Blast. He's going to look to try to take down White, but Dowhan with that force field suppression. Konglin finds him. The Conductor of Souls right on top, but not enough damage. The taking liberties onto Konglin. The board has kind of been set, but nobody's getting killed on this one. Saber just Cannon Blasting away, but AG not finding any picks.
Yeah, they cannot all in on the Dowhan. I mean, they're Down is the biggest tank. By the top,
Yeah.
K1.
Mirror domain. They find K1. The flash away the board. Oh, the box is not going to connect. White gets back to safety. O2 are going to just rush away and stay alive, but that box missing him. Saber, oh, he had a potential pickoff.
Oh, but AG, look at their health. They're well and healthy right now. So they can't contest for the Overlord, but O2, Gongling takes a bit of risk. Okay, now they're just poking each other. Both of them want the Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good play, but they don't know where Yulong is, which is scary. Oh, Konglin taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful. That Mulberry Power with those healing sprites will just kind of sustain him a bit, but now the Overlord have turned in the sense that AG are looking to start this.
Oh, and it's a bit too late. Dude, Gongling is giving me anxiety. He's been absorbing all that damage, hoping for White to sustain here at the same time. But the recovery is not fast enough, and that's where AG Global says that, okay, thanks, you guys can't engage with us. Gongling is still very low. That's where we'll get the free Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, just pushed away. That was like the poking and prodding just finally paying off, right? Konglin had to play scared. He had to stay alive more than anything else. And hiding in that brush, just not enough. And that was the perfect moment of opportunity for AG to go in there. Yulong understanding just like, is he able to kind of contest? Not taking any risk of that 50-50 play for that Overlord and just being, having enough damage to take that one down.
And in the middle, let's see who's going to make the first engagement here. So AG, they're all gathered up and they're waiting for the next Tyrant. Tyrant is up, so O2, they will take this fight.
Yeah, Konglin still up in front. PHY not in a great spot. Knocked up the first time. Yulong has to mirror domain away. Dashing, he's been chased. K1 gets the pick. They find him out. Yulong not able to get away. The Tyrant is going to be taken as well. And now they're going to continue on. O2 chasing them down. No, it looks like they're going to go back and finish what they started, which is, again, the Shadow Tyrant here.
And again, they got Yulong. They know their target man. They get Yulong, the Tyrant is going to be free for them. And then they can deal with the lanes later. So this is great coordination shown by O2 Esports. They don't need to get everybody from AG. They just need to get Yulong.
This is why O2 are just kind of like this team that is on the rise. Like losing, game one and then just bouncing back in two. And then the way that they're playing now, which they're definitely in the lead. This is a very resilient, strong team that other teams in the MKL have to fear because they are very understanding of how they need to play. The control in terms of this map is just very strong. Their movements, a lot of things are going well in the favor of O2 here.
Yeah, and they hardly make any mistakes, right? At the same time, they know who they're targeting. They work as a team. Everyone knows their objective. The comms is just on point for O2. But in the middle, I noticed a chase. But the one that they found is downhand. So it's not the hero that they want to chase all the way in.
Yeah, but they'll threaten and do a little bit of damage. Has to respect that, right? If we're looking at what's going on, Yulong was looking to split push in the bottom lane. Now Yulong needs to play a little bit more on the safer side. I mean, considering the fact that he get potentially in, this is a situation as we have a pause here of just like how, AG need to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, this pause, AG wouldn't mind that because they need to cool things off right now, right? Because the pressure is just so high by O2 Esports right now. Yulong hasn't had the best game so far, although we know his capability. But then again, O2, they realize that as well. Is that, okay, if he gets an assassin-ish type hero, we just need to lock him down. And they're doing just that. So that's one. Number two, for AG, we're starting to see the fact that they don't really have much durability. Their durability in team fights, they are very dependent on the Byron. So that's their only one. And we can see him doing a good job, right? He's doing what he does best. But like a secondary tank or maybe even like a main tank per se, they don't have that. And it's starting to show when it comes to team fights, they don't provide enough protection to their core heroes like Yulong.
Yeah. I mean, like, how is Yulong supposed to get to the back line? I mean, Lady John, D-Renjay, Secure, all very squishy, but they just have, like, when they're sticking together, they just have so much control and ways to kind of deal with this jump in by Jing. This is a good counter draft And it's a tough nut to crack, especially when you have, Kong Lin on this Ogren always in the front line, tanking everything, providing that vision and showing where everyone is. It is, again, it's really tough to find. And so this is why we're going to have to go back and to look at what JD is bringing. Lady Sun, is he able to kind of get that pick off, find and whittle down this Kong Lin Ogren?
Yeah, so that's what I had in mind as well, right? Okay, the winning condition for AG right now is that if Lady Sun is activated, and that will mean that it has to go to like the late game. Maybe we're talking about like 20 minutes onwards, looking at how the current situation of the game is. We haven't get to see like Lady Sun having like a good game or clear place to farm as of now. But is that the end of the world? No, because he can still continue to scale, maybe not as fast as he would have liked, and then show up at the late game. But then here comes the other question. Is Think Inside the Box enough protection for the Lady Sun when it comes to that stage? Because as of now, it has not been tested yet. O2, they have not put too much attention to the Lady Sun. Wait till they do that, then we'll get to see how important the Think Inside the Box is to protect the Lady Sun.
Yeah, and I mean, even if he sets the board up, then you have like the Mulberry Power, Imperial Order, like, Ocean of Tears. You have ways to kind of break it up where it's, it's going to be tougher for him, right? And to kind of get that on late game, they're going to struggle. I mean, especially when you're going up against an Ogren who's a late game monster, you're going to really have a hard time, again, just trying to find pickoffs or even able to get some sort of kills because they're going to group up and make life super difficult for AGG.
Yeah, so if we were to talk about like team fight potential, I would say O2 might have a little bit more edge just because they have more durability on their side. So even if you have like, free hits from Lady Sun from the back, they're still able to take in a few more hits before eventually getting onto Lady Sun. So then backs the question, right? Like, is there enough protection to the Lady Sun? So I also worry that, yes, the winning condition for AG is to get Lady Sun at a power spike in order for them to win the late game. But then is there enough protection for the Lady Sun at the late game? Because we must also remember that O2 will be scaling at the same time. It's not that they remain static. So putting all in all together, I feel that O2 Esports, they have a better chance even though if we go to the late game.
Yeah. Which is, again, if you're looking at this draft, it's just like, and we're back in the game here, but, O2's lineup is built for the late game. And they're like, hey, we know that if we get to 25 minutes or beyond, we're going to be fine. I mean, they're fine now, but they're going to have a much easier time. And AGG right now, this lineup is going to get even squishier, having a way more difficult time because they're just not as durable.
Yeah, okay, but trying to be a bit positive for AG, right? Like, because they have the Jing, securing or sniping objectives is a little bit better for them. So that's where O2 will need to play the zoning game very, very well before securing objectives. And so far they're doing so well by just targeting Yulong down.
Yeah, and that's like the biggest thing. But Yulong needs to play a little bit safer in the same way. And K1 is kind of dueling with him. He's not scared. He actually goes over the walls. JD is actually on the run. Here's the Fox just locking him down, the Peacebreaker, and they do end up getting the pickup onto K1. But it looks like they're going to get Sage's Sanctuary committed onto JD, who has to try to fight this one out. Oh, he's trying to run away, but White in the brush. JD not able to hit him with the Mulberry Power, and X1 has been killed. And Dao Hen is turning this around. The force field suppression, and JD is actually out healing him. And Kong Lin is by himself, and JD might actually just look to close this one out. White gets the Mulberry Power finally onto JD, but White riding the wind. He gets back to safety, and Kong Lin left alone. And Care just dealing with the base. Kong Lin is looking to go down, and AG after the pause are just like, I got it, let's go.
Dude, what just happened? After the pause, it feels like O2 Esports kind of dropped their momentum, and now they can end the game. And the game
just like that, AG are gonna take it. What, just like that? I mean, wow, what just happened? That team fight, and they were completely scattered. They were not together, and AGG just finding the right moment to attack. JD surviving just barely with the hairs on his chinny chin chin, and just like that, AGG close out this series.
Dude, you know, it reminds me of like a basketball game where you have a time off. That was the time off that AG needed just to keep everything back in balance, like keep everything back in focus. And then just one team fight and the game ends. It felt like O2 was the one that dropped the ball at that time. Was it like targeting? Was it like they just lost like the grand plan of like, okay, let's deal with Yulong first? It almost felt like that. Like the plan was just all over the place after that restart.
Yeah, they were not on the same page. They didn't really know when to go in. And again, we'll see the highlights of this one. But the fact that like PHY, JD, Saber, even after that somewhat tumultuous early to mid game, they didn't die a single time. They stayed alive. Yulong was the one that was constantly being focused. I mean, yeah, he died 3 times, but look at Dao Hen making some serious plays. Those storm strikes were on point, and the reason why they won that last team fight. But AGG striking back and finding ways to get back in, that was crazy.
It was insane. It was insane. I was at the edge of my seat when the fight happened. Okay, I understand O2 Esports, they want to play by the books, right? Playing by the books means that to try to get the farm laner JD, but if you recall, it took so much for them to just get JD, and at the end of the day, they still couldn't. So much attention to that. When their original plan was not to give too much attention to JD, instead, the original plan was to get Yulong instead. So all of a sudden, they switched their plan to try to get JD. Yulong came in later, and then they kind of lost that fight because there was just too much attention onto JD where they couldn't get JD at the end.
Yeah, I mean, JD was just like, he was so low. Like, I understand why O2 were trying to focus in, but they were going like there's like many little one-on-one fights where JD's like, okay, next, and he would like clean house and then move on to the next one, and just barely able to stay alive. Those rolling raids were on point, ensuring that mobility was there. White was trying to chase him down, missed a couple of Mulberry powers, and that was pretty much all she wrote. Like, you miss your stuns, and then JD is just gonna kill you. And I mean, doing 96,000 damage, there's a reason why with the most on his team here.
Yeah, that Mulberry power. Okay, I'm just trying to put it in perspective, right? Would there be enough damage from the Mulberry power itself to take down JD with that amount of health? I don't think so. I don't think it would be enough. So it kind of felt like I just gotta finish it. You know, that sort of a feeling that you just want to finish it, but you couldn't. So it became a very desperate move for O2 Esports. That's why the lapse of concentration happened. And if we were to look at this graph, that exact moment when it just went all the way to AG at the very late game, that was that one fight that AG just needed.
Yeah. I cannot wait to see it again in the highlights here, because again, it was just like that one swing, that one good team fight, just being able to just get that one little isolation and let JD be like, hey, actually, I'm strong enough. I can take on anyone. I'm a strong, independent woman, right? And I'm able to take everyone else down. And they just controlled everyone. And then the fact that like Kong Lin, yes, he was still out there, but they were able to isolate him in the end. And JD with his 007, 25% of the damage. Yes, the rest of the team was getting all the kills, but he was doing all the damage, and that's what mattered.
My name is Don, James Don. I'm Agent 007, ladies and gentlemen. No kills for him, that's fine, but he became a target man at the very last fight. That couldn't be finished by O2 Esports. That's all he needed to do. Just be the target man that you cannot kill at the end. Because check out the highlights again, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see that last fight later.
Yeah, I would think so. It was like game winning, right? And just there were moments where like Yulong just forcing it back onto X1, getting those pickoffs, and AGG were kind of, you know, getting a good head start to this one, and O2 turning it around. I mean, they were trying to do it off the back of Kong Lin, who got picked off on this one. But that was the one probably good think inside the box by Saber with that lockdown. And JD, this is pretty much it, right? Look how low he is. White tries to go in for this one. Mulberry Power, missed. JD stays alive, and he doesn't have enough. And the rest of the team, if White was able to get the Mulberry Power on everyone else, maybe it would have helped Kong Lin. But now Kong Lin is chasing JD, cannot keep up. JD just like dances away. And that was pretty much all she wrote at this point.
Yeah, and Kong Ling and White, they don't have the damage output. And JD, obviously, by this time, he would have lifesteal, so it's easy for him to regain his health. There was a wave of minions that he could just like a basic attack and the health goes back up to 50%, and that's good enough. Then there would have been no way with that kind of damage output to get JD at the end. So great job there by AG to win that one. And JD, gotta give it to him as well. He was very slick in positioning himself, being the target man. It was so difficult for them to finish.
Yeah. I mean, even in that last one, Kara was alive. And then, you saw Kong Lin and White just fighting 2 versus 5. And Kara, they needed his support, but he wasn't in the fight. He was just dealing with the waves. And then he recalled back to safety. Just not the greatest, situation where this team didn't really seem like they were on the same page. But let's check out the interview of the squad from AGG.
Why, hello, man. That was a crazy round, JD. So, well, JD, so you guys have been gaining traction, right? What was your mindset coming into this game, facing a team like O2?
We just focus one by one.
Okay.
Focus is key.
Focus is key. All right, so moving into this one, this is the last week of the regular season. What have you learned in this league that has gotten you to these potential third place in the MKL?
All the team is strong. Just focus on ourselves.
Okay. Is there the play-ins are starting next week. Which is the one team you want to play the most in that first round?
Team Secret.
Nice.
Ooh. Okay. So as a last question, what is your message to Team Secret if you were to meet them?
Good luck.
All right. Yeah, we could all use some luck. Thank you so much, JD, for speaking to us. All the best in your upcoming matches.
Actually, I kind of like that too. I mean, AGG going up against Team Secret to start things off in the play-ins. Going to be a better starter, right, in going in. But I love the fact that he called him out. This is the right time, and we got something spicy going in.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm a kind of guy that likes to read between the lines, right? So when he said good luck to Team Secret, before that he was saying that he wants to meet Team Secret. In other words, he's sending the message that you guys need luck because we have skill.
Yeah. To be honest, I think you're putting some words in that guy's mouth, JD's mouth. But I think ideally that's what happened going into this one. But yeah, obviously both of these teams they're very well versed and going into this one. But we're gonna have a bit of a longer break. Obviously, we have 2 more matches coming up. It's gonna be a 20-minute break. It's gonna be Seoul Esports versus Todak. That one will be coming up. And again, this is more of to see just for bragging rights at the end of the day for these 2 teams.
Yeah, and both teams, well, they'll be looking forward to Season 2. But also, this is also an opportunity to give a fan service, right? To give something for their fans to cheer for in this round. But like what Holler said before we head on to that, we will be going for an extended break. So ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on this next series. So we'll see you guys after this break.
Packing steam. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cita munimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! Hi! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Hi! Yeah! Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High, fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush them! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Voila! Let's have a fun spring outing.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba kita monimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keasaman terus membara.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High, fast as the wind. Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out. No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away. Crush 'em! Activate trip mode! Full cut power! A mischief maker visited. Hit 'em hard! It's a sunny day. Let's cool off. Let's have a fun spring outing.
Seoul Esport and Todak, the third series of the day. My name is Holler, and with me is Sir Cloud. Your thoughts on this series here?
Man, this is going to be a series that will pit both bottom teams, but then there's still an objective for them. The objective is fan service, because these two teams, they have their respective fans, right? Like, especially like Seoul Esports, they are a community team. 100% they play with 100% a local player, so they have a lot of community support. And then Toda is a well-known esports brand in Malaysia, so they have their own set of fans as well. So both sides will want to give a fan service with this match.
Yeah, and I think going into this one, unfortunately, they're both what? 1 and 11, 1 and 12. Seoul Esports is 1 and 12. They've got one more game ahead of them. And this is going to be their finals matchup for them. But going into this one, look, it kind of sucks to be on the bottom. You've taken your licks, but you've learned your lessons. I think that that's going to be the biggest thing going into this one, is really kind of having that revenge. But let's check out the team lineups as we go into this final series, or the third series of the day.
Yes, and this will be Seoul Esports, represented by Frost, Gui, Ricky, JK, and Ice Yu. So it looks like they're going to bring on Ice Yu today instead of Jun Yong. That's their regular player. And for Dota, it's going to be Stay, Anda, Hua Hua, Yu Hao, and CCS. So the last time these two teams met, Dota won by 2-0. So Seoul Esports will be looking for revenge this time.
Yeah, I think that that would be a huge win for them. If they were to take down Todak, I think that this is like their grand finals. I hate to say it. I mean, Seoul Esports, this is, again, their last series, but they want to go off on a win. I think this is a team that's potentially capable of taking them down. Obviously, they, going into this, they're kind of been on the bottom. They've kind of struggled. But the head-to-head for this matchup, the matchup to watch, of course, will be just overall, I think it's just overall KDAs, 2.2, 1.3 hasn't been the highest, considering that they've been on the bottom. They've been kind of, dare I say, not bullied, but had a rough go of things, I would say.
Yeah, but at least from the hero pool that favors Dota, 45 as compared to 40 for Seoul Esports, it shows that they are willing to try new heroes. They're willing to experiment, and that shows the level of depth of hero pool that they are willing to put onto the competition. And I really like this number as well. Of course, we are still playing a best of 3 series, but since it's going to be the last game as well for Seoul Esports, frankly speaking, what I'd like to see from Seoul Esports would be a little bit more adventurous, like put up maybe some of the heroes that we don't really get to see at all, like a Milady, for example.
Yeah, I mean, now's the time, right? If you're going to show that one up. I mean, going into this one, but again, for me, I'm like, hey, put the best foot forward. I want meta picks. I want everything that's going to be like potentially winning that first game, because again, I want to go out with a bang, right? And I want to take it to them. For either of these squads, not being on the bottom, I think would be a huge win.
Yeah, definitely. It's also fan service, and also if you kind of think about it, right, another perspective is also for the players to tell their management that, hey, you know what, I still want to be here in season 2 in the main roster. So this is also their proving point as we head on to the draft for game number 1. And you mentioned about meta picks here. A meta hero pay has been banned off.
Yeah, starting it off. I mean, they just don't want to deal with that, because it creates so much early pressure that, like, it's kind of, your entire team needs to be prepared for it. You can't be kind of like stock standard and having like just counter drafts of the different lanes. It's more of like, hey, we need to think about this. How do we deal with that early game? And it looks like Seoul Esports don't want to have any of that action. But they're going to ban out the Dharma as well. So again, just kind of attacking more or less of the Todak side, especially from that Hua in the class lane.
Okay, quick pick on the Arlie. So this is a good one. We can expect that they're going to set up the strategy of Arlie at the laning phase to be playing alone. So the roamer, whoever they're going to pick later on, will support the mid a bit more until the Arlie reaches at least level 4. Now for Dota, they're going to have Mai and Zhang Fei. So with the fact that they pick Mai, it makes even more sense for Seoul Esports to have their roamer concentrate a bit more onto the mid, because you don't want the Mai to be able to scale to level 4 as quickly as she would have liked, to wreak havoc onto the side lanes at the laning phase stage.
Yeah, and it's funny because we're like, hey, should they just kind of, have fun with this, expand the hero pool, all that stuff? But they're like, no, we're going on heavy, right? There's Arlie, Mai, and Idea, and then you look on the other side, Mai, Zhang Fei, and now the Marco Polo. These are both teams that are loaded for bear. They want this first game here.
Yeah, and the fact that Dota picked up the Marco Polo, very likely going to go for the Purify, so to negate all the CC. So for that, because of that, Seoul Esports, they want to try to target another hero. So as of now, based on the draft, Mai is the best target. On the 3 picks that they have all done, Seoul Esports lacks a bit of durability. So Dota, that's why they're thinking about banning out the tank junglers like an Ogren. Maybe they might ban out the Dune later on, just to negate out the tank jungler possibility of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, but they have control. I mean, the Mayan and Idea have a lot of that in spades. They have a lot of utility, sustain, a lot of good things, at least with those two heroes. But you rightly pointed out, right? Definitely squishy. They need some ways to kind of beef this lineup up. That Ogren would have been great if they were able to kind of have that one with this as that front liner. But if they need to figure out ways to kind of deal with this Marco Polo, the potential jump-ins are real, especially with that counter initiation Zhang Fei. This could be a nice little 1-2 combination. So Seoul Esports looking into the second phase of the draft, looking to kind of, again, shore up some weaknesses, but also kind of getting on top of this Marco Polo and this Mai here.
Yeah, and the best way to deal with the Marco Polo is to try to bait out the forward barrage first. So ideally a tank that could engage and force out the forward barrage, and then everyone counter engages. That would be great. So now with Menki being banned out by Todak, Seoul Esports might want to consider to go for like a Dune that's able to be that front line and also that initiator that might pull out the forward barrage from Marco Polo.
Ooh, okay. Todak are like, hey, we don't need any sort of utility, any sort of, we're just going to go straight up damage, high flying, in your face. And look at the side of Seoul Esports. They're also squishy. Those juicy targets look amazing. Todak are looking to just gun at them.
Yeah, just flying all the way to the back, right? Just wrecking havoc at the back line. And so obviously we need to protect the Ali as much as possible. So that's going to be the goal for the Dia. Now for Seoul Esports, you mentioned it again, they are squishy as of now. So their next pick has to be a big beefy tanky one. I'm looking at the Dune, but looks like not really. They're going to go for they're going to go for Yuhuan, which is okay in the mid. And so the Kaiser is going to play a big role of drawing out the forward barrage like what we discussed earlier.
Yeah, so I'm okay. Look, Kaiser is definitely a tank. Someone they needed. Has a little bit of control as well. The Yuhan with that sustain and that heal, gonna be great. But if Todak is able to kind of bait out that invincible warrior and just kind of kite him up from afar, disengage, and then understand that it's on cooldown, that is a moment to strike. And Todak, their ults are, aside from the Umbrella Outburst, generally speaking, on the lower end, so you can really play with them. So it really comes back to this team fight of how Kaiser is able to kind of ensure that he has that when that team fight is happening.
And tons of mobility here for Todak with the fact that they pick up the Charlotte as the final pick. So they're going to say that, okay, Kaiser, you're going to absorb everything. What if we don't face off with you? What if we go all the way back? And that's what the Charlotte, the Mai, the Faye, to a certain extent, the Marco Polo is going to do. They're going to try to target the backline. Maybe in the best situation is just to not deal with the Kaiser at all. Just ignore him. But that is the draft here, ladies and gentlemen, between Seoul Esports and Todak. We are heading on to game number 1. Let's go, Holler.
Yeah, let's go. This is going to be an interesting one, especially since Todak has kind of made some, they've made a little bit of a roster change in the sense. Anda is now the jungle. So having him play the Fade, this could be a new added element going into this one. And just getting to make sure that he's got that farm and he's able to find the back line, and that vision advantage you get from the Fade might be huge for this team here.
Okay, so a bit of a switch of a strategy here for Seoul Esports. I thought that, okay, they're going to let Arlie just farm at the bottom. But looks like at the very beginning, they asked JK to okay, get the first wave in the middle, then you move to the bottom, which is still okay. And I think that they kind of understand the risk of that. Okay, stay and Yukao is there. So if you were to keep JK there, he wouldn't be able to farm as much as he would have liked. So that's why they made the swap.
Yeah, look at JK right now in the bottom lane, just dealing with CCS. It's one-on-one in that sense. But who are you giving the edge to if we're talking about just like the draft alone? Don't look at the players, don't look at the team names, all that stuff. Who are you giving the edge to here?
Right. Okay, just putting aside all the names, I would give it to Todak because of the level of mobility. And they can just ignore Gui. If they really want to, just ignore Gui, just run down the backline, run down Ali, and job is done. Because you gotta think about it, who else from Seoul Esports is able to be the big damage dealer?
Okay. No, I see that. But look, I do think Todak's lineup, they're able to pull this one off. Obviously, it's definitely high damaging, very mobile, squishy type of heroes up in the bottom lane.
Oh, looks like it's going to be a rush in here by Todak. They're going to get the first blood for themselves, and he came from Anda. as much as they want JK, but don't be greedy. So far, Yuhao is still at level 3, and they realize that.
All right, for the record, I feel like because I was complimenting Kodak, that they turned it on. They were like, oh my gosh, we were powered by that. And they actually got that pick off because of me.
So you're the anti-caster curse then?
Yeah. Actually, just complimentary, and they just like listen to me when things are going in. Obviously, not the case in this one. But look, the Todak lineup. This is a very like dare I say bazooka, right? When they find a target, they're gonna blow them up. It's gonna be aside from Gui, maybe everyone else is gonna kind of struggle, or the Unending Sorrows have to be on point. There's a lot of potential for that burst and having that advantage because the damage swings could be just huge for Todak here.
Yeah, and the output as well. Like they have like at least like 3 players or 3 heroes that can deal a lot of damage in a short span of time. So their capability of team fights are a little bit more. Now, what Todak probably lacks, and this is arguable, right, is crowd control. Yes, they do have the Unbridled Outburst with the Zhangfei, but that only happens like once. So he has to make that one worth it. And speaking about making it worth it, they're going to fight in the middle. Maybe Unbridled Outburst anytime soon, but Yuhao sees that is unnecessary to pull it off.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been a bad angle because if anything, you push them away. So I think it's smart to just keep it and to save it for the next team fight more than anything else. But look, this one, I mean, Todak is up 1-0. This is a slight advantage for them, and obviously it'll be great for them. But, you know, Seoul Esports trying to get into this game is going to be, again, Gui. How his positioning, is he able to keep that Invincible Warrior up, as well as Ricky, ensuring that the Unending Sorrows aren't just sadly used.
Oh, Unbridled Outburst by the side. Looks like an engagement right now by Todak, but it's not the cleanest of execution by Todak. Yet still, they tried to poke the members of Seoul Esports, but it became a 50-50. Still, the Tyrant is up for grab.
Yeah, but Invincible Warrior on cooldown, right? Unbridled Outburst, I think they'll be happy with that. And the fact that they've been pushed away, Tyrant being picked up here.
Oh, you can see here Gui is pretty low, but trying to counter by the Hua Hua, but check out the backline as well. Here comes Stay, but Hua Hua, he wants to try to chase out Gui, but looks like he is in control of himself. He's not getting greedy there, so he backs off.
Wow, more control than I did. I would have been like, just go, green light, go, red, angry, go. And then he like decided to, you know, press the brakes. And Hua Hua, yes, he committed the flashes just to stay alive. Something to take note of here.
And that's why you're not playing the jungle. But they found Yuhao, so that's at least a kill for Seoul Esports in the middle.
Yeah, it just caught out there, and now look at Seoul Esport right now. That's a good pickoff. Now they need to just kind of ensure that JK gets all that farm, and just like he's pretty much the dude on your team, right? If he goes down, Seoul Esports really don't have a whole lot of damage. Everybody else has a lot of utility and sustain and heals and all that good stuff. But if JK gets focused, Todak could have a huge window of opportunity because they could just basically there's no damage to deal with all these these members.
Yeah, he's the biggest damage dealer, right? They don't have much burst damage. They have okay control, but not on the burst damage department, so they have to keep JK alive. That's where ICU will need to provide as much protection as possible to JK. I would expect ICU to just be hugging JK all the way.
Yeah, but look at that flank attempt. Just pushing them back, but no Tyrant, so no real reason to be fighting. I think that's the biggest thing. Oh, they're going in? No. Oh, Ricky will survive on this one.
But they might though. Okay, depends how greedy Todak is going to get. But Todak, they're so far, again, just showing the level of discipline. So they will let this one go. Instead, they're making the rotation to the bottom. Here comes the Unbridled Outburst, but they kind of missed that one. But they will not miss a second chance onto ICU. That's going to be another kill in the pocket of Todak.
Yeah, look, the original Unbridled Outburst is going to whiff, but he gets him with a Stampede, and that's just good enough. But ICU, he thought he could Heartlink back. I think that he was just a little bit further away, JK that was, from the connection, so he did get caught out on that one. But Yuhao, with the potential, gank attempt, it was successful, so Todak are going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pick off a why not, right? So they're not really in a hurry yet to get the tower. Instead, if they can get this mid tower, it would be great. But from the side, here comes Seoul Esports. And they're going to start it off onto Yuhao. A stun onto CCS. But look at CCS. He's still able to tank it up. Not enough damage to take out CCS, and CCS will survive.
Yeah, but look, Solely Sports, good thing is that CCS, the Fever Barrage, is now on cooldown. This is a window of opportunity to continue on and to press things forward so that you don't have that massive ult. Solely Sports will at least just put a little bit of pressure on this mid T1, which is going to be great. Hopefully they're looking to, okay, they're not going to capitalize anything else.
And CCS didn't even use his Purify, so he still has that in the pocket. And they can re-engage the moment that the Fervor Barrage is back up. And it should be back up at the time the next Tyrant shows itself. But speaking about showing itself, Dota is not showing itself as Gui will pass by. And so far they're trying to find that opening of a pickoff. Here comes the Unbridled Outburst from the side and engagement by Dota all in. And Gui is countering onto Anda. Anda is the one in trouble right now. Anda has a fade. We need to fade away to safety while Yuhao will be able to take damage. By the top, JK gets Hua Hua.
Yeah, actually a huge turn of events for Solely Sports. That was a nice engage, a nice, good Umbrella Outburst by Yuhao, but they just didn't have the damage as of now. And Todak Esports, like, look, this is a damaging lineup, but they all need farm. And they're kind of, you know what I mean? They're not hitting that critical mass. There's not one guy. Everybody's kind of getting their own set of items. Dare I say, it's kind of like a ranked game where it's not like one guy's being focused in.
Oh, but you speak about focus. Dota focus onto JK. No way he's going to be able to escape that one.
Yeah, no way. Just too much on him. I mean, that's the right target, but it looks like Seoul Esports, look, they are like, hey, we don't need JK to take out this tower. We're going to be aggressive. But this is the replay. This is what's going on. JK thought he was fine on the tower. He goes to the auto store, trying to go for the cutesy play. And look, he goes in even aggressive, gets the pick off onto Hua Hua, and gets back to safety.
Yeah, that was a great move by JK as well, anticipating the amount of damage output that he can get to ensure that he secures that kill. Now in the middle, a bit of dance-off between Dota and Seoul Esports, but the bigger thing is that what's happening at the bottom. Dota is now shoving the waves in and now they have access into the jungle. Looking for the target, and here comes the Unbridled Outburst pushing them back. And Dota goes all the way to the backline. Anda is pretty low though, and Anda will be taken out by Frost. Here comes the Fervor Barrage trying to deal a lot of damage to Seoul Esports, and JK is low. CCS will take out JK in that fight. Now they're looking for the next target. It's going to be Gui, but Gui is tanky enough with Frost there as his bodyguard. Gui survives.
Yeah, Anda going in like this, just setting them up. I mean, he was kind of bait. He was a little, like, Seoul Esports stuck around a little bit longer just to kind of deal with him, right? And they did end up killing Anda, which is great, but they lost 3 members. I think Todak are going to be happy with that trade. They'll take that any day of the week, especially since they have, you know, Stay and CCS, who are the main damage dealers here.
Oh, here comes Frost onto CCS. Oh, if they can get CCS, it would be great. But Yuhao is there to protect him. And CCS managed to get away. And now, a little bit of a counter here by Dota. They want to secure that buff. But at the same time, they can secure a kill of the Frost. It will be great for Dota. As Seoul Esports, they don't have damage output to trade it back.
Yeah, and Stay going down. I mean, this is...
Oh, that's a catch out to Anda. And Anda! Take it up with JK. Okay, now we're talking. JK is starting to scale up right now. Unbridled Outburst. Just to delay time. But at the end of the day, he will fall to the hands of JK. Double kill given. But here comes onto CCS. CCS very, very low. And Seoul Esports, one last hit is needed. They're chasing out CCS. But Hua Hua shows up to be the protector of CCS.
Yeah, CCS just barely surviving, but man, they're taking these fights 1v1. Seoul Esports.
Oh, Hua Hua tried to get it on his ICU and he finally got it. But here comes the rest of the cavalry. 4 onto 1. With that amount of health, surely Seoul Esports will get the kill.
Yeah, but look, Todak was trying to, like, giving up, you know, fights. They were getting picked off 1 by 1. And even at that last one, Hua Hua was fighting 1 versus 2. And yes, he got the ICU on his way out, but it's too much risk, right? When you're looking to take any sort of fight, you should be going for numbers advantage, especially since you have a net worth lead. You might as well secure it as opposed to going for like a 50-50 or like a 55-45. Like, it's not going to be great. You want to increase those odds as much as possible.
Yeah, maybe it's the burning confidence that they have in themselves, right? And that's what they probably will need here. Now they're fighting for the Overlord. And so far, they're able to zone out the members of Dota. But here is Frost underneath the tower. Oh no, this could be devastating. But Frost somehow able to get away to safety, even though it was taking the damage from the tower. And Hua Hua will now be at the forefront with a little bit of protection from the leaping savior of Yuhao.
Yeah, and Todak was getting gone on by Seoul Esports. They were putting pressure on, but CCS was in the top lane. He was actually fighting solo with JK. JK comes out on top of that one, and he's now 4-2-2. CCS being dead for this moment, huge.
Oh no, now everyone's gonna go all in onto Gui. But then again, Gui is able to absorb the damage. He is fine for now. But now Toda, they do have still control of this area. So who's gonna go in next?
Yeah, but Invincible Warrior on cooldown, that's something to take note of, right? Yes, Seoul Esports could potentially fight for this, but going in, getting serious.
Yeah, they're looking at Frost right now. But who's going to be the first target? Here comes the Unbridled Outburst onto Gui. Invisible Warrior still not active yet. So he cannot go all in onto Toda. He's looking for the best target. But at the back line, here comes CCS with the double kill. You get the members of Seoul Esports. Seoul Esports now falling apart. But the fight continues on. Gui will be the next target. They got Ricky. And this is an ace for Toda. Toda potentially can end this game.
Yeah, I mean, that Fever Barrage was absolutely the dream. And that's exactly how you want it. They're all grouped up. Everybody is just there for the taking. Yes, you've traded your life away, but Toda looking to end this game here.
Yeah, and nothing's going to stop them. They're still on cooldown. And Toda will claim game number 1 against Seoul Esports. And it all came down to that one last fight with that Fervor Barrage all the way to the back line. Beautifully executed.
Yeah, beautifully executed or beautifully grouped up, depending on how you looked at it. Seoul Esports need to understand how they can die, right? And understanding that if there's a Marco Polo on the end of the team, you should not be grouped up. You should not be touching hands, holding hands with one another, and sticking together. This is just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, let's keep the halal gap there, right? So, yeah. But I guess it was, it could sometimes be a spur of the moment that, one thing happens after another, and then we kind of forgot our formation. We forgot that, that Fervor Barrage has not been used that, and they kind of had the lapse of like grouping together, and then it was just pretty straightforward. The fact that CCS, he saw that opportunity, jumped into Fervor Barrage, and that's all the kills that he needed.
Yeah, I love the fact that I love the roster shakeup, right? The fact that Anda moved to jungle and CCS just subs in, right? I think that CCS has proven time and time again that he's definitely capable of this farm lane. Just having the Marco Polo here, the 10K, the highest, him and Hua Hua, who is also making some serious moves, a huge threat, fighting 1 versus 2. These are two players that were really just taking them to the limit, doing a great job here.
Yeah, and if we were to look at some of these numbers as well, like JK on his own, he's doing pretty okay, right? He's still able to bring in the 4 kills, but it is down to that one part where they had a lapse and then they grouped together and then the Fervor Barrage come in and the rest was history. Now, if we were to look at some of these numbers as well, CCS not the highest of damage. I guess that's because we didn't really go onto the late game, but he was clearly scaling.
Yeah, he was clearly scaling. I mean, this is that Todak lineup. They were going to do some serious burst damage. Seoul Esports, I mean, yeah, they had a couple opportunities to get back in, but then they kind of, threw themselves out, especially with that last team fight. Like, you have an opportunity, you're kind of swinging back, you're counterpunching, you're doing a great job of getting back in the game, but then you kind of make that huge mistake, which was like crippling to the team, and Todak were able to capitalize on that one.
Yeah, so for the other stats here, for Gui, damage taken 78.5k, not the highest. In fact, he's not too far from some of his other teammates like Ricky, like even ICU. So this kind of tells me the story that Toda, as much as possible, they try to ignore him. Now, at most is that they try to bait out the Invincible Warrior, and once they did that, it's like, okay, we just let him go for now because he will not be able to be engaging in team fights. Now, checking out the graph here, it was a 50-50 until some of the later fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was really back and forth. Seoul Esports really struck back, being able to just kind of get themselves an opportunity. Because again, Todak definitely had some weaknesses on that lineup. They're very squishy. If they don't have the Umbrella Outburst or that control, they're kind of, they have to get that burst. If not, they might have just gotten killed. And there were moments where Seoul Esports were able to do that. They were able to strike in, get a couple kills, and to turn this game around. And that's where those dips are kind of going in favor of them. But it was just too much in the end. Todak, CCS with that Fever Barrage was just game winning.
Yeah, and both sides, they have secured their respective tyrants, which is okay. And that's what kept the game in check for both sides, right? So it's not like a really one-sided match. It just came down to like the 1-2 team fights at the very end, and that's how the storyline is told by this graph that allowed Toda to just go for the win. So this round, it's about 13 minutes, so it was a fairly fast round. But our MVP this time, Horler, from Toda, who's going to be? It is going to be Stay with the Mai.
Yeah, 1-1-7, 30% of the damage, right? He was constantly up front, harrying, harassing, poking, prodding, everything that he was doing in his power. But he took a little bit of damage in the 16%, which is very minimal in that sense, considering he was always that front liner. But his presence was definitely felt, and there's a reason why Stay is your MVP with his 1-1-7 KDA.
Yeah, he's definitely here to stay. Well, if we were to compare like with the Mai that we have seen earlier today, the difference between Stay's Mai and also the one earlier is that their opponents, so Esports did not put too much attention onto Stay. Yeah, they started off in the middle and all that, but after the first wave, they quickly left the mid lane open. So Stay had the mid lane for himself to farm, and then he's able to scale and he's able to just switch around onto the lanes when the time comes. So we're going to check out some of the best moments here, starting off with Toda coming onto the bottom to get that first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that was Stay right there. That was the first one, and helping get that first blood with that ruinage and just going and diving in. And then Toda this is where they were kind of being aggressive. Anda had a great initiation, finds them. Yes, he trades his life away, but they get 3 kills off the back of his own death. And Todak, this is the perfect opportunity, because not only the fact that you killed Ricky and SJK, but it's just completely turned around. But that was the Fever Barrage. That was the game-winning one that really just kind of turned things around. And it was a rout at that point. Seoul Esports trying to fight back, but just too much damage. Too much because they were close together. And, Todak able to just make them pay.
Yeah, and the tower wasn't even there. If the tower was there, I would have okay, I kind of get it. But there was no tower there, so a bit of a lapse there for Seoul Esports that allowed Toda to come in with a forward barrage and punish them, ending the game in favor of Toda. Now, coming on to game number 2. So, what would you say would Seoul Esports would need to do in order for them to make a reverse sweep against Toda now?
You knew that they were going to go squishy. I mean, the fade was the second phase, kind of catching them off guard because they went all in damage, right? And I think that going in, the first 3 picks, and they went Mayin, Arlie, and Didea. I think they need to which is not a bad first phase of a draft. For me, it's all about that being able to kind of just outlast some of those assaults that they were going in. They had really no answers to the Mai more than anything else. Maybe they look to ban. I mean, they can't ban it out because it's been global ban picked. But again, it was more of a playstyle thing more than anything else.
Yeah, and I guess there's not enough control for the Mai as well. So he had the liberty of just wrecking havoc, going to the back line, and who is going to stop the Mai? You don't have that kind of single target CC. Yeah, you have the Yuhuan, but then again, it takes time to channel the stun, that's one, and sometimes it's not within range, so that's one thing. So if you have a single target, at least you don't really need to worry about channeling. Most single target stuns are just instant, and you need that kind of instantness in dealing with a high mobility hero.
Yeah. And I'm kind of thinking it's more of the Zhang Fei more than anything else. The guy, there's a reason why this is the number 1 picked in the MKL. It just provides so much value. Those stuns, the Umbrella Uppers, that control, that team fight. When it's happening, you protect all your teammates, plus you control them, and that's pretty much all she wrote, especially when you have all that damage. So if anything, I really think Seoul Esports need to either take this Zhang Fei themselves or have some sort of team fight kind of spells to really help them out, more than just the Didea, which is kind of single target more than anything else.
Yeah, I probably would have liked something else other than the Didea, but anyway, that's fine, because surely they will not be able to pick the Didea because of the global ban pick, and they're going to come with something else. So speaking of something else, let's see surely something else from these 2 teams as we head on to the draft for game number 2. And we're going to start off by Arlie and Luna not seeing the light of day.
Yeah, Good bans to start things off. I mean, they've picked it themselves. They know that they're not going to have that. Todak with a little bit of respect on this Luna here, ensuring that they're going to go first pick. They're definitely not going to pick the Luna first themselves. Going into this one, I think it's going to be key for Todak to continue the momentum. Seoul Esports need to kind of shore up some of the draft weaknesses that they had in game one. Think about more of the team fight, right? You got to think about like, mid to late game when those big, death balls are coming at you. How are you going to break that one up?
Hey, I mean, if you're thinking about team fight, then go for the Dolia +1, +2, +3 combo, right? I mean, it's up for grabs right now. Yeah, the Long is out, that's fine, but you still have the Elaine, you still have the Yixing. I doubt Seoul Esports is going to spend a ban on the Dolia. It's not going to be worth it. So maybe something for them to consider. Lock in the Dolia when it's their turn.
Yeah, but look, that whole combination, I mean, the Dolia is great when you have that draft around it, like all the heroes like the Elaine, Lung, all these things that you just kind of mentioned. But it's going up against, I would say, squishier lineups, right? Like the Elaine excels going onto the back lines. If they were one of the enemy team were to counter draft and to kind of have tankier ones, you're not going to see as much value. So picking that one early and showing your hand, ideally it makes sense, but the enemy team has to kind of fall into the trap that you're setting up for them.
Okay, if taking that into perspective, then maybe leave that for later. So you go for something tanky like a Byron, which is a very safe pick, and then you have the Ogran. Can they still go for the Dolia combo? Not really at this point, because the Byron's been locked in, and the fact that Ogran's locked in, so they can't go for Dolia plus Dune combo. If they really, really, really want to, then it's going to be the Dolia Yixing. But I don't see that happening now.
Yeah, especially now. Like dealing with if they were to go from the Todak side to go with that, like dealing with an Ogren and a Byron, it's like, why? Like, how are we gonna deal with we have Celestial Melody, but how do we burn through this? You just need consistent damage more than anything else. And Seoul Esports right now, D-Renche, Ogren, Byron, I kind of like that little 3-man combination. You have a lot of flexibility going into the second phase of this draft.
And coming into the second phase, so it looks like Seoul Esports, they're going to ban out the President first. So Dota with Sakir here. I'm thinking if they can... Well, I'm thinking if they want to go for even like a Luban maybe. Just because you can keep that range against D-Renche. And also, with the protection of Sakir, you can still sort of deal with the Ogran in case they try to run down the Luban itself.
Yeah, but Todak right now, you have all the utility in the world and the control. You just need a bunch of damage. Even with the jungler here, the farm laner obviously will do damage in and of itself, but you don't want that 4 protect 1 style. You need to have somebody else who's supplementing that damage. And I think that something like a Han Shin, something that's, that has that potential where you have that burst in once that mobile, that speed gets to the back lines, you start things off, and then you have the rest of the team just kind of converging with all those stuns. You could definitely keep them alive then, but they need damage on this draft by Todak.
And they could use some level of durability as well. So that's probably going to be their jungle pick later. So the turn is still open for their picking. Seoul Esports, okay, they went with Yixing. Okay. Yixing plus Dolia, I don't know about that. I think it's a little bit too all-in. But the fact that they have an Ogran as a main tank, so they can be kind of flexible with still picking the Dolia if they want. So I'm not going to say no to that still. The fact that now that we have Yixing on Seoul Esports. As for Dota, now they're surely going to lock in a farm laner. I guess some of the other farm lane options. I mean, if they want to go for something unusual, well, why not bring in an Alicio, right?
Yeah. Oh, but there's unusual. Mulan hasn't had the most play in MKL, but this is a potential, especially with the Yuan, to kind of round out this draft. This is very interesting. Wait, hang on. How are they doing? Who's the farm laner? Is it going to be Mulan? Mulan farm?
It has to be a Mulan farm. No one else.
Yeah. So, okay, they're going to be running at you. This is interesting. I think that they're more of a not experiment. I mean, it's experimental, let's be honest, but going up against the Ogren. But look, this actually walks into the perfect, Yixing mid Ricky, right? Like if they're all gonna run at you, I'll just set up the perfect board and then Unbridled Outburst, Storm Strike, you know what I mean? Like wombo combo inside. It seems like with this all melee lineup, essentially, you're gonna have a bit of an issue.
Okay, you mentioned about the theories of how Toda will play this, right? But how much do you like the Mulan pick?
I don't really like it at all, if I'm being completely honest.
Right. You're a traditionalist.
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist. But I'm like, look, I want to be wowed. I want to be like, hey, this is completely new. And it has play. But CCS going up against JK here, CCS is not going to have a great time just because the range to melee laning, right? Especially when you're 1v1. I don't even think IceU needs to be in the bottom lane. JK can do everything on his own.
Yeah, exactly. I would think that, yeah, maybe IceU can go and protect the mid lane instead. So it doesn't really matter. Or he can just stay around the river area just to avoid like the potential backstab by the member of Toda or the rotation by Toda during this early phase. And that's about it. And just leave that entire lane for JK to be on his own. Because like what you said, it's hard for CCS to just even try to poke at JK.
Like, I want to be proven wrong, right? I want CCS, this Mulan, to work, right? Because it is unconventional. It's definitely new, and it's different, right? But, you know, that's my heart is telling me that. My brain is telling me, yeah, he doesn't really have much of a chance. I think Seoul Esports lineup is definitely more standard and easier to play, and it's very predictable. It's a lot, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in a game, you want things as simple as possible. Not to say that they can't play difficult ones. It's just when the games are underway, there's so much complexity that you need to simplify things.
Oh, but here comes the rotation by Toda. Okay, Ricky as well joining at the top. And looks like they managed to shoo away the members of Toda. But like what you said, right? Sometimes maybe the unpredictable is the one that they are aiming for so that their opponents won't be able to read them out.
Yeah. No, I want to see this CCS. Mulan. Oh, what is?
Oh, you see a first blood here. Oh, that's a nice U-turn there onto Hua Hua. Hua Hua is in trouble, but they made a U-turn onto Frost. Frost steps away to safety. Hua Hua still pretty low on health, and first blood will be given to Gui after that back and forth.
Alright, so Hua Hua made the first initial... Oh, more fight going on.
Nobody power to IceU, okay, and CCS actually gets the kill.
Okay, I'm happy about that, because CCS, more farm to him, more power to him. I want to see this guy come online, right? Like, this is the Mulan farm. I want to see this done well, right? I want to see success out of this. But in the top lane, Hua Hua, he hits the truth, but he doesn't hit him off the backboard, so he's not able to get the stun, and that's why Frost was able to continue on. But Frost was actually in a bad spot himself. Hua Hua decides to turn, and Gui's like, okay, now you messed up, got out of position, I'm gonna make you pay, and Gui gets first blood on that nice little rotation at the top.
Yeah, and I like how like both sides, they were like really counting the health. But now in the middle, you might see an engagement here. Stay is pretty low, so you have to stay away to safety. Flashes away underneath the tower, and Gui will not continue on.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to, right? Gui will be happy continuing farming, moving from lane to lane, taking whatever he can. He's not going to be able to invade, so Gui, more than anything else, I mean, he's got a 500 gold lead, but he's going to stick around the mid lane, just take all of that extra farm that's being given to him by Ricky.
Oh, okay, here comes the world is my board. He managed to catch Anda within it. Is Gui going to come in? Anda 50% of health, Yuhua is there, and Anda, who's going to protect him? But anyway, Anda is self-sustainable, so that will be all right.
Yeah, but Anda now, no unending sorrow, right? It's on cooldown, right? And this is why Gui was not being overly aggressive. He knew that the potential for an actual kill would be very difficult. He was just trying to bait it out more than anything else. Gui, very smart here. It looks like they're just going to pick up the Tyrant.
There's going to be a Tyrant that's unchallenged by Toda. I mean, for Anda, he wasn't in the right position. He was somewhere at the top anyway, but in the middle, looks like Gui might be the next target. But yeah, he's an organ. Powerful passing, easily steps away.
Yeah, not scared, right? Just like he's gonna go back into his own jungle just to take out the Crimson. But more in the top lane, right? Hua Hua and Frost. We've been seeing these two guys kind of dueling from the beginning. It hasn't been easy for both, right? They've been very aggressive. The rotations have been kind of putting pressure on. Gui gets first blood in that top lane onto Hua Hua, so a little bit of an edge in favor of Seoul Esports. But I mean, it's 1.2 at this point. It's 5 minutes in, so Seoul Esports really doing a much better job in this early game.
Yeah, but this is where we'll check on how CCS is doing at the bottom. He is alone, 1v3, tower is still active, Unbridled Outburst will be used, all in. onto CCS. CCS, no way you could stand a chance against that. The rotation came in, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, that was like the poorly timed rotation. Nobody was there on point to ensure the save. And CCS was, I'm sure, he's like, guys, I'm getting game. Help me. And they came like too late. He's, you know what I mean? He's already been killed at that point. So CCS was trying to take it on the tower. Unfortunate for him. Not able to get this going. And now slowing the Todak machine that is CCS. He's falling behind JK.
Oh, now chasing on the JK. But JK managed to step underneath the tower. That was quite a close one there. If he didn't have the flash, then it could have been a different story for JK.
Yeah, but common spell used by CCS, right? Flash, I mean, JK, he flashed as well, so it's not the end of the world or anything, but, you know, going in for this one, you would want that conversion, you'd be able to get that pick off. And CCS on this Mulan, you know, you're melee. It's not easy to get that pick.
Yeah, even you want to try to close that gap, it's so difficult. But it looks like Seoul Esports, they will try to close the gap for him. But first, take down the tower. The rest of Dota, they rotated down just to give him extra support. They lose the tower, but CCS is still alive.
Yeah, about 700 gold lead for JK, right, in that bottom lane. He's going to just kind of rotate to the mid lane. And now Gui has a little bit of a competition, at least in some of this farm. So something to take note of. Seoul Esports have done a great job of taking that bottom. They put pressure on. And now CCS has he's got to fight for his farm without that bottom T1.
Yeah, they're looking to close the gap right now. Will is my board to try to stop. Looks like a CCS from going back, and CCS has to make that U-turn. Now he has to make the turn back. Unbridled Alpha just for CCS. It's worth it, the fact that they still got the kill onto the farm laner.
Yeah, I'm wondering Seoul Esports are like, hey, that Mulan pick, so unconventional. We're going to focus him down, we're going to prioritize him, and make his life hell. You went all in on this one, and it's kind of a very unique pick, but you're never going to get going, so we're just going to deal with it that way.
And so far they're doing so good against the Mulan. 2 kills for CCS, 2 deaths for CCS, 1 kill for him. And if you kind of think about it objectively, it's like, okay, he's still kind of keeping pace, but not as a typical farm laner, because when it comes to gold difference, right now, 2 farm laners, JK is way ahead.
Yeah, way ahead at this point. I mean, it's going to be even tougher, right? If anything, Todak need to be thinking about grouping up, trying to utilize the teamfight potential of the Mulan more than anything else. Because individual ganks probably not going to happen.
But maybe either side is trying to look for a pick-off here. At the same time, zoning out Todak from the Overlord itself. And Yuhua puts himself at the front, but then again, it's more of like face-checking each other, so I don't expect big moves yet, especially when ICU still has the Unbridled Alphas.
Yeah, it's not going to be potentially, like, there's no kill potential at this point. I think that Todak here, more than anything else, oh, but the Flash does stay alive, though, and he's going to let it go more than anything else.
Got the Leaping Savior just to give a bit of insurance policy to the rest of Seoul Esports. Now, it's going to be the Tyrant. Anda is going to be the one at the forefront, but Anda cannot approach. Okay, let's see if Hua will be creative by coming from the back, but it's a little bit too late. Nevertheless, Seoul Esports, they will come in, they'll find their next target. Frost is absorbing a lot of damage. He has to step away as Gui will get Yuhao. CCS again down. And now the tower will be open for Seoul Esports, but Seoul Esports, they're looking at stay. His health is pretty low. Are they going to go in for it? Nope. Objective gameplay for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, super smart. A Ricky going golden, making sure that he stays alive, flashes back to safety, ensuring that he does stay. But Silent, ICU taking a lot of damage on this one. But Frost going in, that was key because it set up so much of attention being focused on him, where that the Tyrant wasn't even close to being taken by Todak on this one. But Seoul Esports making great moves and ensuring that they secure and they come out on top.
And now CCS is falling behind in terms of net worth. Last we checked, it was about 1.5k gold difference with JK. It's not looking good for CCS. And yeah, I guess it comes back to what we discussed, right? Like, you don't have that range. It's really difficult for him to deal the damage. But speaking about dealing damage now, Seoul Esports dealing the damage of the Toda. They're looking for Anda right now. Anda landed, but Anda is not going to be the main target. They are just going all in underneath the tower. It's not going to be a problem for them. They got stay in the process, and now they will surely get the tower as well.
Yeah, mid laner for mid laner here. But Ricky, I mean, he had the perfect board set up. And again, if they're all melee and they're going to get trapped in like that, that's perfect for Gui because nobody can run away from him. Well, Hua Hua gets the pick off, finds Ricky. He was all isolated by himself. So it's not the end of the world. Todak, right now, they need whatever kill they can get at this point, or potentially a big neutral. They're not able to get that way.
Speaking about kills, Gui already has 6 kills to his name. And that's all the kills that Seoul Esports got. Like, this guy is like, yeah, he's a tank Ogren, but it's as if like he's playing an assassin.
Yeah. I mean, look, Gui, at some point you're like, hey, dude, you got to share it, right? Like, you've taken all the kills from the team. They're 6-2, and he's got them all. I mean, sharing is caring at the end of the day. But Gui's like, no. I am the carry. I need all the farm. Get me going, and I'm going to close this game out.
Sorry, carries on the other team, so they don't care. I guess he just wants, maybe he wants the MVP for himself. Who knows, like maybe an extra bonus by his boss or something. But now Seoul Esports absolute control, and we have not seen CCS actually being activated yet.
Yeah, no chance at this point. Seoul Esports putting the pressure on. Todak on the back foot.
Oh, here comes Anda, Unending Sorrow. He has to back off. And the engagement continues on, and it's all in here by Seoul Esports. One Brighter Albers, they get Hua Hua, they get Anda, they get Yuhao. Looking for more right now, looking for stay, looking for CCS. But then again, Seoul Esports, they don't need all that. But here comes CCS for the back, but it's a little bit too late. As Seoul Esports will put us to match point.
Yeah, so about that draft, right? The Todak one, very underwhelming. The Mulan, second to last pick for that team, really didn't see too much value. And they were all melee, right? You're picking all these melee heroes into a Yixing who's like, okay, this is perfect. The boards are going to be the easiest thing I do. And I just lock him down and then let Gui go with his Augurin. It's perfect for him.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that the fact that Seoul Esports kept targeting him at the farm lane during the laning stages, and 3 players down, even though he's underneath the tower, but he still gets taken out just like that because he has also not enough escape mechanism by himself.
Yeah, no chance on this one. I mean, look, Gui right now 8-0-1. Clear MVP, right? There's no doubt. The fact that he was cleaning house, ICU basically just steals a single kill away to just pad his stats. But man, Seoul Esports striking back and really stuck it to Todak. We were talking about, hey, should we do unconventional drafts? Well, Todak tried, and this is what happened. It's a little underwhelming at the end of the day.
You know what? If they're going to go unconventional drafts, right, might as well give me my Lubu roam. Might as well. Might as well just put it out. Oh man, one more game. Either Todak or Seoul Esports prove that Lubu roam works, please.
Oh my gosh. I don't think that we'll be seeing that anytime soon, but who knows? I mean, game 3, look, if you have an opportunity to be 7th place instead of 8th place in this one game, you're not picking a Lubu roam, okay? Sorry, Sir Cloud.
Oh man, there goes my hopes and dreams. One day, wait Pete will show it. But yeah, I guess this round was a bit of a missed opportunity, I must say. If they pick a traditional farm laner as compared to a Mulan, maybe they stand a chance because the draft, I think it's okay, right? You got a good amount of CC. You have like an option to like either split push or even like to backstab. You have all the recipes there, except for the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, not only just the farm lane, but like they have a lot of utility, and you're basically being like, okay, in this lineup, who's doing damage, right? Like, look, Stay did as much, and he's going to poke and prod, but he's not going to get the killing blows. You need a traditional farm laner or maybe a jungle assassin to ensure that you're securing some of those kills. And this is the weakness of that draft. Everybody's kind of like, hey, a Swiss Army knife, but basically, I just need a cleaver. None of these guys has a cleaver.
Yeah, you're right. And the fact that they put Yuhuan in the jungle, so that's... well, not for this draft at least. Not for this draft. Like, they have a lot of utility, but yeah, they don't have enough damage output. But let's check out the graph here, and it's a steady growth towards Seoul Esports. And Most of that was because that they have absolute control of the farm lane. Every time they rotate down to the farm lane, it's not wasted. They will surely get out with something.
Yeah. Actually, Solely Sports, this is a great game for them. I think there's a huge confidence boost going in. And just being able to close this one out, I think that, again, draft far superior. I'm going to have to say going in, 70-30, right? That Yixing board is just too much control. Plus, you have the Ogryn, and there was like no damage to deal with the Gui Ogryn, and there's no way to burst him down. He is like one of the tankiest guys in the hero in this game, and your option, your way of dealing with this is the Mulan. Not gonna happen, especially when this guy is 8-0-1 and taking 29% of the damage and dealing 35. He has plenty of damage in spades as well. So again, Gui, this Ogryn, very well played.
Yeah, and that's why he's the MVP, yes. And yeah, the Mulan pick was a bit of an iffy one at the end of the day. But we also got to give it to Seoul Esports, right? They saw that opportunity, and then they kind of like want to prove the Mulan pick wrong. They farmed off the Mulan at the very early stage. So it was a great work by Seoul Esports. They know what is the weakness of their opponent, and they exploited it. Let's check out some of the best moments here from this round.
Yeah, and look, if we're looking into this one, this is a moment where Seoul Esports really got going. I mean, they kind of, look at this, gank attempts. There was no way CC is surviving this, and now the reinforcements are coming. Yuhao coming in very late, and CCS caught out, tried to stay alive, tried to dip and dash and dodge all this stuff, but when you're being focused by 5 members of Seoul Esports, you really don't have much of a chance here, and that Umbrella Outburst really setting themselves up. Frost barely limping away, and the rest of the team just on cleanup duty, and Gui, this absolute monster. That board was perfect, locking in 3. Yes, Ricky did die, but it set it up for Gui to just chase down the rest of the team, and they just closed out this game. Just really well played by Seoul Esports.
Yeah, when it comes to team fights towards the end, like how we saw this few scenes, it's clear that Seoul Esports, they had a lot more balance when it comes to team fights, especially with worldwide board to open up stuff, and then they have enough damage output, they have tank with the Zhangfei, and it was pretty much straightforward for Seoul Esports. But a great work for them, and because of that right now, we are at a 1-1. Now, just to remind everyone out there, the last time these two teams met, Dota won against Seoul Esports 2-0. Seoul Esports, one more step to getting their revenge.
Yeah, I mean, look, this game and last game, and it really came down to who had the Zhangfei, right? If you have the Zhangfei, you win, because the amount of control and that team fight is just next level, and it's the #1 picked hero throughout. But with this global ban, we're going into game 3. Both of these teams have picked it up themselves. They're not able to pick it in this game 3. How will the teams adjust here?
Yeah, so if like what you said, Zhangfei was the game winner for both sides. Well, now we don't have the Zhangfei, obviously, for both sides. Let's see what sort of strategy are they going to come out with. So they're going to come out with bans on meta heroes as a start. The Dharma's out, the RD is out, and then the Luna is out. So that's a dangerous one that Dota is not willing to deal with, and then the pay. Okay, so again, because Dota has the first pick, so that will kind of like set the tone of what sort of strategy are they going to play for.
Yeah. I think, look, this one, it's a must win. Just don't get cute. Just play something that's solid, right? Play something that's meta. Give your team a chance. This is game 3. This is your last game as Seoul Esports. Todak have another one tomorrow, but this is one where both of these teams need this win.
Okay, so Lady Sun, that's not getting cute, right? That's getting serious, okay? But then again, of course, Lady Sun is a hero that needs a lot of protection. So it also depends on what sort of protection is Dota able to provide later on. So now that the Zhangfei is out, normally it's being paired with the Lady Sun. The next pairing could probably be a Ming that they can bring, or maybe even a Dia because it's still open.
So Seoul Esports kind of know that the hunch is there, right? They definitely don't want to pick the Ming themselves. It's definitely an ultimate pairing with the Lady Sun, but the Lian Po and the Charlotte kind of break this up. I mean, yeah, if they're going to group up, both of these heroes are going to make their lives a little bit difficult. I actually main Ming myself, so when I see the Lian Po, I know that they're really targeting this potential combination.
Right, so that's a potential counter pick, right? Okay. So that's why they probably thought to themselves, okay, the Ming is out the window, let's go for the Dia instead, which is fine, right? As long as you're able to give that protection to the Lady Sun, and then you have the Ogryn, who's going to be the tank jungler to protect the front line. So you have something for Lady Sun herself, and then something for the front. Now that you have all that, Toda just needs to think of what sort of a CC do they want to bring in, because they're going to pick that mid laner later on. Of course, there's a ton of options, and that really depends on what Seoul Esports will pick next.
Yeah, Seoul Esports looking at the counter pick of the Ogren, dealing with it themselves with this Agudo here. A great start to the potential quote-unquote counter to, again, the Ogren. But Seoul Esports really need some damage. They need the last two. They need to kind of ensure that they have some way to deal with this monster that is the Ogren, and just kind of sustaining consistent damage more than anything else. And then, because literally everyone else, once they get on top of the Lady Soon, they're able to burst him down. That's not a problem too much, but the Ogren is the main focus in the second phase of the draft here.
And the Guardian Mo is out as well. They don't want to deal with the burst damage potential of the Guardian Mo, especially the couple blades is able to reach the Lady Soon, and sometimes it's a one-shot, so you don't want to deal with that. That's absolutely fine. Now it's Seoul Esports, their turn to pick. They could probably go for a mid or a farm first, depending. And they're going to go for the Lung.
Okay. No,
Only Lung. What's your take on this?
No, Lung is always good. When is Lung not good, right? I think that Lung, not S tier. I don't think it's as good as, well, no. I want to say it's like an A tier, right? I think Arlie right now, to me, is still the best farm laner. Just the outplay potential is just so high. Lung is the type where it's great, has a lot of burst, has that get out of jail free card and the infinite fastness. You have a lot of options, but I just think that it's one of those things that really needs a good supporting cast to really shine.
Right, okay. So the fact that Lung is going to be coupled with the Lambo, and that should provide enough space for him to farm. But we're going to see the Delton. Okay. All right, that's going to be quite a rare one. And the Prince of Lunling. Okay. This is them just putting on a mindset of like, let's try to throw off Seoul Esports. These are picks that we don't always see in the MKL.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of it, right? And then the fact that they had an Ogren, basically flexing the Prince of Lanling into the jungle. Dale Chan obviously in the mid lane. And this kind of throws things a bit of a wrench in the plans of Seoul Esports, because they're like, the Ogren is definitely going to be the jungle with that Agudo pick. Now things have kind of turned, because you have that Prince of Lanling, but Seoul Esports finishing their draft with a Gia pick. Your thoughts on that one?
Okay, I want to give my thoughts about the Prince of Lightning and Delta. Right? Just looking over at the stats. So in this MKL, Prince of Lightning has been picked twice, 0% win rate. Delta picked once, 0% win rate. So I'm just putting out the stats out there, okay? That number could change because the number is still pretty small.
Man. Game over.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, no chance. Like, the data doesn't lie. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Look, I think that's... like the Prince of Lanling, if you want to go with that, cool. But if we're looking at the lineup of Seoul Esports, like, how are they, like, who are they going for? Like, the back line, who's squishy? All of these guys are going to be team fighting. It's going to be very difficult to deal with this somewhat tankier lineup. This is not a great Prince of Lanling game, and to pick it where Todak did leaves me questioning what is going on with their draft.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to prove us wrong, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to match point between Toda and Seoul Esports. And just to note as well, Prince of Lanling, they're going to put it on the Clash lane, which I personally am not comfortable with that. I would rather have a hero that's a lot more durable in the Clash lane, just because you have to be so self-sustainable there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Todak's just like, you know what? Just pick whatever hero you like, right? You know, I don't know if this is the greatest draft synergy. I have questions for this Prince of Lanling pick. If it pays off and we have the interview, we need to ask about this. But Todak, again, going into this draft with the Prince of Lanling in the Clash lane, like, dude, if they pull this off, that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, it's crazy, right? Because if you think about it, like Prince of Lanling is definitely super squishy, and it's going to be hard for the Prince of Lanling to 1v1 the Charlotte. Charlotte will be able to poke the Prince of Lanling easily at the top. So the Clash lane, we kind of know who will win this. So it's something for us to keep an eye on, right? Maybe Hua has a formula, has a strategy to overcome that we haven't seen yet, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why they're the pros.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, yeah. I guess we'll give him credit where credit is due in that sense. You're spitting facts. I get it.
I'm trying to be positive, man. Trying to be positive.
I know, but I'm just like, game 3, everything is on the line. You're like Prince of Lanling Clash Lane. That's like, you know what I mean? Like I have questions, right? It's definitely not the most conventional. I don't think I've ever seen a Prince of Lanling in the Clash Lane. And to pull it out in a game 3, just again, leaves me a little bewildered more than anything else.
Well, okay. I mean, it's still like 2 minutes in the game, so gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. They're the pros for a reason. They probably know what they're doing, and it's just us watching the execution. You know, it's the same feeling as me asking for a Lubu roam. Although I believe that the Lubu roam works, I genuinely believe it. And this is him genuinely believe that the Prince of Lanling will work on the Clash Lane. It's the same concept.
Yeah, and look, I actually would have been okay with the Ogryn Clash and then the Prince of Lanling jungle. Right? Like, I think that still makes a little bit more sense than the Prince of Lanling Clash Lane. I mean, look, he's not losing. He's actually winning in terms of the net worth against Frost, so he's kind of keeping himself alive. But, you know, I think that come mid-game, Frost is the potential burst is there. They need to be careful.
Yeah, well, Anda needs to be careful here. Health's pretty low, and they're just pushing him back. And Seoul Esports, so far they are doing okay. But if we talk about like overall net worth, well, Dota is now ahead by about 700, coming close to 1,000. But the bottom, JK gets the first blood against CCS.
Yeah, and this is why Loong is amazing, right? The fact that you had that burst catches him out off guard, so to speak. And Yuhao was actually at first full life, so he wasn't really taking any of those shots. So JK doing a great job of ensuring that all of his attacks were going on to CCS. Getting that first pick off, absolutely huge for him in that bottom lane.
Yeah, ICU had the Tremor Smash as well. So that combination together with the Flaming Palm, so they ensured the kill on the CCS. And Dota, they need to remember protecting the president is going to be important, but protecting Anda is going to be as important as well. Now that Anda is very low, and Seoul Esports will give that kill to Gui.
Yeah, just a little too far out, overextending like more than anything else. He just needed to run. He was like he's not that critical mass of Ogryn tank raid boss level as of now, so he needs to be careful in that sense. Playing a little bit safer. It's still very early, and now Seoul Esports really putting the fight to them and making life difficult for Todak.
Yeah, they caught up in terms of net worth. Now they are pretty much equal with Dota after that Tyrant, and then they secured the buff for the side of Dota. So great work here so far. Seoul Esports is in control. Now, of course, we're going to continue to observe how the Prince of Lanling will be playing. So far, still playing the same style as any other Clash laner, like trying to just jump out the waves there and maybe coming from the side. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. Straight up to the back line. And it's going to be Ricky, the first one to fall. Next is going to be ICU. ICU is pretty tanky and they will not overextend underneath the tower.
Yeah, but they've also found CCS, so it's a 1-for-1. I mean, CCS going down is actually probably the bigger ticket for me. Ricky going down, okay, not the worst thing in the world. He got caught out on this one. Stayed with a nice little pick on that. But look, you were talking about Huahua not exactly losing. Actually, he's winning. He's kind of just sustaining. But he's going to trade away the bottom T1. But Huahua is doing a good job of just farming.
Oh, but here comes the rest of Dota. They want to do a good job against Seoul Esports at the bottom, and they will get Gui. That's at least one good rotation by them that they could get this kill. Now in the middle, Seoul Esports taking down the tower, but here comes Dota rotating straight into the middle. They go for the backline. JK is the one in trouble. JK, one last hit, and Anda will make sure that he will not see the light of day. But at the same time, Huahua at the backline taking down Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, Huahua has that damage, that finishing one, right? Todak right now, the rest of them just kind of running at you. Anda, Stay, CCS, all these guys doing some damage. And then you need that, just like that one tipping point. Just a little bit more damage, and Huahua has the perfect amount. And getting those picks was actually huge for them. But they're up about 1.5k. Todak are finding ways to make this unconventional track work.
Yeah, and so far so good. I mean, not only in terms of net worth, Huahua is a hit, but they managed to secure that kill with even 2 assists to his name. So based on the numbers on paper, it's so far so good. But Seoul Esports, they're also still putting up the fight with Todak. But most of their fights was when Huahua is not there. But the moment Huahua shows up, it's always a big impact. It turns fights around to Seoul Esports. by the top. Right now, speaking about turning down fights, Hua Hua. One last thing on Hua Hua!
Red team
Still alive!
has
Okay,
destroyed a
can he
tower.
survive this one? Ricky and Gui is there. Okay, they're getting the signals. They know that he's still somewhere around. And now Hua Hua executed the moment his other teammates came by. And they're able to get their kill. Now they're going to get a double kill as well. Looks like Seoul Esports, they're falling apart with the hands of Hua Hua earlier on. But the fight is not over yet as Frost now will be taking on the damage. But finally, they took down Frost. Now for the rest of Seoul Esports, they cannot continue on this fight. But again, Holler, again. What can you say about Hua Hua and his move? But hang that thought for a second because right now it's going to be Gui underneath the tower. Still, Doda able to rush in to get that kill.
Hua Hua was so low, but the spider senses were tingling. Seoul Esports knew that he was there, but they're like, we can't deal with him because we know that the reinforcements are underway. And honestly, look, Todak, Anda more than anything else, the fact that he's 3-1-1, they're making this draft work because you still have an Ogryn. I think that Hua Hua has done a great job of just being able to stay alive. That was the biggest win for him because, again, he was providing vision for the rest of Todak to make the right appearance at the right time in the right place.
Man, that spidey senses, man, that's like emotional damage. Oh man, it's so annoying. But what's annoying right now is Stay feeling annoying, the fact that he had to go down to the hands of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, got picked off there. Stay stuck around and found out, and Seoul Esports making him pay, right? Seoul Esports right now, they need a couple more pickups. They need to figure out ways not to deal with Anda. I think that Anda is still the scary type. They're going to focus it here, but...
Okay, but they cannot all in focus on Anda since he is the tank. You don't want to be drawn in just for CCS to give that extra damage from behind or free damage, and then you get punished back. But keep your eye on to Hua Hua at the top. He's just doing what Clash Laners do, just shove off the waves.
And one thing that to take note of is that the Prince of Lanling is kind of really hard to pin down, right? Especially since you don't have a whole lot of control from Seoul Esports. So the fact that he's able to split push, then uses stealth to get to safety, could really be a thorn in the side of Seoul Esports. It's going to be tough to make any sort of consistent death ball push, which is what their lineup is built around, and to deal with it. So in a way, the Prince of Lanling, I'm kind of growing on it.
Okay, ICU. He doesn't have the Tremor Smash. Okay, he has to get away. Now he's tanking the damage, but he can no longer tank the damage underneath the tower. And Dota will still get that kill. Dota, their objective is to secure the buff, and they will. Now they back off.
Yeah, but look at how Todak right now,
Blue
just taking this mid
has
T2.
destroyed
Frost
a
is, he was in the
tower.
bottom lane, not even in the fight. And now needs to be careful, he's getting gone on.
Oh, even in the middle as well. Hua Hua seems to be in trouble, and finally, Seoul Esports, they get Hua Hua. But at what cost? They lost 3 players in the process. And now Dota, they will be able to get in past their mid, taking down the tower, but no minions there. Anyway, Frost is there to clear off the next wave. Minions have arrived. Are they going to clear? Or are they going to go in for it? Nope. Dota says objective gameplay. Let's go for the Tyrant instead.
Yeah, just smart here by Todak. They don't need to force things out. I mean, especially with Hua Hua and Jiahao down. I think that it's more of like taking the big neutrals. Oh, but Frost potentially going for the steal.
Oh, Frost waiting for the right moment. Very low. Looks like he decided not to. Because they don't have Gui together with them anyway, so they have to let this one go.
Yeah, no chance on that one. I mean, look, down 5k. Todak making it work, but to be honest, look, it's more about Ogryn more than the Prince of Landing, right? I mean, 2-1-5, Hua Hua has definitely had an impact in this game, and I'm about to eat some crow if Todak actually pulls this one off. But, you know, this is very different, and and Hua Hua has made this work.
Hey, but keep an eye on Hua Hua at the back. Okay, he's making the spidey senses tingling. And because of that, Seoul Esports have to like, okay guys, Hua Hua is around, I think we should back off. And if you see Gui, right? Like, spidey senses tingling, and he can no longer be there.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, look, they're going to give up on the Crimson. It's just too scary, right? You don't know what you can't see, and since Hua Hua is going to be there, like this Overlord is going to be an easy pickup for Todak. They've been able to push it away, and even with the spider senses, the stealth has just scared Seoul Esports from making any sort of conscious defense.
Oh, by the middle, looks like they will take this fight against Anda, and Anda is able to absorb that damage. Anda is so far so good. I mean, he's the Ogryn. You don't want to go all in onto Anda. Instead, right now, Yuhua sees ICU, but ICU again his attack as well. Anda will be the next one to fall. And here comes the fight. They will continue on. While the fourth right is going to be Hua Hua in the back line, looking for Ricky, but Ricky protected while JK gets a kill on the U-Haul. Todak, they lost 3 players in front. They tried to get the trade off behind, but they failed.
Yeah, they've got actually 4 members. I mean, JK was an absolute beast. The fact that he was able to get the pick off onto Anda was huge. Anda took a decent amount of damage. He thought he was safe. But in this bottom, wow, and ICU going at it. And ICU looks like he's going to be picked off here. No chance. But SE looking to close out this game after that one? No, just put a little bit of pressure on.
Okay, not yet. Okay. But right now, Anda, okay, don't go in all low, buddy. Don't listen to the thoughts. Don't listen to the thoughts. Okay, he's still going at it. He's very confident. He wants to get Gui at least, maybe. But here comes Hua Hua with the killing spree from this side. That's what he's hoping for Hua Hua to show up. And the rest of Seoul Esports now falling apart with Frost falling to the hands of Anda. This is the Anda show.
Yeah, absolutely the Anda show right here. I mean, Hua Hua was been a great Robin to Anda's Batman, but they're looking to end this.
Yep, they want to get those kills in before they end this. At the same time, look at Seoul Esports. They have to defend their ground, but can they actually do it? Stay will fall, but Seoul Esports now without 2 members, they will not be able to defend this. And Todak will win this one. And what can you say about the landing pig? Frankly speaking, I'm scared because after this, I feel that when I play my ranked games, I'm going to see more landing clashes.
I would like to apologize to Todak. I was not aware of your game. I did not expect this. But the fact that like how Hua Hua would move around and be in the perfect time, place at the perfect time, with the Ogren kind of rolling in as well. Like this 1-2 combination was actually on point. And yeah, like to your point of the fact that like you're gonna see this in your ranked games. Like yeah, man, I'm scared too.
It was similar to that time when we saw the Athena roam by Waypit, right? Like the moment that happened, like the next few ranked games for the next few days, it was like all Athena roams all the way, and I get scared. But here we have it, the stats, and if we kind of look at the numbers for Hua Hua, right? He has arguably the best stats of them all, 516 KDA, and even though it was the Anda show, it's a 423.
Oh my gosh, you know that Hua Hua is going to be the MVP. And I'm going to just feel terrible because I was like bashing this pick for so much. By the way, you can find me online at Kindofu. Yeah, so come at me, guys. But look, Hua Hua really understanding how to play the Clash lane with this unconventional pick. And you were talking about the fact that in the laning phase against Frost like would have a great time against it. And yet he was not able to do any sort of consistent pressure. Hua Hua with 65,000 damage, stay with 100,000. So the Diao Chan, which is another questionable pick that we had or we thought of, still really showing up when they needed to in this game 3.
Hey, at least I was positive about them being the pros. They know what they're doing, right? So Todak size M, just saying. But yeah, like okay. Look at the damage dealt by Hua Hua, right? So is it truly all about the damage dealt? Not really though. The fact that he is in positions where he just inflict emotional damage to Seoul Esports, I believe that was his key role. Like getting the damage in, getting the kills in. That was a good bonus.
Yeah, very good bonus right there. But I'm looking at this. I'm like, was the Zia good enough? Like, is the last pick to kind of deal with this? It felt like he was kind of just running throughout and completely caught off guard. When you have a Prince of Lanling and Diao Chan just chasing after you, you're going to struggle. And look at this gold graph. Todak, full control from minute 4, 5 minutes on, and they just kind of controlled it. And Seoul Esports really didn't have a whole lot of answers to deal with this Prince of Lanling Ogren combination.
Yeah, totally caught them off guard, right? Like,
yeah,
they must be thinking like, what? Like, how are they gonna play? What are they gonna do? What's the counter to this? Like it's not in our textbook. Like this shouldn't happen. And it felt like they had no answer to that sort of combination. But this is something that we'd like to see, right, in the MKL. It's like unconventional picks that actually work. Now, because of this, I'm still gonna campaign for my Lubu roam, okay? If if this Prince of Landing clash can work, come on, Lubu Rome works as well.
Okay, all right. Well, I think
Come on, man.
let the pros do the pro thing. I think that we got to give respect where respect is due, and we'll give the benefit of the doubt to all the pros, but the non-pros not so much. But the MVP on this one,
man,
Hua Hua, 5-1-6, major respect. Apologies, Hua Hua. I was not familiar with your game.
I bet you, once we end the broadcast, I cue my rank game, I'm going to see a landing clash for sure. Thanks to Hua Hua. Congratulations to Hua Hua. Made it work. I mean, with a KD of 516, damage output 21%, damage taken 30%, and a total goal of 32%, which is pretty nice. He's able to farm at the top 1v1 against the Charlotte. But let's check out the best moments here from this round, featuring your clash lane, Prince of Landing.
Yeah, it was pretty much the Todak show. Ricky getting caught out for that first blood early, just really setting themselves up for just a rough game. JK getting killed here, also tough. I mean, JK did bounce back, but this is that moment. The team fight was happening. Hua Hua with the heals. Yes, he got Tremor smashed, but his teammates are all there, and they were just cleaning up at this point. They come in one by one. Soul Esports, this is something that they're going to have to watch, right? Like, if we go into a fight, fine, but we got to go in together. We cannot be going in one by one and getting easily picked off by Todak here.
Yeah, and this was also a showing of how just activating the Spidey senses just messes up Soul Esports at the same time. And the moment they had in control, Soul Esports, they were kind of broken off. They don't know who to target anymore. Probably the comms was messy at the time, and that's where they took advantage of it. And then it was kind of like a snowball back to back. There was even this moment where Hua Hua tried to get the backline, which is Ricky. So that's great because you kind of stop Ricky from being involved in team fights.
Yeah, Ricky didn't really get going. There wasn't too much value that we saw. And look at that. JK, once he got killed, it was pretty much all she wrote, right? Soul Esports had all the damage onto JK. They were just trying to do as much as they can. And look, Todak did a great job. They're like, hey, who killed us in that last team fight? Who gave them a chance? It was JK. Once we got locked him down, we got the kill on the Loong. It was pretty much game over at that point.
Yeah, and that was it. So congratulations to Toda. They won against Soul Esports. And just to note that that is actually the last game for this season for Soul Esports. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Soul Esports for their involvement this season. They have been very entertaining. I do hope that they are able to come back stronger in the next season.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be fun. This is a team that's definitely going to be fun to watch, even moving forward into the MKL, and beyond, and how they want to do it. But again, props are due to Todak. They have another series. They have to, I believe, take BSE on tomorrow, which is going to be no small task. But let's check out the interview. This is going to be from the winning team, Todak.
Why, hello, Stay.
Hello,
man. You guys gotta explain to us, right? What was the thought process behind the Prince of Landing pick?
Oh, because it's his confident hero, and he said he will be the MVP of the match.
Wow.
He proved it. He proved it.
Wow. I was very impressed. And to be honest, Sir Cloud was very mean on you guys on that pick. I was like, hey, let's be positive about this. I think it's a great pick. I think it has a lot of potential. But again, congratulations, Todak. Just a quick question from my end. Which of the teams did you have the hardest time against preparing for?
I think it's BSE. Yeah.
Oh, BSE. Okay. What about BSE just makes it tough?
Because they are strong and they already play for a few years. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just to clarify things that wasn't what Hollow said earlier on. It's on VOD, you guys can check it out. Anyway, so coming to this game, right? So what was your priority in today's game? Like, did you try to shut down specific players, or you just try to play to your tempo?
Just try to play to my tempo, yeah.
All right. That's how the landing pick came out.
Yeah, great game, great series. Thank you so much, Stay. But any final words to your fans, your sponsors, anybody that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Thank you for support Toda, and we will come back more stronger. Yeah.
All right. Awesome job.
Okay,
we look
thank you.
forward to seeing you in the next season of the MKL. Thank you so much, Stay, and congratulations on your victory today.
Someone's trying to dig a jersey out of Toda.
Yeah. Wow. Sorry to have to throw you under the bus. I just completely panicked. I don't know what happened in that interview. Like, well, who was talking at that point? I don't even know.
Oh man, but you know what? We all could use some new merch. I'm just saying, right? Because we both believe in the landing pick. We both believe in Todak's ability as pro. So, don't mind if you could slide into our DMs.
All right, but it looks like we've done 3 matches, 3 series thus far. We have a final one. This one is going to be probably the biggest matchup of the day. It's going to be of Black Shrew Esports going up against Nova Esports. Who's going to be the top dog in MKL? We're pretty much going to find out in this 4th series. It's going to be exciting, but of course, we have to take a little bit of a break. My name is Holler. With me is Sir Cloud. We will be right back with, of course, this final series coming up next.
Victory!
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cintamu nimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keancaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High! Fast as the wind! Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out! No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind!
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Memories are like lines of poetry, and I follow their rhythm as I walk into the distance. Our meeting was by chance, a fate without ties. Why not join me to take in the view here? Could anyone not miss the beauty of Jeongnan? Look, we meet again.
A best friend is someone who appreciates my pranks. Yeah! The wind blew the treasure map away.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
The ultimate combo, where sports meets art. Whirlwind slice! High, fast as the wind. Only a true genius hits every shot. Sweat it out. No room for growing pains. Leave this one to me. It's focus time. Fast as the wind.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Hello and welcome to the final series of the day. It will be Black Shrew Esports going up against Nova Esports, a fight for the potential first place into the playoffs. My name is Holler, with me is Sir Cloud. Your thoughts on this spicy series coming up?
Man, I can't wait for this series. This is definitely the series of the day to look forward to, right? And they met in week 1 with Nova Esports winning 2-1 against BSE. And it was not an easy game at all. I mean, you kind of expect that from these two giant juggernaut teams, right? There had to be like a comeback for Nova Esports. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are 11-1. They're tied for technically first, although Black Shrew Esports does have the tiebreaker right now. But honestly, you just control your destiny just by winning this one out. I think it's going to be key. It's going to really set up the stage for what the playoffs will hold. I think it's going to be super important for these teams to really put their best foot forward and to really take it to them. Having this opportunity to play a titan like Black Shrew Esports, Nova Esports, depending on whatever side you're on, is going to be key and to test things out.
Yeah, and this is also like what people would call it, or the community says that, oh, this is a teaser to what might happen in the grand finals later on. But of course, before we head on to the match, let's introduce our players from both sides. This is Nova Esports and Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, Black Shrew Esports, Siang, JR, Dian, Jihong, and of course, the King, Musang King himself, all representing BSE. On the other end, we're going to look at Nova Esports, Xuan, Wendy, Waypit, Muchi, Sai, CY. Mind you, none of these guys are a slouch. Like, these are some of the best teams. Season 3 champions from Nova. You're going to see the champions 2024 for BSE. These are two teams that will be vying for the top slot in Malaysia in MKL, and there's a lot at stake at this one.
And they're all well decorated, right? All around. They have their own trophies. They have their own FMVPs, like Musang King, like Xuan, FMVPs of their own. And Wendy has been popping up recently, well, not even recently, like throughout the entire season, as one of the best mid laners around. Even yesterday, man, his gameplay, when they went up against AG, when he picked the Yuhuan, and also the Kongming, it was just amazing to watch. So these two teams are actually on the road. So it's really hard to tell on paper who might win this.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But let's kind of break it down. Let's go roll by roll in the sense of the head-to-head. And we're going to be in the clash lane. Xiang, an absolute beast in that clash lane. Going up against Juan, the KDA, slightly favored in front of Xiang. He definitely makes some plays. He definitely goes high risk, high reward. He definitely usually pays off in that sense. The average damage DTPM also in favor of him. The average GPM, though, Juan, he tends to farm a little bit more. And that hero pool slightly in favor of Xiang in this one.
Yeah, and if we want to talk about like their best heroes, right? Like they too have distinct best heroes. Like Xiang, his best hero is the Ma Yin, and Xuan, his best hero that brought him the FMVP is the Guan Yu. So they have distinct best heroes. I wonder if there will be a form of respect ban towards these two players. So it's something for the teams to consider. Or are they going to do something unconventional? Because because these two teams, they have met multiple times before, right? They probably read out on like, okay, their play style is so and so and so on. So maybe it's time for them to put onto the table something unique.
Yeah, I think that right now is, of course, the time. Again, you were talking about familiarity. Yes, these two teams very familiar with one another, and that's why we'll probably see a third game on this one. Everything will be at stake because, again, everything is so important going into that first game. But both of the squads have kind of shown things in the sense that, like, hey, they like to 2-0 series, and a lot of the tape that's out there in terms of what they play, people know, but there might be some surprises, and that's the time. And right now, especially in the regular season, this is probably the time to kind of really showcase some of those.
Yeah, so this is the time. But do you want to show all your cards?
No.
Because surely these two teams are going to go to the playoffs, undoubtedly, right? And that's where you want to really put in all the chips on the table because, yeah, it's the playoffs anyway. Bare minimums to make the top three. But because these two teams are so good, so high stature, so decorated, top three is not going to cut it for them. Both of them want to go for the championship. So they might or might not put out something unconventional. Or maybe they could as well, because maybe that's something unconventional, whatever it is, maybe another Prince of London clash lane for either side, because it's not going to be their norm that they will show during the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. Dude, I was trying to build up today's regular season day, not the playoffs. I mean, this is the only game that matters, not about the play. No, jokes aside, I totally understand. Obviously, you're very logical in that sense of just like what they will bring. Probably not show all their cards. I think that will be key. But they're definitely going to still want this series. I think being the top dog, that number one slot is going to be huge for them because the potential seeding in the playoffs is key, right? You might not want to face the AGGs out there, potentially in third place right now. So we'll have to kind of see how that one plays. But, you know, there's some teams that you could potentially avoid by being the top dog.
Yeah, and also you want to like try to strike some fear into your opponent, right? So imagine this, if Nova wins this one, it's basically throughout the regular season, whenever they meet, Nova wins. So you kind of like have that, you kind of like won the game, assuming that this is the players, right? You kind of won the game before the draft even, just because you have that mental edge against your opponent. So Black Shoe Esports, they surely want to try to balance that by at least winning this. And if they can win it 2-0 clean against Nova, that is a statement that they want to go all the way.
Oof, to see that, a 2-0, you think that I mean, like potentially anything is possible today, right? I think that, going into this one, but I think that we're going to see a chess match in the sense that like one team strikes in game one, the other team's going to respond in game two. I think it's going to be really back and forth. I don't expect there to be any sweeps in this one. I think that we will go the distance.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, whenever you talk about like a top team versus a top team, it often happens. I mean, well, you know that from S3, right? Like, whenever it's a top team, like towards the end, it's like, oh, best of 7. It's like, oh, all the games are like best of 7s, like full series all the way, and that's naturally what happens. So that's of course exciting for us as viewers. Like, we don't really know on paper who will win this one. But okay, if I were to put you on the spot, like Holler, like which team do you favor?
I'm going to go with recency bias in the sense of Nova Esports, right? Seeing them in Season 3, I think that to me, they showed a lot of resolve and were able to kind of ensure that they pull that on against Nongshim Red Forest. They were very impressive, but Black Shrew Esports were on the outside looking in on this one, right? And they were kind of not invited. They were not able to go, and I'm sure that there was some angst and some jealousy of being like, hey, I'm actually better than this team, so that this is a squad that they're going to take, they're going to continue to attack Nova Esports as much as possible.
Yeah, and they're going to start off with a very meta pick for Nova Esports. So they're going to bring in the Arlie. The DIDI is still open, so that could be a potential combo with the Arlie later on. But Black Shrew Esports, okay, straight up, they're going to review their hand. They're going to bring in the Liang Princess Frost combo.
So you're talking about revealing your hand, but this is such a strong lineup that it's not really showing the rest of them. You still have your jungler, you still have your farm laner, you have a lot of options still, but this combination so incredibly strong, and it looks like Nova Esports have their own answer. Yixing, Lian Po, a little bit of control. Yeah, you want to set things up with that winner is here and that control. We're gonna just change that up with our taking liberties and of course this Tremor Smash here.
And with the Jing pick, this is going to be interesting, right? So for Nova Esports, they kind of have to think of like how they're going to control the Jing as well. Normally, strong CCs are needed. So yes, they do have Lianpo as a CC, but it might not be the most effective type of CC going up against the Jing. So it's something for them to consider on how they're going to overcome that. And I do notice that BSE, they gave a respect ban to the Guan Yu that is made famous by Xuan.
Yeah. I mean, he's just so strong. He's so annoying to deal with. And I mean, it has that control, which is another thing that kind of, if they're able to kind of like shepherd in the Jing and just like push him into like bad positions, or even outside of the mirror domain, I think that was like the reason why you want to get rid of that Guan Yu. But look, this Jing, this Musan King potentially getting on to the Yixing or the Arlie, you gotta protect them in some fashion or form because you gotta lock this guy down.
Yeah, and I like the other respect ban by BSE, right, to take out the Agudo. So that's going to be something out as well. Okay, now for BSE, they need to pick their farm lane and also their clash lane. So surely they're going to pick something durable for the clash lane, right? That's something for them to consider. For the farm lane, I guess they can go for something that stays at the back. That's why the Lady Sun was banned out. But they can still go for, well, maybe, I'm thinking along the lines of maybe Shoyu. Yeah, because you want something that goes at the back because you already have good control in front with the Liang, and whoever who wants to jump towards the Shoyu, we've seen that before. Liang comes in with the control, and then Shoyu just gets his space.
Yeah, so Nova Esports need to respond with something that can really be, an assassin style, like Fade, jumping on the back line, somebody to just kind of control. Yes, there's the Liang, and you have to be careful of where he's going to be positioned because he will always be around JR and Shoyu. But you need to figure out a way to get to jump on them. Black Shrew Esports right now, their biggest thing is the fact that they're very squishy, and I love it. The Liu Bang, the Musashi, both of these things, the Duel of Death plus the Battlefield Command, that is a tough combination for Black Shrew Esports to have to respond to here.
Yeah, and that's your answer to like, okay, who's going to go to the backline? Well, now you have Liu Bang, you have Musashi. And for Liang's control, it's a single target. So he could be put in a position at some point, it's like, oh, he got to pick one. Like, does he want to control Liu Bang or does he want to control the Musashi? Either way, it is a tough call because they will be equally able to devastate the backline. Now for BSE, their last pick, they need to pick something durable, but they went for mobility instead, Mayin. So BSE, their overall lineup is a bit squishy. Do you think that will be a problem for them?
I think it's definitely going to be a problem, right? I think it's all in on this Musan King, right? And the fact that, how are they going to be able to control this potential jump in? It's one thing for Musashi to go in, and then, you have the lockdown with the Liang, but then now you have the Lian Po as well as the Yixing just creating that havoc and that, that stun, that counter stun. You might have a tough time. So if I'm looking at just these drafts, I'm not looking at the players, not looking at anything else. I like Nova Esports just because the fact that it's a little bit easier to play.
Yeah, I do agree as well. I think there's a little bit more balance there too. But it's all down to them to prove it to us. on the gorge, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game 1 between Nova Esports and Black True Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy game. I mean, going into this, look, all eyes right now on Musan King. How much farm is he able to get? Is he able to kind of just be aggressive, force things out, and get to the back line? Because if he finds Muchi, Muchi will crumble.
Yeah, so who has to go to protect Muchi, right? Not much. Yeah, Weipit is the best. But if Weipit goes to the front, engages with the Tremor Smash, then he might leave Muchi vulnerable. But does BSE really have that lots of backline going? Yeah, maybe with Musan King and Xiang, probably. So that's something they just need to be aware of. Now, I also want to point out the fact that Xiang is also one of his best heroes is the Ma Yin. So I'm pretty sure he knows what to do, even though it's not like what we would have think that, oh, go for a tank clash lane.
Yeah. I mean, Xiang and Musan King both with 6 MVPs. I mean, they're very, definitely carries on their team. Like, everybody's so solid on both of them. I mean, both of these squads are. But BSE, again, Xiang and Musan King, these are the two, again, that carry BSE to the next level. They're the playmakers. So watching out where they're going to be, where they're going to rotate is going to be key moving into this this mid part of the early game.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of activity here by BSE going towards the top and then now going towards the mid. But mid, because Weipit is still there, so they cannot overly commit onto Wendy. So Weipit is going to play this very important role at the laning phase to be like the bodyguard to make sure that they don't do anything funny at the river area.
Yeah, just providing that vision. That's going to be key, right? And I think that through it all, I think that CY, obviously the guy that you want to be farming as much as possible, he's got to keep on pace with Musan King. It's pretty much tied at this point, so nothing too much to worry about. But look at how BSE, everybody's moving together, making sure that Musan King is getting all of the farm throughout the map.
Yeah, so both sides pretty respectful of each other, right? Like, we don't see like, okay, early jungle invasions, not yet at least, because they clearly know the capability of both sides. So this game might be taken a little bit chiller until maybe the first objective.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like any sort of heavyweight fight, right? You just see a couple guys, the two opponents just like throwing out a couple jabs, getting a little bit of a feel for the game more than anything else. You don't want to do anything too risky, and then especially that first game, you don't want to be giving up first blood. That would be huge. And so again, they will slow the game down. They will look for the right time, but it's going to be around when Dion hits 4, which is right now. So potential pickoff could happen now.
Yeah. And what I do notice is that Nova, they are prepared around the area of the Tyrant, but BSE, they will engage right now. Here's the World is my board, trapping them inside, but it's going to be Xiang getting the first blood onto CY. In fact, he gets a double kill. They will get Weipit, and 4 for Nova Esports down to the hands of BSE. And right now, by the time they show up, they have to go straight to the Tyrant. If not, it will be given to BSE.
Yeah, how many kills would you like BSE? Yes. They got 4 of them. They took them almost all down. That was a complete dominating team fight there by BSE. And again, this is why they're so clean. They're able to just find that pickoff. When they're going in, everybody goes in together, understands their role, and getting those pickoffs and that control. And this is why they're up 4-0.
4-0 at the very beginning with a 2k gold lead ahead. And right now, BSE going straight for the Tyrant. Nova Esports, they were unprepared. CY was not at his position. He doesn't have the smite anyway. And he knows that, okay, he's not going to be able to challenge it. I might as well use the smite to do a quick farm and let this one go for now.
Yeah, and look, CY falling a little bit behind. He's about 900 gold behind Musan King. Using that mobility, that speed, and that basically that boost that BSE has given. But checking out this replay, I mean, break it down, DJ Sir Cloud.
Yeah, wow. Hey, Mr. DJ, looking at this. All right, so it all starts off with the World is my board. And then you have Weipit. He went straight for the backline, but he is not at the scale of able to tag as much as he would have liked yet. So even a few pokes from BSE, his health went down to 10% and he was not able to continue on in that fight, allowing the rest of BSE to just take out the life of Nova Esports. But here now, Schwan might be in trouble? No.
Yeah, no trouble here. But look at Dion right now, rolling around with JR, ensuring that if anybody tries to go against his, his big brother, so to speak, he's got that lockdown. This is a potential. And, Nova Esports spotted out Dion in that top lane. They understand where the potential gain could happen.
Yeah, so a nice game sense there as well to kind of like, okay, know when he needs to get out. If he was taken out, then, well, BSE will continue to snowball from there. But now BSE, again, they're back to reset. Partly respectful of Nova Esports. Yes, they tried to get the top, but they didn't really go all in because they want to farm and they're willing to take fights later. That later could be right now because the control is onto Waypit. Okay, Waypit is still able to tag it at this point, but they will continue to fight within the board itself. Mirror Domain is active. Looking for their first kill. Xiang is the one that's in trouble and Muji is the one to get the kill. Looking for more. Double kill. JR goes down. Muji gets those kills in the pocket.
Oh, that was completely on Chuan right there. The fact that he had the battlefield command saving and ensuring that they were going to survive that control, that lockdown, and to turn that around. Just Nova Esports, the way that they're able to take on all those team fights is just really next level.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like they had everything in control. This time they were a little bit more well coordinated. But also for BSE, they started to control onto Waypit. Now, I'm not sure if it's good to start all in onto a tank. Normally the rule of thumb is that you just don't. If you see a tank, okay, don't throw all your skills on him. And plus Nova Esports, obviously they are top team, they are well coordinated. If you see Waypit, for the most part, he's not alone.
Yeah. Generally speaking, yeah, he roams in a pack, so to speak. He's always going to be supported by somebody, so definitely need to be careful. And so you don't want to be kind of going for him. He's probably not the best target. But again, like the fact that they're dealing with this Liang, which has given other teams trouble even today, you can kind of see exactly what Nova's answer is. And it's the Liu Bang and having somewhat tankier guys that can kind of survive things. And it looks like they're going to take a top T1 tower and essentially for free here by Nova.
Yeah, and right now BSE, I guess what they need to deal with is Muji. And Muji and his early is top notch. So the problem right now for BSE is that yes, they can deal with the rest, but can they actually get to the backline to deal with Muji? So that's something for like Musang King to think of since he is playing Jing and to a certain extent Xiang since he can potentially go for the backline. But speaking about the backline, here comes the control coming in, but Dian is left all alone and CY will take out Si Hong. Waypit will make the good work out of Dian. CY gets the double kill, gets Xiang. Now they are going in for the chase onto Musang King, but they will not overcommit since there's still the mid T1.
Yeah, what a great play by Nova Esports. Finding the weaknesses of BSE though, and the fact that they're very squishy. If they're able to draw a beat on you, they don't really have any ways to deal with this crowd control. Everybody needs to just pretty much run. If they're able to kite you from afar, fine, and they're gonna have a great time. But Nova Esports are like, actually, we're faster, we're able to get on top of you, we're gonna make your life difficult, and just be in your face. And BSE really don't have any answers. They don't have a tank that can peel them off.
Yeah, and that's something that we discussed, right? The fact that there's a Musashi, there's a Liu Bang, so that's why they can like easily go to the backline and just wreak havoc onto BSE's position. So even Dian, even if he's able to like get a control onto one hero, like what we saw earlier, he got a control onto one, but the rest of BSE, they could not follow up just because of CY is there to wreak havoc on the backline, just splitting them off.
Yeah, but this is the moment where things are kind of scary for BSE. They had that advantage, that huge advantage, actually, when they got 4 kills to start this game off. But you're kind of seeing what's happening now, right? It's a completely different ball game. Nova Esports have kind of stabilized. They've got the farm, and they're able to out-tank the potential burst. Now they have the map control, so the fights are going to be initiated by them. They're going to dictate when things happen.
And now Nova Esports, they're dictating things. Okay, they're starting to get jungle control, especially after getting that mid tower, and now potentially even the top tower. We don't see BSE challenging for it, so now BSE, they're being pushed back into their own base.
Yeah, I mean, look, they don't really have a way to team fight. They're, again, very squishy. They're looking potentially ways for, some sort of pick-off. They probably needed to split push in some fashion, if only they had a Prince of Lanling Clash lane.
Oh, let's not encourage our viewers because I get scared when I kill my rank games, alright? Okay, let's leave that to the pros. Leave that to the pros. But Oh,
The
man.
Tyrant picked up here. I mean, look, like it's because actually I'm seeing just like all I can see is the Prince of Langland clash, and then like the fact that like, hey, you could split push for free, you can go stealth, you can kind of get yourself out to safety. Like that's the biggest thing is that like split pushing, you have a hard time in Honor Kings because you don't really have that get out of jail free card. You can't really get away unless you have like a Da Chiao or now a Prince of Lanling who can kind of do the solo, or even a Liu Bang. You have potential opportunities, but this is when you're kind of factoring in the fact that you're going to be losing, and obviously you don't want to be losing to begin with.
And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Now Holland's all in Prince of Landing. What is this?
I'm about to play it in my ranked games. I've seen the light.
Oh no. Okay, if you guys see Holler, please forgive him. Alright? Just apologizing on behalf now. But Nova Esports, they're definitely not going to apologize. They want to take out BSE and they're in control right now. World is my board will capture at least 2 players of BSE within it. But Nova Esports, they don't have the minions together with them yet.
Yeah, no minions at this point, but a decent siege. I mean, they got a couple shots, a little bit of structure damage on that bottom T3. But the biggest factor is that Nova Esports, look at how aggressive they are. There's the stance that they have. They've pushed back BSE, who again have to cower in their own base. Busan King is being aggressive because he's pretty much your lifeblood. He needs to farm. He needs to be split pushing, but he's not going to be able to even take, go against this Overlord, which is going to be picked up by Nova yet again.
And guess what? BSE, they have yet to take down a single tower from Nova Esports. When Nova Esports, they have cleared out all the T1s and T2s. Man, they might have lost like the 4 kills at the very early of this game, but other than that, it feels like that's long gone and forgotten.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually forgot it. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, I mean, there was a great start, but it's one of those things where if you get the kills, especially 4 of them, that's great, but you needed to have gotten a tower out of it. The respawn timers at that stage, it was just so fast that they weren't able to take it, but if you're able to capitalize and convert it into like structural damage, then it's gravy, and they were not able to do that.
Well, they might be able to now. Okay, so Nova Esports, they're playing the patience game, right? Just waiting for all the lanes to be shoved in, and then you will see them going all in. Now, checking on their ults, they're already... it's just a matter of time right now. If they can get an early pick-off onto a member of BSE, maybe like Busan King, then it's pretty much game over. They start off by taking down the mid tower, and now they go all the way to the back line. They get Shihong, they get Dian, and this is Nova Esports raging all the way onto BSE's space. Busan King is in trouble. Busan King will be out, and Nova Esports will run game number 1.
Just really well played. I mean, that was just a very good game by Nova Esports. Understanding that, like, the state of the game, understanding how we play our, and to execute with this draft. Very strong, Nova Esports. Like, really stuck it to BSE, who did have a good chance, did have a good early game, but Nova Esports just able to bounce back like that. Wow.
Right. Would things be different, in your opinion, if they pick a different clash lane, if they pick a more tankier clash lane? Because the problem with BSE's draft is that they don't have enough durability.
I mean, when you've shown the Princess Frost Liang combination and then with the Jing first phase, you basically are like going like all in squishy, right? They show you, very squishy. You know that farm laner is going to be there, and then now you're stuck with like one clash laner who happens to be my in, right? So the draft, a little bit, there were definitely weaknesses, and the sustain from Nova Esports able to just kind of outlive and just to deal with that burst and that control, that catch from Dian, they just were able to counter it more in the draft more than anything else.
Yeah, and I guess that's also the reason why Nova were quick to just pick the last 2 picks, that is the Musashi and the Liu Bang, because they know that, okay, we just need somebody who is able to fly to the back. Yeah, you have a Liang there to be able to control 1 hero, but what if we send 2 heroes that can go to the back easily? Then the Liang wouldn't be as effective.
Yeah, just a really good draft by Nova Esports, understanding what they need to do and getting onto that backline. I mean, if Black True Esports had a little bit more, just a tankier, beefier front line, and you can play a little bit more standard instead of this all-in game that was like kind of getting Musan King going and to get the burst. But you're looking at the side of Nova Esports, like, who can they burst? Yeah, the Arlie, but it's going to be constantly protected by the Leon Po, and Wei Pit was all over and making sure that he was fine. And then you have Wendy, who's just like has great positioning. And then not to mention you have Juan with the saves, right? So it's a really tough nut to crack.
Yeah, so draft-wise, I would say that Nova Esports, they were a little bit more balanced, a little bit more steady. Now, even if we look at the numbers here, right? So if we talk about like damage taken, Wei Pit obviously, and Juan became the secondary tank in which he is. So he definitely played his role here if we were to think about it. What stands out to me in this stats is that Wei Pit is 100% involved in every single team fight. And this is related to like what you mentioned earlier on, is that Wei Pit is everywhere, and that includes team fights.
Yeah, but also Nova Esports were like, hey, we're not taking a team fight unless Wei Pit is ready, has all his cooldowns on standby, right? Because when that control happens, when Dion locks you down, you have that potential. Either he gets controlled himself or he has the Tremor Smash to save whoever's being controlled. So it's just a really smart understanding how to take those fights. Again, Nova Esports pulling it out, and look at this gold graph. That was a bit of a skew for Black Shoe Esports. Going down 4-0 to BSE, like all the other teams probably would have folded, but Nova Esports were like, actually, they got nothing out of this. Yes, they killed us, but you didn't get any towers, and Nova Esports were able to bounce back.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat, right? To not be able to get a single tower even. So that is that kind of tells the story by itself, right? Like, yeah, you can get like the first 4 kills, cool, right? Like the graph goes towards you, but for Nova Esports, they were steady enough. They held control of all the lanes. They held control of the jungle, and especially the mid tower as well. BSC had no access to taking down any of the jungles, and if you don't get access to taking down any of the jungles, basically you don't have access into Nova Esports' jungle, and that's where Nova Esports they really had that secured in. But our MVP this time is going to be CY.
Yeah, CY. I mean, 225. Like, his presence was always felt. Every time he went in duel to death, he was like a homing missile. You're like, okay, somebody's dead. Like, you just know instantaneously something is going to happen. And they had so much control, like the shielding and the protection with the battlefield command, where they were able to just kind of enhance his power so that he just stayed alive. Because the Musashi, once he can be kind of squishy, he can be controlled, but when he's got that protection and those stuns that kind of help him just lock somebody down, it's just really tough to deal with. So a well-deserved MVP by CY here.
Yeah, absolutely right. And when you talk about like protection, Xuan was the one to like absorb a lot of stuff, aside from Wei Pit, that is, and that allowed the door to be open for CY to just go in, backline, wreak havoc. Let's check out some of the best moments here from this highlight. And we're going to start off with this fight post the post 4 kills that BSE got, and this is where Nova Esports just steadily rose back.
Yeah, this is the moment where the tables had turned, because you're thinking, BSE, nice jump in, they got the control, they're gonna get the gank, but they didn't have just enough. And the fact that Nova Esports were able to survive, and then they were like, okay, there's no team fight that they lost from that moment on, because they had no way to kind of come back. They had no frontliner, and Nova Esports just going ham. Look at this. Wherever Xuan and Wei Pit are going, like, you know the fights are about to happen. They're about to start things off. CY cleaning up. Yes, he died on this one, but it was just enough for the Nova Esports, the rest of them, to take down the Crystal. Very well deserved game 1 win.
And they know who to target first.
True.
Like, if the Liang is doing his control, they don't target the Liang. They actually target the Princess Frost so that the follow-up burst damage will not happen. And Liang is left there stranded by himself. It's like, guys, help please. But, you know, the backline was all disrupted.
Yeah.
So that was very well coordinated by Nova.
Yeah, it's just really well played. I mean, it's just understanding again, the state of the game, how the team fights are going to happen. Yes, Liang has the lockdown, but again, to your point, there was no follow-up because they were controlled. They understood who needed to die, and just the amount of damage and that priority, the target prioritization was just really next level by Nova Esports, understanding again who needed to die.
Yeah, so that's definitely amazing move, right? Because frankly speaking, if I were to play my ranked games and that exact thing happened, it's natural for us to aim the liang. Because like, oh, you want to unlock your teammate, you want to let him go. But in their case, it's like, you know what? You can have my teammate, I'll get the rest of your teammates, and by the time I'm done with that, by the time the control is off, you're just left alone. So that was just brilliant by Nova, if you ask me. It's sometimes these it may look like a small move, but it actually brings big impact to a game, and that's why they are one of the top teams around.
Yeah. I mean, just thinking like that, yeah, I think that we all kind of fall into that pattern, so to speak, of just trying to protect your teammates. But again, let's go into game 2. This is going to be the draft for this one. Can BSE bounce back after that somewhat I mean, look, they were trying, but Nova Esports just really had their number, at least in that first game. And going into this draft, I think Blackshoe Esports need to stick with the tried and true, something a little bit more balanced, something that we know from Blackshoe Esports.
Yeah, and I expect them to still put up like something that we are familiar with, right? Looking at how these two teams are playing, I don't think we'll see a Prince of London clash. Just saying.
Why not? Why not? It's amazing.
Oh wow! Okay. Yep. No, it's not. It's not. You know. But we're gonna see the first pick. Okay, Loam is picked. Just to put it out there that the Dolia is not banned. First round, the Dolia was bad, so both sides can pick the Dolia. We could potentially see a Dolia-Loom combo here.
Yeah, this is a potential here, but look, Zhang Fei was banned out previously. It's definitely opened up here. Blackshoe Esports going early game, right? Zhang Fei in the pay, kind of starting things off very, very fast. And again, they're trying to get Musan King going.
Yeah, and with Dian and his mastery of Zhang Fei is just top notch. Like, he knows exactly when to use his Unbridled Outburst. And I've seen games where he keeps his Unbridled Outburst just to give emotional damage to his opponent. Like, his opponent wouldn't know that, is he going to use it? Is not going to use it? Is he going to engage? Is he not going to do it? So sometimes it's all about keeping the Unbridled Outburst just to deal that psychological damage to your opponent. But for Nova Esports now, they're putting out the Yuhuan. So they are playing also the psychological game of like whether this Yuhuan is a mid or a rogue.
Yeah, or potentially even jungle. I mean, it has a lot of flexibility in that regard. But Blackshoe Esports going with the Lady Jun to kind of Lady Sun, excuse me, and with the Zhang Fei. And look, I like the way that the draft thus far has been going for BSE. Nova Esports are like, actually, all we need to do is sustain, kind of defend our own jungle, and not let Musan King invade with this pay early.
Yeah, and BSE, they read it. It's like, okay, you might pull off the Dolia, so let's take it out. Yeah, that's totally understandable because they can still go for like a Dolia and then maybe a Yixing even later, so you don't want to like deal with that thought process of like having to deal with it. But yeah, Yixing they can't because they picked it in game. But anyway, Dolia Loom combo is something that they just want to avoid. Now coming into the second phase for BSE, what they could use is probably some level of control. So that's why they're going to bring out the Lady Sun this time.
Yeah, again, very strong. Just a little bit more control. I think that we've seen, it was kind of falling off, this hero, in Season 3. I think that it's actually picked up quite a bit. I think it's been stepping up a bit. I thought that Princess Frost was kind of outclassing her at times. But Lady Jun just still has a lot of tremendous value into lineups, right? It's always been a strong hero. It's more about the control more than the damage more than anything else. And it just kind of withers them down, and especially against lineups that are really just kind of grouped up, that flowing side can do some serious work. So Nova Esports need to figure out a way to, again, just space themselves out, have that sustain. This Yuhan is going to be pretty key in those team fights.
Yeah, and Nova, they will definitely need more sustainability, so that's where the Ogron comes in. And the Da Chao, okay. Not the most popular picks, but this is probably Nova Esports showing that they are able to be flexible with this sort of draft. So how would the Da Chao play here? Maybe, okay, they might be thinking of like, okay, what if we want to play an option of Dharma split pushing? And then the Da Chao is here to like recall him if needed. Out of the Whirlpool, ask Dharma to come if needed, but if not, then you do your own thing, just push up the wave.
Yeah, actually a great lineup right here. I do like this Da Jiao pick, especially with the Augur in here, because again, you're just Augur. You're basically trying to slow the game pace down, right? Because you know that the pay from Black True Esports is looking to end the game as quickly as possible. If you have constant attack on the split push and you're putting pressure throughout the different outside lanes, you can't really close out because you don't feel safe. Right? And yeah, you could deathball and you could try to go in, but this is about extending the game so that CY on this Augurin can get that farm.
At the same time, Nova Esports cannot overly extend the game because of the precedent. Lady Sun, JR, we know that he can be very dangerous at the late game. In fact, now he's being dangerous towards Muchi. Look at this Muchi receiving that damage, but Waypit is dead though. Can they actually get a trade-off? I doubt so since Dan is there.
Yeah, Waypit just throwing out like pillows, like more than anything else. Not really doing a whole lot of damage, just doing what he can. But JR kind of got, has to respect it. Muchi is actually just going to recall, and he's going to be launch padding his way back into this one. So not all is lost, but he did get zoned away. JR is joining the lane as well. So again, it's going to be a very... the lane probably to watch, JR versus Muchi. I think that if JR is able to get going, he could do some serious late game damage here.
Ooh. Like for JR, he does have the Leaping Savior to provide him that amount of shield. And the Leaping Savior at the very early stage is enough to protect you from the Flaming Palm. So we can expect that them to be just hugging JR throughout the laning phase. Maybe until the first Tyrant, and then let's see how it goes. If he's still okay, then we might let it go. But if it's like Musan King here coming on the back line on the Waypit, then first blood will be to BSE.
Oh, Sea of Fate. It's just too much time. Musan King with that burst, the perfect rotation, understanding just like, hey, actually he's a little late and he's not tanky enough. And Waypit giving up first blood, huge for Black True Esports.
Well, but beautiful rotation though. So similar to like the previous round, BSE, they scored the first blood, but it's only one kill. So Nova Esports can still keep things in check. It's not the end of the world yet. The biggest differentiator will be later when the first Tyrant comes up.
Are you saying I'm overreacting? Is that what you're saying? But just about first blood? Huh? Is that what you're going for? I'm just kidding. But wait, it's back to safety. He's going to stay alive. And look, I know it's not the end of the world, but Waypit, I think my only concern is that you're giving up first blood to Musan King. Obviously, nobody wants that, but getting this guy enhanced and letting him accelerate with farm is just a scary proposition.
Oh, mommy, Hollis gaslighting me again.
When am I not? Okay, I feel like we need a counter for the amount of times that I'm gaslighting you.
Yeah, we should have that so I can justify my claim for therapy from you.
You're on your own, bro.
Oh well, but Siho will not be on his own. Now Dian is starting to split up, and I guess he has evaluated the fact that, okay, JR, you're already at level 4 and above, to be exact, level 5 right now. So he can hold his lane on his own. So now he can protect the mid lane instead. Because Nova Esports, naturally they rotate to the mid. Because just like every other team, everybody wants to take down the mid lane tower as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but this is one where they're posturing for that initial pickoff for that 4-minute Tyrant. This is like, who's out of position? Could we get a potential pick before we go? BSE, yes, the mid T1s are huge, but it's more about the posturing again for that Tyrant.
Okay, so here's the Tyrant, right? Tyrant fights, it may favor BSE just because they have 2 smites. Unless if Nova Esports can somehow zone them out.
Actually will be huge, right? Going into this one. But I don't think that... I mean, Nova will know, and they're going to not get into that situation where it comes back to the 2-on-1 smite attempts. You definitely want those odds in your favor. So I think Nova Esports, more than anything else, it's just about just providing vision, seeing if BSE go onto the Tyrants, but not actually starting it themselves. They're going to go, again, just over the farm. Waypit's down.
They got Waypit though. Alright, this could be an opening for BSE. But for Nova, are they still going to challenge for it? I doubt so. It's not going to be worth it. I mean, it's just only the first Tyrant. And now the fact that Gan is here, double smite. Nova is supposed to want to let that one go.
Yeah, and with that kill, I mean, that was a huge turn of events, right? That's an opening for BSE.
Yeah, and this could be an opening for Nova to try to counter back on the BSE, but the target that was in front was Dian. There's not an all-in target for Nova.
Yeah, and one thing to take note of is that Wei Pit is usually the type where he doesn't die a lot. I know that he's the roamer, he's going to be a punching bag in the sense that he's going to take a lot of damage, but usually his positioning is like superior, where he's always like kind of protected. He's not really in a dangerous spot, but it seems like Wei Pit has gotten caught out a couple times. This is a little uncharacteristic of him.
Dude, what do you mean? Have you not seen his Athena role?
No, Athena is different. Athena, that was just like the second. I was like, hey, he's playing the Da Chao. He's not playing the Athena in this one.
Yeah, he has to retune himself that I'm no longer the Athena. Okay, I'm the Da Chao now. Yeah, but it's true enough, right? You normally don't see Wei Pit being caught out in awkward positions, and the fact that now the 2 kills that BSE got was from Wei Pit, it's not usual for us to see
Red
that.
team
However,
has
the good
destroyed
news
a
for
tower.
Nova Esports is that, well, hashtag roamers life matter, but it's only a roam, so it's still kinda expendable.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think that not the if anyone's gonna die, it should be Wei Pit. But again, it's more of like, hey, why is Wei Pit dying like this? This is very uncharacteristic of him. Maybe again, he thinks he's Athena.
Oh, yeah, but and that thought now, at the back, looks like Nova Esports, they have arrived. They're looking at Sihong. Sihong is pretty low, and here comes, all the way to the back line, it's going to be Wendy! But they traded it off back. Wendy goes down to the hands of Musang King. Right now, Unbridled Outburst will be used by Dian to push them back off. Xiang, waiting for the right moment. He's looking for the right target, but CY and Xuan, not the yummiest of target. Instead, they try to go for the buff, and they will get it back.
I mean, they took it, CY ensuring that he gets it, but they're continuing on and they're putting pressure on a decent Sea of Fate into Portal back into play by Wei Pit. He was able to stay alive and to get back in the fight quickly, but again, very dangerous fight, I would say, by BSE. They were kind of caught off guard. The Unbridled Outburst, in my opinion, was a little on the late side, and he probably could have salvaged a little bit more on that one as 2 members went down from BSE.
Yeah, I guess because Nova Esports, they weren't, they didn't put themselves in the line of sight of the Unbridled Outburst. That's why Dian was like waiting for the right moment. But that's a very good call by Nova Esports, right? They know that as long as the Unbridled Outburst is not out yet, let's not group together.
Yeah. It was like, I'm looking at BSE of just being like, hey, Dian, just go for it, get that pick so that you have the numbers advantage and then you'll have a better chance at that team fight. But it seemed like the members had already died and then,
Xuan from the side. Xuan showing up. The moment he shows up, he gets 1 kill, but they trade it back now with Unbridled Outburst, stunning 4 players of Nova Esports. But yet, CY is still very strong at the front, opening up that space for his other teammates to back off.
yeah, Xuan for Xiong at this point. 1-for-1 trade. Not the worst thing for either of these teams. Blackshire Esports still definitely have the lead, and they'll continue on pushing on with this one. But again, you saw how CY was swimming in the enemy team, so to speak, behind enemy lines, all the way up front with that Conductor of Souls. He's starting to come online. He's got that sustain, but he's actually 1.7k behind Musang King. Ooh. He's going to start to hit like a truck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point there. Now, Musang King is really starting to scale. Okay, it's just a matter of time before he makes a big engagement. And keep your eye on the Musang King. He is behind. Scouting whoever's at the back line, if they're able to go in, but no clear opening yet for BSE. They're waiting for the next wave.
Yeah, this is a potential starter. I mean, JR is there, but like Musang King, he's kind of rotating in the top. This is not a true assault unless he goes for the flank. And Musang King just continuing to farm, stealing away from Xuan more than anything else. He's trying to just extract whatever resources are available to him.
And now they extract the Tyrant. BSE easily secures this one. I mean, with a double smite, if you don't zone them out, there's almost no way for you to challenge the Tyrant head-on.
Yeah, and look, BSE being chased away and just going back into the mid lane. You talk about the priority and the importance of these mid T1s, but again, it's about those pickoffs. It's about turning those kills into some sort of advantage in that tower. And Nova Esports, more than anything else, it looks like they're just going to kind of, potentially fight in this river here.
Oh, they got Wendy! Musang King! And now he goes all the way to the right line. Look at Wendy. Wendy is very low, but Musang King secures a double kill in this fight. Muchi, however, will shut him down. CY is the one to get the trade-off back onto Dian. And now both sides They lost their respective players, but heavy casualty onto Nova.
Yeah, I mean 3-2, but CY going down was absolutely huge. This puts more pressure on Demuchi to kind of pick up the slack a bit. He needs to ensure that he does stay alive. But he too is behind in terms of that lane matchup against JR by about 500 gold. So again, Nova Esports right now, it looks like they're down about 2K, but some of those times, those moments where, again, CY needs to stay alive more than anything else, he needs to ensure that, hey, like if he dies, JR dies with him.
So it's like a pairing, right? You gotta think about it because CY is the protector and Dian is the protector of JR. So this pairing needs to survive as well. Okay, maybe another engagement here by BSE. They are looking at the Tyrant, but they just got the Overlord. So it's more of like just buying a bit more time to force Nova Esports back to defend.
And look at how Musan King, he's level. I mean, Musan King, we're just like talking about, we were just complimenting him, you know, and the fact that he was up 2K, but dying now, pay actually falls off in the mid to late game. He's gonna struggle. He cannot die like that. And dying at this point and giving Nova Esports some of that lead, and they've chipped into it. It's about 3K, and Nova Esports are essentially back in this game.
Oh. And if they can secure this Tyrant, it's going to be even better for Nova Esports. And they will lock in with CY and his Smite. Now they're looking for the next opportunity. Timing is right for them because the minions have arrived in the middle. As the minions push in, Nova Esports, and they are still around, but not for long as the minions have been cleared out by BSE.
Yeah. So while the kills are happening, I mean, again, yeah, you got the Tyrant. You'll be happy with that from Nova Esports. But again, it's all about fixing the lanes, it's pushing things out. Now is the time to kind of find that pickoff. Who is standing around? Are they able to find Musan King yet again? Because like he's potentially vulnerable. He's like money bags at the end of the day. If you find him and you get that kill, it's going to be a huge swing in your favor.
Okay, Muchi and Weipit. Hopefully they're not getting too ambitious there. They don't have CY together with them. CY is moving towards the top instead. So both sides breaking off right now. Just trying to get control of their lanes again before the next objective. That will appear very, very soon in about, say, 60 more seconds.
Yeah, so Black True Esports, I mean, definitely on a timer. They need to kind of force the initiative. They need to kind of put things out. Nova Esports has largely stabilized. This is a game where, hey, if the game goes longer, they're continuing to just trade in the river like this, Nova Esports will be happy. Their heroes are built for the late game. Something to take note of. BSE need to figure out a way to kind of crack into this difficult nut.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? Like if you go towards the gate lane, then a late game, then the Augur will be like the raid boss, and that becomes very, very difficult for BSE to break down. Yes, they can still send Xiang towards the backline, but he might be caught out alone because Weipit is there to stop. Wendy is there as well to manage things behind. So it's something for BSE to consider of.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the lines of like BSE trying to just buy a little bit more time while maybe send Xiang to do the split push.
Yeah, and also Musan King, he's up about 2.7k compared to CY, but I'm wondering if BSE need to do a better job of just funneling some of that farm into JR so that he can kind of come online too, because they're going to take 2 to tango on this one.
Oh, they see Dian. Dian takes a decent amount of damage. And right now, but Ruby out. They got Swan. Muji is down as well. This is go time right now for Black True Esports. All the way on to Nova Esports. CY will not see the light of day as now BSE back in control.
Yeah, back in control. This is a very scary situation if you're Nova Esports. More than anything else, I think Nova and Wendy should be looking more to kind of protecting themselves from the outside lanes. Like, look at how Musan King made a beeline for the bottom lane to push that in, exert a little bit more pressure. And yes, while the top lane is pushing, you're going to be putting pressure on this mid and the bottom. It's going to be great for BSE to take these both down.
Yeah, and they will take down the bottom tower, so that's great. Now look to take down the mid tower. They should be able to do that even before the minions arrive. And yes, they will. BSE right now, not only they have control of the tower, they took out the power, but oh, Weipit! Oh, no, he jumped there alone. Weipit in trouble. Like here comes the rest of Nova Esports as Wendy will go down. Nova Esports right now, they are cracked open by BSE. BSE looking for more targets, but Muchi is there to at least get one kill. JR gets Muchi back. CY still holding on to his dear life, but JR will say, your life is mine.
Okay, look, the Dachiao, this is a reason why you don't see it in ranked games, because if you play a single whirlpool, it's a suicide mission, everybody died, and now it looks like BSE are gonna bounce back and take game 2 here.
Oh man, what just happened, Holler? What just happened?
Like honestly, it's that whirlpool at the very end. That was the worst call. Wendy going in and just instantly getting deleted, that was not a good time to go in. And I mean, Waypit was like, oh crap, I dropped it. Everyone's like, oh, whirlpool, I'm gonna jump in that one. That's a fun one to go in. And they just all died one by one. They got caught out. Oh, just a really rough game on that one.
Oh man, I can't believe that. Everything was okay. Yeah, they won a few fights. Yeah, they lost a few fights. But that final whirlpool moment, it started off with the jump pad in, and then maybe Waypit was just not expecting them to be there. Although, it would have made sense for BSE to actually move to that direction because the overlord was up and they just cleared out the mid tower. And Waypit jumped in, and it was like, oh no, everyone's here, call for backup. And everyone arrives, but it was just so scattered for Nova Esports.
Yeah, that was really uncharacteristic. I mean, they were so clean in the first game, and then that game happened, and I was kind of like, okay, the only good news of that one, the good feedback that I can give from Nova Esports is that Waypit actually plays a better Dachiao than Athena.
In terms of KDA?
Just KDA, yeah. I mean, just the overall impact of that one, it was not great. That last one was an absolute killer. That whirlpool, man. I mean, they had an opportunity to get back in, but Wendy going down, instantly deleted, and then you're like, oh crap, everybody's here. CY is trying to fight from 4 different fronts. Tough situation from him, and especially since Musan King was so, he had so many items, so much farm, and then JR was also there for cleanup. It was pretty much all she wrote at that point.
Oh man, it almost felt like BSE, they were handed the win in that final fight. It was like, oh, okay, you guys show up one by one? Okay, yeah, sure. We'll take you all out and then we just end the game. And if we were to relate that to some of these stats, right, like what you mentioned, Musan King, he's stocked up, so he has the second most damage there. Obviously, the highest damage is a farm laner and a JR with the Lady Sun, 103.2k. So a lot of damage by BSE. But it was really down to that one fight. If the way that fight did not happen how we saw it earlier, this game would have been extended.
Yeah. I mean, going into there are only so many mistakes that you can make as a team. They lost that one where Muchi got picked off early, and then they lost their mid and bottom T3. That was a giant swing that you kind of saw from that one, right? But then the secondary one where Waypit, again, with that launch pad, sometimes you're better off walking, right? You should not be taking the fast travelator if it's going to put you in a bad situation, and dropping like a whirlpool like that where you're calling the Avengers, and the Avengers are walking into a trap. Classic Marvel, villain movie, like being able to kind of capitalize on that. And not to say that Black Shoe Esports are the villain, but they were able to make them pay off of the mistakes of Nova Esports.
And that's why the Avengers opened the portal way behind, not in the middle of the fight like that.
Yeah, very.
We could have got a different movie if they actually did that, but well, I guess it is what it is. But we're still going to award the MVP to a player from Black Shoe Esports, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to congratulate our MVP this time, the king himself, Musan King.
Yeah, absolutely carrying this one. I mean, he was just out farming everyone, putting a presence in all the different lanes, like getting 7, 3, and 5, but 27% of the damage as well as 23% damage taken. There's a reason why teams do not like playing up against a pay. And yes, you're on a timer, but when you're Musan King, it doesn't matter because he's able to close the game out.
And we're going to check out the highlights here, the best moments from this round. And it's very 50-50, you kind of think about it. We'll get some highlights of BSE winning pickoffs, and then we get some highlights of Nova getting pickoffs, but it's really, really down to that final moment.
I mean, This is a situation where, again, Nova Esports lose out on this trade. They lose 3-2. And BSE is starting to feel it. They're starting to get in the driver's seat. They're starting to put pressure on. Nova were doing a good job of just kind of responding. But this is the pickoff on Namuchi. They turn this and they continue on the onslaught. CY cannot fight 1 versus 5. He gets focused down. And this is the last mistake. Waypit was like all in. Whirlpool, guys, don't go in. Everybody decides to go in at that moment. And even the Infinite Fast is not going to keep Muchi alive. CY, again, in the heart of the enemy team. Yes, you got Musan King, and you'll celebrate with that. But now CY trying to fight 1 versus 4. Impossible task ahead.
Yeah, and now that we get to see this one again, right? When the Whirlpool was open, Sihong was there, ready to knock them up. So the moment they appeared, it's like instant knock. And that's like what? Another 1-2 seconds of not able to do anything. And that's enough of a window for them to be punished. So yeah, I mean, that's not the way how do you send your teammates using the Whirlpool. Just
yeah, actually, it's a good way to send your teammates that way if you don't like your teammates, right? Because you're sending them to hell, literally, right? I mean, I think there was like no chance for them to have an opportunity in this one of kind of getting back in, which is really unfortunate. And look, we knew that the series was going to go to a game 3, and to kind of have that play, I know Waypit is going to bounce back more than anything else. You know, I think that, you know, he's going to watch these highlights and he's probably going to laugh, right? That was a little bit of a mix up, a little bit of a mistake by him that we don't see all the time. But going into this one, again, he's just going to learn.
Yeah, Waypit, if any of them stole your girlfriend and you need someone to talk to, you know, my door is always open. I'm just saying, right? I may not be a trained therapist, but I know how it feels like to lose a girlfriend.
Yeah. I think he might have lost 4 girlfriends on that one when you're sending your team into the depths of hell with that whirlpool. But look, the best thing we've learned from Nova Esports when they're able to take most of their series to a game 7 was the fact that they were able to forgive things very quickly, right? I think that that's going to be the most important thing for this one, because you can't let it get into your psyche, right? You cannot. I mean, yes, that game 2, you had opportunities to get into this one, but you got to forgive. You got to not worry about it now. This is something that we'll decipher later. But right now is the moment where we're just like, hey, we bounce back, we fight back on this one.
Yeah, you guys can settle it over hot pot or something, right? Or who's going to buy hot pot? That's fine. But if you gotta think about it as well, like Holler, this is something that we do expect, at least from a scoreline perspective. It will not be a 2-0. We're pitting in the 2 giants together. We're expecting a game 3, and we're getting it.
Yeah. I mean, we've been getting a lot of game 3s, which has been great. I mean, this is the best way to end the regular season. I mean, all of the teams really, you're seeing just the passion and the drive and the ability to bounce back and to kind of get into this one. I mean, you're seeing next level, very high level play in the Honor of Kings esports scene. And of course, it's in the MKL, the spring season. This is going to be a great one. Who wants to be number 1? Let's go to game 3. The draft is now underway.
And here we go. Okay, we're gonna see the pay being banned out. Okay, understandably, I mean, the pay is a very strong meta pick, and that's why even like in other games we see the pay being one of the perma bans for some of the teams. So Nova Esports, they don't want to deal with the early to BSE, what's it called? Oh, Liang. So they want to break off the potential Liang Princess Force combo from Nova.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, you got to put some respect in. Also, it kind of shows your cards of like Black Shore Esports probably going with like more of an assassin style jungler to kind of accelerate with just like Musan King is able to get farm regardless, right? So, taking away the Liang is going to be key here.
Yeah, and the Lung's been taken away by Nova Esports. Okay, first pick. Ooh, Luna, assassin jungler first pick. Now, Holler, you did mention that you're not really a fan of picking like assassin junglers very, very early. What's your thought on this?
Well, okay. The reason why I don't like it is because then basically you show your hand or what your draft is going to be about, right? The composition just with this Luna, you know that she's not going to be anywhere else. She's stuck in the jungle, so you need to find ways to kind of invade, take away her blue buffs as much as possible. Nova Esports is going to be very aggressive. They're going to pick up the Mai, another very strong hero in the MKL, plus backed up with the Chano here.
I see a potential power pick here for Nova. They probably are thinking about going for the Zhang Fei, not picked before, and it's not banned out. And it's a good combo with the channel. And we know that Wei Pit's mastery of Zhang Fei is just top notch. So I wouldn't be surprised if they lock in right now. If not, it will potentially be banned.
Yeah. Looks, the Yuan as well as the Dharma, a little bit more control sustain, and just to kind of help the potential jump in onto the Luna, and taking that Dharma away, which is going to be huge for Xian, right? This guy's a beast in that clash lane, and to give him some, one of his signature heroes is going to be key here.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, locking in the Zhang Fei for Nova Esports, giving the protection to the channel. Pretty much standard stuff because we're seeing too many Zhang Feis here in the MKL. All right, a second phase ban. So for BSE, they'll be looking to pick a farm lane. I mean, there's still a good amount of options, right? Even like it can go all the way down to Concert U if they want to go for that sort of long range, don't worry about me sort of farm lane.
Yeah, but like I want to see more heroes before I choose the Concert Yui. I feel like obviously the immunity for physical damage is great, but especially against the Mai and the Zhang Fei, like you need to see more. Like who's the jungler, who's the clash laner, like who else are they bringing to the table more than anything else? It's definitely a thought, and the potential opening is there, but again, I need more information before I choose my next hero here.
Okay, fair enough. So they need to wait for, because when we come back, Nova, they are going to pick their next hero, right? So that kind of like will give an idea to BSE of whether the Concert U is worth going for or not. So right now, BSE with their final ban, so they might be thinking of like banning. I mean, there's so many options, right? Nova can go for another tank jungler, or they can go for an assassin jungler. So BSE, well, they pick somewhere in between.
Wow, the Wukong ban. Interesting by Black True Esports. That's really okay. I mean, look, this is the third game, and potentially seeing that one going in on this one. Okay, they have some information or some eyes in terms of the potential draft in. So this is going to be an interesting one as of how they're going to ban out. But look, the Lianpo, the Yixing bans are both really good ones by Nova Esports in terms of that, limiting the control.
Right. So now that the pick is there on their side. So Dune, okay. So they're going to have two beefy heroes here. Zhang Fei with the Dune. It's actually the first Dune showing here today. Now, can they go for a Dolia? No. Let's forget about that. But yeah, they'll be thinking about like, okay, probably high mobility for the clash lane for Nova Esports, because they already have enough durability. So someone to poke from behind. So that means Nova Esports, they're probably setting up for the Guan Yu to be picked up as the final pick. I mean, this is the decider game. So you're going to give Xuan his best hero.
Oh, wow. Look at Black True Esports. So, like, I will show you how to play the Da Xiao. And we were going to go in with this split push. This could make life very difficult as long as he doesn't Wei Pit it. You see what I did there?
Yeah. Okay.
I'll show myself out.
The door is that way, my friend. Okay. Final pick, Nova Esports. Okay, bring on Guan Yu. Might as well. You already have durability. All you need now is mobility, potential to disrupt the backline. The Guan Yu is a perfect pick here for Nova Esports. And there you go.
Boom.
Guan Yu, Xuan, showing his best hand now.
Yeah. I mean, look, that Whirlpool, that Sea of Fates, there are definitely ways that you need to kind of control them and to push them out potentially. Also getting a little bit more control onto the jump in by Musan King Luna. You have different ways to kind of do it. Like everybody else's control, Chano and Mai are pretty much your damage dealers in terms of controlling this Musan King. There's going to be a lot of pressure on ensuring that they're able to get those stuns off. If they're able to lock him down, they're going to have a great time. If not, Black True Esports, Musan King might run away with this one.
Well, let's be able to run away with this, or they will be run over by it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be match point between Black True Esports and Nova Esports to see who will get the bragging rights of being that #1 team in the regular season and potentially setting the tone for the playoffs later on. And as a start, looks like Nova Esports, they're going to play a standard in the farm name for both sides. Same goes for BSE, in fact. So no unusual lane switches for both sides this time. And that's absolutely okay. It's standard, so you don't really need to we need to adapt our strategy and all that. Just play it standard. But by playing standard, potentially that will also mean that these two teams will be very respectful of each other. Anyway, Waypit passes by, and right now Dian, we'll just shoot him off, but it's still level 1, level 2. So a simple leaping savior. Waypit will be able to put himself into a comfortable position at the back.
Yeah, and look at this. JR just kind of zoning them out. Look, this is going to be the matchup to watch. It's going to be JR, Muchi. These guys have been kind of dueling throughout. But those wolves could be a potential issue. And JR, again, with that respect the law, I think that they have enough AoE to deal with all those wolves.
Yeah, no doubt the wolves will be pretty annoying. But yeah, because you have Zuho, you can kind of deal with that. And JR, I mean, one of the attributes is that he has a quick attack speed. So I don't see it to be a big problem for JR. It may be annoying, but that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to deal with that. He's going to take some damage here and there, medial damage more than anything else. But look, Musang King, CY. I don't know if Dune is able to kind of keep pace with the potential farm of what Musang King are going to do. But Nova need to do a good job of limiting Musang King's ability to get those blue buffs. If he's not able to do that, his farm rate will slow down. And it looks like they're going to take this blue buff for free because, Musang King is just already there.
But we might see the first blood here. Sihong in trouble, and Wendy not able to burst him down enough. But anyway, it's still very early. Level 4, that's fine.
Yeah, nothing to worry about at this point. A slight net worth advantage in favor of Black Shrew Esports. JR left alone, right? This is going to help accelerate not only the fact that he's, going to be able to get that extra XP, but also kind of just put a little bit more pressure on him to kind of ensure that Waypit sticks around so he's not in the other lanes.
Oh, that's Sean just doing Sean things. The moment he gets a good position, like, oh, you're right in front of my tower, I'll just push you underneath. Even though I don't get the kill, but the tower poking you on my behalf as well is enough for me to force you back.
Oh, look at this. Wendy was trying to go for that steal. Again, you want to threaten Musang King as much as possible. I think that what we saw in last game versus this one is that, they want to continue or they want to limit what Musang King can do. His ability to get farm across the map, move across, he's so efficient. He's able to get farm regardless of what they've done, and Nova Esports haven't been able to kind of limit what he's been able to get.
Yeah, and of course the rule of thumb is that if you're an assassin jungler, you'll be able to farm faster than a tank jungler, so that's the rule of thumb there. But is it really a race between the two of them? And to a certain extent, yes and no. Because at the end of the day, it's a team game. Yes, he needs to farm quickly, but as long as his team is able to buy time, maybe even to poke or at the best scenario, just disrupt Musang King from farming, then CY would still be alright.
Yeah, but it's not a race, but CY cannot be 2.5k behind. I think that's the biggest issue with Game 2, where Musang King was just so far ahead that it was tough for Nova Esports to kind of fight back, right? If they're able to kind of control him, okay, he doesn't have to be neck and neck with him, but he needs to be within the same ballpark, so to speak.
Right. So the good news is that they are so far still in the same ballpark, but here comes the Unbridled Outburst from the side, but it will not connect onto anyone from BSE. Right now, BSE, they have the signal, Unbridled Outburst is deployed, so they could go in anytime soon, especially when the Unbridled Outburst is out of commission.
Yeah, that was a good attempt right there by Nova, right? The fact that they came from the north and the south at the same time, they were trying to time it, but Jihong, again, just with that unending sorrow, just barely just able to stay alive and, again, keep this game scoreless.
Yeah, he almost felt like he used the Unending Sorrow, or he kept the Unending Sorrow just to bait out the Unbridled Outburst. Like, he saw the animation, because there is a small animation before it's actually being deployed. That's where he clicked on the Unending Sorrow, and then the Unbridled Outburst was used, but not able to get anyone. And that became the window for BSE to counter back on the Nova Esports, subsequently getting the Tyrant.
Oh, look at them. They're being aggressive. Nova Esports understanding that, hey, we got to check things out. We got to see where Musang King is so that we can kind of limit. They're doing a tag around and just seeing exactly cooldowns in terms of like when these jungle camps are going to be spawning. So this is a potential. Nova Esports going in.
Okay, here comes Weeping for the side, this time with another brighter outburst, but here comes Musang King as well. Musang King needs a little bit of backup, but he's not able to follow up because his other teammates were zoned out by Nova Esports.
Yeah, zoned away, not able to kind of lock down Musang King, just too quick, too fast, too furious. You know, just like in a world of his own. I mean, if he ever gets locked down, you're gonna have a tough time, but just Musang King, he's just so fast, it's really difficult to lock him down.
Then that's the annoying thing about the Luna, right? So then it comes back to the question of like, what sort of crowd control do you have against the Luna? On Nova Esports utilities, not much. So they have to deal it in a different way. At the same time, they have to deal with JR because JR has been split pushing for the longest time. And right now, Musang King makes a showing. Wendy is trying to defend their buff. And at the same time, BSE trying to steal it away from them. And they did not. Okay, CY got it at least.
Yeah, CY getting that one. I mean, if he didn't get that, that would have been huge for BSE, right? The fact that Musang King has both of the blue buffs, I mean, only one matters, but you're taking it away, it extends it, and it also keeps it away from CY so that he's not able to consistently keep up in that farm. He's behind 700 gold already because Musang King, again, just being very efficient across this map.
And starting to steal farm from Nova Esports and being an assassin, very, very mobile. That's something that he can do as compared to a Dune. So Dune might be looking for more pickups here. And speaking about pickups here, good to see a pickup here onto Wendy. Wendy's the one in trouble. Wendy will be given away towards Xiang, and that is the first blood at the 7th minute.
All right, did you forget where Xiang was? Because he's going to check you and wreck you. The Flash Truth setting himself up for that first blood. Wendy down for the count, and now CY has to get back to safety, and they find JR in return.
Oh, all the way to the back line. Looks like they're going to chase down Dian. Dian might be out of commission, but Dian! Oh, Dian! Got away just in time. That was a beautiful flash there by Dian.
Oh, the Sea of Fate, the Houdini, the flash into it, the perfectly timed Sea of Fate for Dion, just keeping himself alive. And Xuan was doing donuts. He was running around, but he was not able to keep up with the Dion. And Dion right now flexing a little bit, especially over Weipit's Game 2 Dachiao play.
Oh man, yeah, that was crazy fast. But we could see another crazy fast move here on the Sekong. Sekong
survives that unending sorrow. Again, I mean, it's a big ult on cooldown, something to take note of, so he'll play a little bit safer here. But, you know, I mean, Nova Esports are attempting to go for ganks. They're not getting them, they're not converting, so this is turning into a little bit of wasted time and opportunity. Check it out, this replay. Look at Muchi, so low. Okay, all right, actually, he will deal in, gets the heroic charge, pushes him under the tower for Muchi to farm him. That was perfectly played right there, and ensuring that they got the kill by Xuan.
And that's why that's the Swan specialty, ladies and gentlemen. His heroic charge from behind is just top notch. You always need to keep him in check. So Xiang, being the Dharma, has that big role of always knowing where Swan will be at. If not, try to block the entrances, that potential entrance that Swan would take to come from the back line to stop him from the heroic charge.
So you're saying that Xuan's signature move is the heroic charge from behind?
A tower.
Oh yeah.
The bottom T2 already taken out here. JR easily taking that one out. But again, Musang King, man, this guy is starting to farm 6.3.
Oh, CY is pretty low, but look at CY. Now he has backup here. Here comes Xuan as well. CY kind of low. He probably has to back off now. Weipit will be one at the forefront. And it will continue on the Weipit right now. Weipit absorbing the damage, but Weipit should be safe underneath the tower, but still, Musang King was going for it, but Weipit with Unbridled Outburst will push them back down. But look at Musang King! Musang King still wants to go for it. Calm down, Musang King, calm down!
I mean, calm down. I mean, CY is going to do that with that wind slash, slamming the guy down like a little bug. And once you've had that, you have that control. Musang King, again, he needs to be careful. He gets caught out by any of these potential AoE stuns, and he's going to have a bad time. He died for the first time right there.
Oh man, was that a extension by Musang King? It kind of felt so because if you can't think about it, the mid T2 is still up there. But now the fight will continue on. Wendy's the one in trouble, but Wendy! Nice U-turn onto JR. That is a big target in order for them to secure the Tyrant. But Musa King is on his way. Can he make it in time? Okay, with jump pad, he will. Musa King around the corner. He might smite it away. Nova Esports needs to be extra careful. Here comes Weepin with the smite onto the Tyrant. But Sam gets Muchi in the process. Looks like at least they trade out by taking out Muchi. And Ryder Albers knocks back 2 players from BSE. Nova Esports back in charge.
I mean, it's 1-for-1. I mean, Waypit survives. That Umbrella Outburst was legit. But getting the Tyrant, that's the biggest thing. And then converting it into a potential Azure steal. CY finding ways to just be this nuisance.
Oh, trying to go straight onto the back line. He's looking for Zuho. And CY now, he has to get away. 4v1. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. JR says, thank you for the kill.
Yeah, thank you for the kill. And of course, the blue buff, right? And that's going to be the big one. CY down for 29 seconds. Crimson Golem.
Oh, yep, and it's not over yet though. Now the target is going to be Chuan. And Chuan, okay, heroic charge on the Musang King. Musang King will not receive that bait. It's okay for now. Objective still secured by BSE. And there goes the Overlord.
Yeah, there goes the Overlord right here. And I mean, this game has been so back and forth. That net worth is like neck and neck. I mean, it's 3-3, but BSE, you could see a little bit more of map control. This is the pressure. This is, again, just trying to put, the pressure onto Nova Esports where they're having a difficult time getting out of their own base and trying to get that farm. Stealing what you can right now is actually huge for BSE, and again, accelerating the farm of Musan King and JR.
Yeah, and now BSE, since they have the Overlord, so naturally they'll be in control of all the lanes now. So it's defensive time for Nova Esports, unless if they can find an opening at the back. But it's not going to be that easy because they need to protect their lanes.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, this pressure is going to be a problem, right? BSE with that Shadow Vanguard at the top lane. And look, Muchi right now, 7.8, only 700 gold behind JR, but it just seems like we haven't really seen Muchi make much of an impact. He's only 1-1-0, and he hasn't really been able to get those kills that the team needs.
Yeah, haven't found that right space yet. Every time he tries to show up, then, well, Musanki will try to jump onto him. So that's why he's playing it a little bit safer. But for Nova Esports, they're not able to save their top tower. Top tower will be down now for BSE, shifting their attention to the mid T2.
Yeah, what a great job by BSE. Full advantage of and value out of those Vanguards. Being able to push it all the way down, getting that top T3 as well as the mid T2, that was tremendous value for the Shadow Vanguard, especially at this stage where kills are really hard to find, but getting those towers is going to open things up, especially since that top lane is completely wide open.
And at the bottom as well, because they shoved in, or at least they took down T2 at the bottom earlier. That's why BSE, they have this space. And now they're looking at the middle. If they see any pickoff. At the same time, Xiang pushing in on the bottom. And now the waves have been shoved in. But for Nova Esports, they should be able to clear it off nice and easy. Now for BSE, it's a matter of not overextending like how they did before, but still the Umbrella Outburst deployed. Looks like Nova Esports want to take this fight against them. They see the targets all the way onto the back line, and it's going to be Den getting CY instead. There's going to be a big tank currently down. Xuan down as well. Oh no, this is looking bad for Nova Esports. But Xiang, he's still alive there. Musang King will take away with no other tanks, only Wendy alone. And this is definitely going to be BSE gearing things up, securing the win against Nova Esports. BSE 2-1.
It came back to that last team fight. Juan going in with his Soaring Green, the Dragon, and just kind of trying to go into the heart of the enemy team, but he had a really awkward angle, and then Waypit with that Umbrella Outburst. Once that was committed, it didn't really seem like the rest of them wanted to go, but once, again, that ult went down, they were like, okay, we have to go. We don't have another moment, and they tried to salvage a bad fight, and unfortunately, BSE, just too strong, just too much farm to kind of compete with that one, and there's a reason why BSE were able to win this game. Again, just much cleaner team fights in the end.
Yeah, and that's basically Dan showing Waypit how to play a Dachao. Like, this is the way, my hand.
Oh, yeah.
This is the way. But we didn't really get to see as many impact plays from Waypit in this round as well. And normally we always get to see that with his Zhang Fei. So is this BSE already knowing how to deal with one of Rapid's best hero?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit of a flex, right? And the fact that they have this in their hero pool, they're able to pull this out at a moment's notice, because you could see the true power of the Da Chiao was able to get guys in and out when the fights were happening, and and to save them, and to also just kind of get the teams to assemble at the right moment. It can be game winning, and there's a reason why. Again, Dion just had a great game, 105, very unassuming, but his impact was definitely felt throughout this game.
Yeah, and we'll check out some of these stats here. Of course, naturally as a support, the stats don't tell the whole story. Not the highest damage dealt as expected, not the highest damage taken, also kind of expected. But like what you said, right, it's really down to execution on how he does the play after play within the game. And there's no like unusual I have the whirlpool that all of a sudden is like, oh, you put your team in an awkward position. Not in that situation. And that's how they kept being consistent throughout the entire round.
Yeah, just a really great game. I mean, being able to just like finding the moments to go. And Musan King, JR, again, there were going to be the tried and true consistent guys that will carry you throughout this game. And this is a very close game that it took to the end for BSE to finally have that opening. It's one team fight and you just win the game. But Black Shirt Esports were doing everything in their power to have that map control, to put pressure on, and to kind of make life difficult for Nova Esports, where they were kind of like, hey, we have to go all in on this one regardless. And it was a bad decision.
And Nova Esports, they were only able to get one tower out of BSE. So this is rather unusual for a team like Nova Esports. But of course, we're talking about like a giant team versus a giant team. It might happen, but I was kind of expecting that Nova Esports will be able to take more towers from BSE. But anyway, they had more control throughout the game, especially if you have a Luna, you're all across the map, you have that level of mobility. So Nova Esports, they didn't really have that space. And plus, all the waves were well managed. But the one that managed everything the most, the best, is our MVP, Xiang.
Yeah, Xiang here, well deserved. That should be his 7th MVP of the season, and my gosh, Xiang was just making such an impact. He was 3-0-4, 40% damage, and as well as taken, not too much, but the truths were real. Those are the ones that we'll probably see in the highlight, and those are coming up.
Yeah, the truths were real. I like how that's related. But yeah, so Xiang with the Dharma, I mean, he has that flexibility of, okay, I want to do split push for a bit. Yeah, sure. I want to get involved with fights. Sure. I want to go for the backline. Yeah, sure. And now this is also shown during the this highlights here, where we see Xiang, he likes to come in later, which is fine as a clash laner. But when he comes in, he goes straight to whoever who is the most behind.
Yeah. I mean, he was able to just find it out. And again, like, I'm not a huge fan of the Dune jungle. Like, I feel like it's really fallen off since like season 3. I know it has had some serious impact, but it gets focused here. And then, yeah, you have the unruly blade and you're just running for your life. I feel like the meta right now is all about the Luna and the Jing, the assassin style junglers that do that damage. I think that's way more value than a tank jungler at this stage.
Oh, you seem to love assassins now, right? Even putting the Prince of Landing in the clash lane.
yeah. Oh yeah. Let's make it happen. This is the new meta.
Oh man, next I'm going to see like Waypit play a lot of the assassins, right? Then I just go like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm throwing myself out the door. But what a match that was, right? And because of that win, BSE is officially #1 now.
Yeah, #1. Well deserved. I mean, look, the fact that they've only lost one single time, they lost to Nova Esports earlier, but they were able to bounce back. They learned their lessons, were able to strike it to them and get that payback, right? In the second to last day of the regular season, it couldn't have been better for Black Shirt Esports. Yes, they have a match tomorrow, and that will be up against Todak, but I think all in all, I think Black Shirt Esports are going to be very happy with this situation going into the playoffs as the #1 seed.
Yeah, and for Nova, well, they're not done yet. Tomorrow they'll be meeting with Team Secret too. So both of these teams, they have their own respective matches. So who knows, a surprise might happen. But yeah, it's kind of difficult for now. But anyway, whether they're #1 or #2, it's more of like bragging rights now.
Yeah. All right. But I mean, we still have a lot ahead of it. We have a whole other day of games ahead of us. But through it all, I think I want to see who we have an interview with. It's going to be Musang King. Let's go to him right now.
Why? Hello, Musang King. All right. So after that win, how would you describe the team's performance today against Nova?
表述一下你今天对 Nova 的那个队伍的表现。
I think we didn't do our best, but we can do better this time.
Okay.
Always room for improvement.
All right. I like that. Room for growth. It's going to be great. But okay, look, the other one was what part of your game plan, especially in game 2, where things started to click, and then what do you think needs work? Like 2 different elements here.
叫他讲多一次，我没听到。
Can you say again?
Okay. What part of your game plan in game 2 worked, and then what needs work?
你在第2局的时候的那个计划是什么？然后是
just enjoy the game, I think.
Okay. No pressure, right? You gotta enjoy the game in order for you to put up a good performance. Yeah. So Musang King, now with this sort of win, I'm sure your fans are very, very happy. Can you say a word to all the fans out there that have been supporting you?
We are the best.
谢谢他们。
Thank you for you guys.
I love the confidence. Well, first off, congratulations on being the #1 squad into the playoffs. Just any team that you have the most fun playing against.
Nova.
Nova. Okay. All right.
Yep. I mean, we had the most fun watching as well, so it was a great match.
Yeah. Congratulations again, Musang King. Well-deserved MVP. I expect to see good things out of you in the playoffs and beyond, potentially. But again, congratulations, and we hope to see you do really well in the playoffs. Thanks.
I mean, is that a picture or a teaser of what might happen later in the playoffs in case these 2 teams meet again? I personally don't think so. I'm sure there are more cards that they have not shown us. They're saving it for later.
Oh, for sure. I think that's going to be the biggest one. Like, look, they're putting on a good face of, like Musang King was saying, that it's the most fun, and it is, right? When the games are competitive and they go the distance, it really becomes like, a chess match with this team, and you really respect your opponent. I think it's going to be huge. But let's check out the schedule for tomorrow. This is, of course, going to be the last day of the regular season. It's going to be a potential 3 matches with more tiebreaker potential. It could potentially happen, but first match, DTE going up against AG. The second match, Todak going up against Black True Esports. Nova Esports going up against Team Secret in the final match of the regular season.
Yeah, and these are all amazing matches. I mean, especially to me personally, I think the highlight game is DTE versus AG, not because like they are still looking at the potential bracket for the play-in, but because DTE is the star horse team that has put a lot of pressure. Obviously, for AG, they have the experience of playing at the international stage, but sometimes their performance might be a little bit up, a little bit down. So it really depends on what kind of mood they're in. So that will make a very interesting match, especially for the first game tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be potential. But, okay, look, the playoffs are going to be happening June 6th through the 8th. The MKL Spring Season 2025 playoffs, of course, at Sunway Pyramid, LG2 Blue Concourse. And make sure that you do show up, see exactly how these guys are playing live. Unfortunately, I will not be there, but Sir Cloud might be stopping by, and he will be signing autographs to everyone for free. You're welcome.
Oh, well, I doubt that has any value, right? But you know what has value? The teams are just putting it out there, right? Maybe the teams might be throwing out jerseys, because that's what happened in 2 when they had it in KL. So who knows? You might be the lucky one to grab one of those free jerseys when, well, we still haven't got ours.
Yeah. And I want to shout out my address so that you can kind of send those jerseys directly my way. But maybe you DM me. It's probably a little bit safer. But again, we had a great time. This is, of course, the MKL Spring Season 2025. We had a great set of matches. This will actually be my last cast in the MKL. I believe it will be yours as well, Cloud. It has been an honor. And everyone else will be taking it away tomorrow, and as well as the playoffs. Congratulations to all of the teams. I want to see who the top 3 from MKL is going to be, because again, it could be very exciting. But nonetheless, thank you so much. Any final words, Cloud?
Well, thank you to all the viewers, and we will see you again in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to continue to support MKL. Good night, everyone.
Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.